or you want to stand?
Oh, I'll stand.
Okay, let me introduce you to people live.
Bonjour, Ninoy Maganadok. Bonjour, Chikajeb, everyone. Chikajeb Kina. Jaquet Nishnakas, Mikazil Dodem. Nibissing Ojibwe and Ishnabe and Daltagani, and one Nibissing First Nation in Nonje. I want to welcome everybody to Nibissing in Anishinaabe territory, this beautiful place we call Nibissing, next to this lake, this beautiful place. I want to welcome each and every one of you. We'll have opening and official remarks and welcome from our Gima, Jabagijik, in a few minutes. I do want to acknowledge everyone that's on the live stream. Good morning. I assume we're on the live stream. Thumbs up if we're good and live. Okay, perfect. Well, welcome everybody who's joining us via our live stream going over across Anishinaabe territory through the airwaves or virtual waves of the internet. So welcome everybody. This is the day of the inaugural Anishinaabe Gishgat. This very first day we're celebrating the national holiday or the national day of celebrating being a Anishinaabe, celebrating this good life, Minno Bimatsuin, Anishinaabe Adsuin, this good way of life that's been given to us. The theme of this is really about that respect for and honoring of our past, present, and future. So we are going to start that off. We've got Elsie Bizayon, he's here with us from our Elders Council, our Gitsijik Council, to offer us a song to start off, and then we're going to call upon Donna DeBosque to offer us in good way Wangazit Anishinaabe. Without any further ado, over to Elsie Bizayon.
Ani, everybody knows me, Elsie everywhere. But we cannot forget one of our elders who has gone on, and he always wanted the drum to play. So for Gordon, I am going to sing a song. No matter where Gordon went, he always took his drum everywhere and any place that he went. So for Gordon, we don't forget you. You will always be in our hearts and in our minds and in our songs. So for you, Gordon, I would like to sing a song. What is?
Elsie for that beautiful song. I'm going to call upon Donna DeBosque of Weekwem Pong and Menadoma Singh to offer us that recital, those words that were given to us by our Gitsijik back when we adopted this Chinakanagiwin, or the Constitution of the Anishinaabe, to remind us that we are one Anishinaabe family, that we're doing this work together as one. So to offer us those words, I'm going to bring on Donna.
Osho, if they quit again, they go to shop at Queen Bell, they go to them all. They get anything to know tomorrow now. Hindi gini, ay, don't be singing in Jabari, come from Vintage, company to cut out the Jacob Nigon. We just took it to them and go down, you send me again, much time gave on, go to first starting, Martin Monchi, go to. We went down, up the night, hockey then, go down, you send the shabe. The bench get the fan and the shabe and the king, you better go and go in the door, so then, no, then you better go so we not when me want to shot me tongue. The bench get me and get joined out and one knock door chin on the shabe. Then the was sick in the mud winning. Target win, Pepper win, not then win, Boca win, but then this win, quick what to win, Minash Akade win. The bench get me gonna get win every now doing thing. Not then down not up a share, but we not getting gonna make a share, but we not be up one is share, but we just put me good trying the bench get, we got channel to get for Masonic, much of Sinaniki, you know, keep it for board. If it's in that get in on and go, we not get not thought Monday night, go down, he said, Nishnabe, it's got, we just got chicken, he got.
Chimigwich Donna. And just going to offer speakers that want to speak today or that are being asked to speak today. There's two options. There's this stand, this podium. It is very tall. I'm a pretty tall guy. So average folks might not appreciate speaking from this podium. So there is the stand mic right in front of the drum you're welcome to use as well. Although our next speaker is a pretty tall guy too. I want to call upon my cousin. His name is Scott McLeod, Zungabwit, Jin Kazo, Jima, Jabigijik, and Jin Kazo of Nipissing First Nation to offer us official welcoming to the territory and bring us greetings from Nipissing First Nation. So please welcome Chief Scott McLeod.
Patrick's going to be like this. Better get a box. Anen Kinawea. Dogabe Dijnakas, Bizing Junjaba. First of all, I want to say thank you for the opening. Miigwetchuans and the drumming, and all the sacred items. Today is a good day. First of all, welcome to Bizing, welcome to Nipissing First Nation. On behalf of all my community, we always welcome our brothers and sisters with open arms here. So today is a special day. It's been a vision of our elder for quite a long time. I remember hearing Gord talk about having our own day for some time. And I'm sure everybody's going to share some stories about Gord. He was loved by many, and he shared a lot of teachings with everybody that he touched. And I was honored to be one of those people over the years. He always knew how to pull wisdom into everything that we did and give that Anishinaabe perspective on all of these, more modern times and modern things that we have to do in this colonial era. Gordon was always grounded in Anishinaabe, and that's what I loved about just being near him, was you always felt grounded. And today is that special day that he had envisioned, and it's a good day also to just reflect on Gordon's work that he did here on in the physical world. I know that he's affected many people here in a positive way. So, welcome. I'm not going to take up too much time. We've got a few speakers here, so I just want to say Chimigwich for having here in my community to kick off this Anishinaabe Gishgad. So enjoy your day. We have lots of sharing to do and food to eat, so please enjoy your day. Miigwech.
Miigwech Gimok. And I do want to acknowledge longtime Councillor June Commanda here with us from the Nibissing as well. And also acknowledge Councillor, my auntie, Joan McCarthy here with us today. So welcome Joan and welcome June. Or we should feel welcome that they're here, because this is the Nibissing territory. I do want to. I've been asked by the family as well as our elders to remind us in a good way, in a beautiful way, that that one we're speaking of, that we know as Gordon Baugh, Gordon Bunn in our local dialect, that we're not to be using his name in an active way, throughout this day. This is not a memorial. There will be that time when we will celebrate his life. This is a time of mourning for the family, time of mourning for our nation. And we're told in our teachings, those beautiful teachings of ours, and that beautiful Western Doorway teachings, that when that one takes those steps in the spirit world to make that trail back to that beautiful place, that it takes those 13 moons for that one to walk. It takes that 13 moons to take those steps and complete that journey. That we're reminded that in this physical place as human beings, if we use that name, and if we use that name in its active form, his Anishinaabe Noswin, that it's said that in the spirit world, he will turn around. Anytime we say that name, he will turn around and look at us. And we're reminded also that, if it happens too much, he's going to turn back around and may step off his journey. We want to encourage him to continue on his journey to the Spirit, to spend his time with his parents, with his family, and his loved ones there. So we want to encourage that. So we do have a happy medium that was suggested to us by the elders, is to use his English name, and with that suffix, Gordon Baugh, instead of using his Anishinaabe Noswin, or Gitsi Baugh in that way. So we're welcome to use it in that form, but we ask you just to be aware of how we use his spirit name in that way. And that's offered just in a kind way on behalf of the family. Miigwech. So I do want to call upon our Deputy Grand Chief from the Southeast region. He is going to be offering the words on behalf of our Grand Council Chief, who's not here today. Grand Council Chief is in his home community of Mississauga, community in the Lake Huron region, and there was a passing in his community, so he wants to spend time with his family and with his community there. So I want to call upon Minomadzu. His name is Jim Marsden, and he is the Deputy Grand Chief for Southeast Region. So please welcome Deputy Grand Chief Marsden.
Miigwech Bob, and as he said, I'm filling in for Grand Chief, staying home with his community due to the passing of an elder. So I hope I can represent him well. As a nation of people, we have the inherent right to govern ourselves in accordance with our own laws, customs, traditions. Anishinaabe Chinaktagowan is an assertion of that right articulated in our own terms. The fact that we proclaim the Anishinaabe Chinaktagowan without the involvement of Canada and without its recognition is important. The inherent rights of the Anishinaabe Nation. The explanation of the Anishinaabe Chinaktagowan is summarized in the Anishinaabe Chinaktagowan document as an introduction. The Anishinaabe Chinaktagowan is founded on the Negodwe Wajazid Anishinaabe and forms the traditional government of the Anishinaabe Nation within the inherent right, traditional, treaty, and unceded lands of our territories. The Anishinaabe Nation has the inherent right bestowed by the Creator to enact any laws necessary in order to protect and preserve Anishinaabe culture, languages, customs, traditions, and practices for the betterment of the Anishinaabe. The Anishinaabe Chinaktagowan consists of the preamble, Nigodwe Wajizig Anishinaabe, and 11 articles that forms the traditional government of the Anishinaabe Nation within the inherent traditional treaty and unceded lands, territories. The written document is a political assertion of the Anishinaabeg's inherent right to be an indigenous nation. The preamble, Nigodwe Wajizig Anishinaabe, is in Anishinaabe Moin, which has deep political and spiritual significance of the Anishinaabe. The point is that the Anishinaabe nationhood is rooted in Anishinaabe ways of thinking about the world, articulated in our traditions, in our values, and our laws. This is the source of the inherent right of self-government, and it predates by thousands of years the forms of political recognition invented after the arrival of the Europeans. Proclaiming our own national holiday, Anishinaabe Gizahad is daring and will send a whole new message to our people about who we are and that our nation is not dependent on foreign governments and their laws. By creating a strategy and developing a curriculum of Anishinaabe students of all ages, our children and youth will internalize a whole new message. The next step is implementing our Anishinaabe laws and Anishinaabe governance. It is time, miigwech to our elders for bringing us to this point. Nigodwe, Wajizig Anishinaabe, one Anishinaabe family. Just at one point when that was introduced, I believe 2012, it was the wish of our beloved elder. But it's after 2012, it was all our whole team, our whole nation that brought this forward that we are celebrating today. The Anishinaabe Chinaktagowan is a sacred commitment by the Anishinaabe to the Creator to live by the Nigodwe Wajizig Anishinaabe and implement our traditional governance. We have our Anishinaabe Nation Eagle staff, our sacred bundle, and our sacred gifts and ceremonies, culture, our language, which we have been told many, many times is the key and the foundation for our Anishinaabe. Our elders have instructed us. Since June 6, 2012, the Anishinaabe Nation head Gizit Gordon Labadance Ba said we should celebrate on June 6. That is our national holiday, not June 21st. At last week's annual sitting of the Grand Council up in Thunder Bay, the Anishinaabe Nation Chiefs in Assembly unanimously agreed to the Grand Council resolution that recognizes June 6th as our national holiday and celebration of Anishinaabe Gizahad. That this resolution supports the Grand Council resolution from 2012, which proclaimed our Anishinaabe Nation, Chinaktagowan, as a nation's constitution. The resolution was moved by Lake Huron Regional Chief Isidore Day and seconded by Curve Lake First Nation Chief Keith Knott, who spoke with passion in support of the resolution. Chief Knott is always a chief and leader who speaks with high passion. He said, "It is time for us to stand up and be accounted, and it is time for us to stand up for what we believe in," exclaimed Chief Keith Knott. "If we do this now, our children won't have to struggle anymore." Chi miigwech to those who have made the journey to be in person today, and those Anishinaabe Ima and citizens join us via the live stream. Also, we want to acknowledge those Anishinaabe communities who are celebrating the Anishinaabe Gizagad with activities within their citizens today in their communities and all over Ontario and Canada. I look forward to growing the awareness of the Anishinaabe Gizagad and build from this historic day our inaugural Anishinaabe Gizagad. It is a good day to be Anishinaabe. Chimigwech. And I'd just like to recognize and honor Pearl and her family today too. So Miigwech on behalf of the Anishinaabe Nation. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Gima, Jimbog for those remarks on behalf of the nation. And it is an official holiday for our nation. So a big round of applause. This is Anishinaabe Gishkat. And the work never stops. The Chinooki wind never stops. It doesn't mean we get days off. So there are 12 Anishinaabe First Nations that are celebrating Anishinaabe Gishkat across the territory today. Give them a big round of applause. 12 of our First Nations. Pretty soon, all 39, I'm sure, as we start moving along. I do want to acknowledge those ones that are here with us today. This is not a public gathering here at Anishinaabe headquarters. We wanted to be mindful of public health and try to keep each other as distant as we can, as well as but being able to show a good number of folks here. But I do want to introduce our dignitaries and our Gimog that are here with us. Beginning with the ones that carry these eagle staffs. These staffs are the flags of our nations. Those ones that, we're ahead of those Gimog in our confederacies, in our history. And we very much are still a confederacy of those three fires. So I want to acknowledge these flags, starting with Gimog Jimbog Marston carried in that Anishinaabe Nation eagle staff that's here with us, that the Wayne family had a large hand in creating and building. So I want to acknowledge the Anishinaabe Nation Eagle staff and Jimbog Marston for carrying that. A round of applause for that Eagle staff. I want to acknowledge this new staff, this one of those nations that have gathered as the Chiefs in Ontario. This is the Chiefs of Ontario Eagle staff. Joining us today all the way from Chiging is our Gimog Glenn Hare Wingos, our Ontario Regional Chief. And we've got a beautiful Eagle staff that's here in the center, that's joining us from those territories to the south, that Jaunungake. And that is the Tecumseh Eagle staff. And I remember when the carrier of this Eagle staff was dutifully creating the staff back in the day. And I want to acknowledge my sister Patricia Jaunu and the Jaunu family that carry this Eagle staff of their relative, of our relative, the great Tecumseh. This is the Tecumseh Eagle staff. Round of applause to Patricia Jaunu. I want to acknowledge all of those that are here with us today, beginning with those Anishinaabe Nation councils and our commissioners that are here with us. Of course, a round of applause for Gitsig Donna DeBosige of the Lake Huron region. Gitsig Elsie Bazayo of the Lake Huron region. Round of applause for Elsie. Gitsig Leroy Dolson of the Munsee Lenni Lenape Nation from Southwest. Gitsig James Mishkwart from Robinson Superior Territory. Round of applause for James. Gitsig Micah Shkwega from Northern Superior. Mike is now on the Elders Council, but he back when we started this journey, I was there with him. That began this nation-building journey. So Mike has been there from the start. Want to welcome Nora Sawyer from the Quaywag Council from Southeast Region. Nora. Want to welcome Betsy Kijigo from the Quaywag Council from Southwest Region. Betsy. Linda Fox Trudeau from the Quaywag Council from Lake Huron Region. Linda Fox. From Nanadome. Natalie Restool from Dokis First Nation from the Eshkanijic Council. Natalie, welcome. Want to welcome Anishinaabe Commissioner Barb Nolan with us. Barb. Hello, Barb. Anishinaabe. Our Debendogsidjig Commissioner Jeanette Corbier Laval is with us. From Weekend Kong. And our Commissioner on Governance with us is Widase Patrick Madabi. Round of applause for Patrick. I want to introduce our guests of honor as well. So beginning with our family of Getsit Ba that's joining us with us. And I acknowledge that Eagle staff and all the hard work and all of that sacrifice and the dedication from this wonderful family from Shigwinda is with us. I want to acknowledge Pearl Wandabents, Chopper Wandabents and family. Round of applause for the Wandabents. Or do we say Wandabents up? Wandabents up? Hey, there we go. I want to acknowledge, of course, our Grand Council Chief and Deputy Grand Chief, Chiefs who are here with us, but some that are not able to be here. Yeah. I want to acknowledge Getsit Doreen Pine, the Shingwuk family, Doreen Pine here with us. Doreen. I want to acknowledge Daryl Boissonneau, also from Kitigan ZB with the Shingwuk family, the Shingwuk Post family. I also want to acknowledge our past Grand Council Chief who's with us, Grand Council Chief John Bokaj from Wasak Singh. Mentioned Patrick Madabi as well. He's a past Grand Council Chief as well. Miigwech, Grand Council Chief. Want to acknowledge our Gima from Sgamok Nishnabeg, who's with us, our past CEO here at the organization. But joining us this morning in ceremony is Gima Alan Ozawnimki. Mitchell Allen. Want to acknowledge our past CEO as well. Gary Dokis is with us. Mitchell Gary. I want to acknowledge two very special helpers with our ceremony this morning. I want to acknowledge Benabe Kwe Lori McLeod and Newegabo Kwe Laura Liberty for helping us out with that nibit and that food this morning. And a very special guest of ourselves. He is from Alderville First Nation. He's the president of the North Bay Indigenous Friendship Center. Morris Switzer is here with us. Morris. Okay, I have on my... I'm sorry about the sound. Oh, I do want to acknowledge Marcia Trudeau is here with us, our current CEO of the Anishinaabe Nation, Marcia. So wonderful. I'm trying to eyeball everybody, and not everybody's on my list, so I'm doing my best. And all apologies if I missed out, so I'm doing my best. I see we have Deputy Grand Chief Travis Boissonneau to offer remarks. Is Travis here? I didn't see him. Anybody see Travis? No? Okay, good. Okay, I do want to call upon Pearl Wandabents to come up on behalf of the family to offer us some remarks, to share a little bit with us. And we're very thankful that last night we had a sweat, a Dodo Swan over in Nipissing here. And we had the family there with us. And you could feel the strength that comes from that family that follows these ways. And we were reminded this morning by our head Getsit that this day is about this way of life. It's not about this Jagnashi way of life or these words that are on the page or this governance under the Indian Act. It's about this way of life. Nishnaabe Atsuin. Nishnaabe Bimatsuin. This is our way. And to bring us those greetings is a family that walks this way. So I want to call upon Pearl Wandabents or Chopper to come and offer that. So Chop. Okay.
Bonjour, Nishabe Kwe. Kre Maingan, Jin Cargo. Maingan Doyam. Chinandum, Mumpi, Nongo. Hopchukun Shin, It's so good to see everyone again. And it took a lot for actually all of us to come here because we weren't going to come. We all sat down and actually talked about this day. And holy, I never seen this in about 10 years. I designed this for you guys. I actually gave it to him, and he gave it to you guys. This was created actually in 1989. Anyways, I'm starting to sound like him here. There's a lot of things that the family wanted to do for the Anishinaabeg Nation, for you guys to grow, for you guys to remember what Anishinaabe really is. This day was specific for Anishinaabe for a lot of reasons, rather than a government giving us a day. June 21st. Kage go dina. June 21st. June 21st was actually for our summer solstice gathering. Not Anishinaabe. June 6th. He actually told me last year when we were sitting down over here at the fire pit. We were here. I was actually explaining this morning. Him and I were sitting over here, and he told me what June 6th actually was. He said to me, this day that we're going to celebrate is for when we actually put our seeds in the ground. When we should be preparing those foods for all of us. That one family as Anishinaabe Nation, each and every one of us. Anishinaabe is very, very important to my family. Those important values that we have, that we share. I sat back idle for 6 months, watching, listening to the Anishinaabe Nation on the direction that they're going. I sat back and watched this travel. I was sitting there with him the majority of the time when you guys were at meetings online. I sat up with him many, many times. Sometimes till the sun came up, just talking, teaching me many, many different things, telling me a lot of things that was happening with the Anishinaabe Nation, the changes that he was seeing, some for the betterment and some not so good. And if you sat down with him, you would understand that he would say it out how it was. He wasn't going to water down anything. I guess that's just something that we had inherited as Anishinaabe people and the family itself. I am not my dad, and I never claimed to be. I don't think anybody on this earth could walk in the shoes that he had. He was very kind and gentle man. If you knew him, he always had something to share. He would sit there and teach you everything you wanted to know about what's inside that cup from Anishinaabe teaching, because that's just who he was. I guess one of the messages that he wanted me to share with each and every one of you guys, everyone that's on those cameras over there behind you, don't be afraid to show who you are out there in the world. This is who we are as Anishinaabe. Be proud of who you are and where you come from. Recognize your Anishinaabe names. Recognize the clans as you sit with, because each and every one of you in here have those clans, have those teachings, have those gifts. Share them with one another, because that's what Chinaakanagewin really is. There's a sentence in there that he engraved in my head. The Creator gave us sovereignty to govern ourselves. I want you guys to look at that preamble and read that part over and over and over and over and over and understand it. Dead benwe minwa, what that really means. That's what he wanted me to say to all you guys here. Migach Kinawea, Zindoshin Mumpi. Nishnalbe Madzwin, Mishwan, Nishnalbe Peneminwa, Nungwa. Use it. Even if you know a little bit. Every little bit will change that much in you. Miigwech.
Oh, miigwech. Round of applause for Trump. This is the first, one of the first items in the bundle that we carried was this talking stick. It was one of the first that were presented here. Long before there was an eagle staff, long before we had that drum, it was this stick, and I didn't know the origin of that. So, this is the purpose of this day, is to talk about these things. We were reminded this morning from our head Getsit, Nimki Onquat, Richard Asinaway, talked about this this way of life that is our roles, our responsibilities. He talked about that muckinagun is our way, is our roles, is our responsibility in this way of life. And we're told that we need to pick this up, that we need to set aside those Jaganashi ways of doing things. And let's start on this day. Let's start with that. And it's such a good reminder that it begins with talking. It begins with listening. We listen before we talk. We make mistakes if we talk before we think. We make mistakes if we don't get in all of that information we need to do this good work. So, that's an important part of our talking stick. So I want to offer thanks for that story, Chop. We're going to hear from those leaders that took their place as our Grand Council Chief, our Chigyamog, in their way, in their time. Beginning with the story of the one that began this work on nation building. The one that offered Getsit Ba, that Sama, so long ago to begin this work of nation building. And his name is Vernon Root. He was Grand Council Chief here and he was Deputy Grand Chief even before he became Grand Council Chief. And he was the start of this way. And I shouldn't say the start. He's that one that reminded us that we need to embark on this journey. To speak on behalf of past Grand Council Chief Vernon Root is our Getsit Mike Esquega. As I mentioned, Mike was there at the beginning as well. So I'm going to call upon Mike to offer those words for us. So a round of applause for Mike Esquega.
Can you see me? Bonjour. Gawin nin Chigama Vernut. Nin Mike Esquega. Bonjour. Inewe makan mako nin gajan kaza we nishnawe. Megasi dode. Pinch wabik zagin donche. Migachwede nin mus zigwip Vern Root ko. Best I can say, I'm standing here for Vern Root. I am not Vern Root. But, back in 94, I think, just after when, as Bob said, Vern was our Deputy Grand Chief. In 1994, I was Chief and Regional Chief for our region at the time and in my community. And Vern, came up to me and asked if I would support him to be Grand Chief. So I did, and I was one of his nominators. So, I was around when he went to our Getsit, to build the nation. He went to our Getsit, he told him. And I remember the story from our Getsit, few times that I visited him and his family, and about what Vern actually asked of him. And a little bit of the story about that time, Vern had apparently gone to visit our late elder, and he put tobacco on the table and asked him to help him build a nation. And I guess they talked about it, how do you go about building a nation? And I guess, the idea back then is we never had the thought of we are a nation yet, because we're getting too assimilated, those things that the government did to us over that time, with all the assimilation tactics. They get rid of the Anishinaabe problem, so right from back then, from 1850, even the signing of the treaties, how they took a lot of things from us. So, when I listened to that story a few times, I thought about it as a former chief, former regional chief in our area, working with Grand Chiefs over that time, since my beginning in my political career, I guess in 1983. I worked with Joe Muskokaman. I don't think he's here. He was former Grand Chief. I worked with Pat Madabi. I worked with John Bocage, Vern Root. There's one other one, Earl Commanda. And yes, and I'm getting to him. He's our Ontario Regional Chief now, Glenn Harry. I worked with a lot of the Grand Chiefs in my time. But the beginning of even the making of the staff, the story that our late elder shared with me, and I got to know his family over that. Gee, I was trying to be strong here. But yeah, getting to know his family. I shared a little story this morning because when I first went to visit our late elder and his family, one of the young boys, I think he was 3 years old at the time, and he came in, I was visiting, sitting in the living room with our late elder, and this little boy and his mom came in, and that little boy had a guitar, and he was singing Johnny Cash songs, eh? And I just met him last night and saw him again. He's sitting right there. Now he said he's a rapper. So, so it's been pretty good to honor to be able to meet the family, But I told Glenn and John they're going to have to fight over that 5 minutes now because I think I'm... they said for 10 minutes. I said, I don't think I could do that for 10 minutes. So I'm getting to a point where I'm getting emotional. So I'm going to say, miigwech. Oh.
Miigwech, Mike. I've been really enjoying the last morning and afternoon yesterday. Just hearing the stories, some of the stories that are being shared of past leadership and the travels and the many miles, on some of these corporate cars and even our personal vehicles, and reminded of the yellow truck and the blue truck and all of that good time. I want to call upon someone who's very special to me because he is past Grand Council Chief here, but not only is he from Wasauksing, but he has his roots here in Nibissing as well. So it was good to work with him in his time. And I do want to acknowledge when it comes to Vern, before I call upon John, that it's the 25th year of Widokdadwin. Those first words that were put together that would form that strategic plan to bring our nation into this time. And it included those agreements that people are working on and that are part of that work that we're doing today. So I do want to acknowledge Widokdadwin. But with John, John built on that Widokdadwin and began to emphasize the importance of hearing the voice of the Nishnabeg, what he called Nishnabeg Nundagazwin, to hear the voice of the people and then act upon those voices. So to tell his story and talk about his vision, please welcome back Grand Council Chief, past Grand Council Chief John Bocage.
Ani bojo manadi duk oya bay de dishnakas makwa dodam wasaksing donjaba and the schnabe and dow. Mino giesgut and a schnabe giesgut. It's always a good day, but it's even a better day today because it is an Anishinaabe Giishgat. Our day to celebrate, our day to remember, our day to tell those stories. And I will tell a story as well about my friend Gordon. And, we were up north in Robinson Superior at one of my very first grand councils. I was a newly elected chief, and we were up there, and we had the normal days of meetings, but the real important thing was the feast that night. And up there they cooked this pickerel, and they had big platters of pickerel. And they had other stuff too, but the pickerel was the important thing. And we're sitting there and we're eating, and I'm sitting across from Gordba. We're having a good chat, and we're having a good feast. And Gordon has this big plate of pickerel, a little bit of potato, a little bit of this, a little bit of beans, and he's sitting there and just enjoying it, same as myself, just enjoying this wonderful gigon, this fish that we have. And then I'm full. I grab a cup of tea, and then Gordon gets up, and he goes and gets another plate of pickerel. It's heaped up, and it's big, and it's, how are you going to do that? And he just said, just watch. And he ate that whole second plate of pickerel too, and he just loved it. And it's just, one of his things was that we enjoy all our life. We enjoy our Anishinaabe life. And we enjoy and we can give honor to those people that caught that fish, that cleaned that fish, that cooked that fish in the Anishinaabe way. And just to sit there and enjoy it was part of how we do things. And there's just so many of these things that we have. And this morning I was talking about a dinner last night I had with the family, my family. And all those, I've got 13 grandkids now. And all of them have their Anishinaabe name. When I was young, I didn't have that Anishinaabe name. And it wasn't important at that time to my family because they were taught that it wasn't important by their priests, by their school teachers, by the Indian agent, by all those people that said, this is not important. What is important is that you can become part of everyday society, that you can go and work for somebody, that you can go and be out there and you can own land and you can vote and you can be a part of the Canadian society. That was the important thing. And our Anishinaabe way was sleeping for 100 years. And it woke up in 1969. It woke up when the eagle landed on the moon. It woke up when our leaders woke up that the society was going to push us down, to oppress us, so there was no more Anishinaabe. And there's something in the treaties that also talk about that we can't forget. When there are no more Anishinaabe, all that land that's our land reverts to the crown. Read those treaties. It says that. So they are basically being two-faced in so many ways that one time they controlled who was an Indian, and then they wanted to make sure that under the treaties that the land would revert to them when there was no Indians. We fooled them, didn't we? We fooled them because we became stronger every day. We became more vibrant. We became more Anishinaabe. We were started to remember those things. We started to wake up to who we are. Those children that we see, my grandchildren, they understand who they are. They're proud of who they are. They are Anishinaabe. They're going to be a stronger Anishinaabe than me. They're going to be a stronger Anishinaabe as they go on. Their children will be stronger than them. And that's how we continue to revitalize the nation, to rebuild the nation that was sleeping. It never went away, it was sleeping. And I can proudly say that I had these people around the room here, my friends, my colleagues, people I looked up to, that we all form a part of the rebuilding of this nation. And I just want to also say thank you to the Wandavents family for being who you are and for sharing Gord with us for all those years. So, Chimigwech.
Miigwech Abe. That's 13 grandchildren. That's 2 hockey teams. John doing his part. Chimigwech John. The one thing I could say about our next speaker's leadership is he's been doing this a long, long time. And not doing this in a long, long time and showing, he's been able to deliver. That's a key competency in leadership, is being able to not only say what you need to say, but be able to act, to be able to see it through. And that's one thing that Widase is able to do. He is our Commissioner on Governance, and he's also been, I think, 2-time Grand Council Chief. And he was the first to carry that title of Grand Council Chief. Prior to that, this was a colonial organization. It was the Union of Ontario Indians. It was based in Toronto. The leader of the Union of Ontario Indians was the president and the chair of the board. Well, Grand Council Chief was the first to carry that term, that name, that title, and start to lead us in this time. So, big round of applause from Ondek Omnikoning, past Grand Council Chief Patrick Medabe.
Bonjour. Without said, there's Nagas, on the Kam Nakaning, Nunjaba, Begizet Odem. Boy, it's hard to come up here and think of what to say because there's been just so many things that have happened, and and I've mentioned it many times. Gitsit Ba, Shike Ba, and I went to school with each other since grade 2. So that's a long time, and I'm thinking, to a certain extent that those nuns and those people that were punishing us constantly for the one time we were bad, punishing us constantly. There was Gordon Ba, Ichi Ba, it was there, former chief of Shigwenda, Richard Ba Shawanda, and myself. Always seemed to be kneeling in the corner, getting punished for one thing or another. But it was a good time for us to talk to each other. And we kind of made a pact amongst ourselves when we were kneeling in that corner, supposedly supposed to be praying for our forgiveness for whatever transgression we had done that particular day. But we didn't think we were doing anything wrong. We were just being boys. And boys get into trouble. That's our job. And but we said, they can beat us, which they did all the time, but they'll never beat us. And I think in some ironic twist of irony, they probably made us strong because we were just that resilience that John was talking about. That sort of come to the forefront. And we've logged a lot of miles, over those years. And, it's all those leaders that were introduced. My friend Gwingos there, Glenn, and I, we traveled a lot of miles, and he did most of the driving. The guy likes to drive. And I'd wake up every once in a while and say, you want me to drive a while? And before he could say no, I was already back falling asleep. And Shikeb traveled with us many times too. And he taught us so much. And everyone that has come along, whether they're Gimakwek, all the past Grand Council chiefs and deputies, everybody did their part, but probably the most important thing that I learned is that, we're just helpers. We are there for our people. That was what we were there for. No other reason, just to help, our people. And it talked about the nation building that was going on. And I used to say, before we can build a nation, we need to build a state. But it's a state of mind. That we have to believe with every fiber of our being as Anishinaabe, that we're on this land for a reason. And, the Anishinaabe way of doing things gets it by us to say, instead of Indian, act Indian. In other words, be an Anishinaabe. And be proud of who you are. Not just when you bring out the tax exemption card. So it's so important. A lot of work was done. During our time together, we worked on getting the some of the staff were always amazing. And I always want to give credit to the staff. The folks that were stayed in the background and but did all did the lion's share of the work. And so we worked on many things. And this business about rebuilding the nation or rebuilding our governance is not in any way, shape, or form anything to do with the Jagnash way. We use some of those tools to get to the goal. And there's many different paths to get to the goal. And they're all good. There's no bad thing about it. If anyone is trying to move the yardsticks, on regaining our sovereignty, those are all good ways as long as they're there. So we got the education governance passed. Again, I think Glenn will tell you more accurately, but I think we traveled something like 3 million kilometers, bore out several vehicles, and then we started on the the governance thing, and then the Cognoswin, the child well-being, and very soon behind that will be the health. And then as we look ahead, we'll see things happen. Things that I saw, probably close to 48 years ago, tribes in the States already had their own justice programs, their own courts. We need to do that, especially to get our child issues out of the provincial courts. And this is all part of the teachings and the vision that Gitsidba guided all of us leaders. We didn't wake up one morning and say, oh, we got to do this today. He taught us over many, many days. It wasn't just like one teaching. He kept teaching us and preparing us. And he knew as well that he kept telling, you leaders and you spiritual people need to get ready. He said, I'm not going to be here all the time. And he knew that. And he said, you got to get ready and start doing that. And that's why it's so important that young people are picking up the responsibility. But it's everyone's responsibility. So, as I said, I think, a lot of us learned a lot from Gitsidba. He guided all of us, and he was our strength. And he's still here. So think about him all the time. Anyway, I also say miigwech to the family for sharing him with us. he was probably, and sometimes I think he spent more time with us than he did with you. But anyway, Chimigwech, and miigwech to all of you for coming. People out there on what do you call that thing, live stream. And I see my good friend has arrived from Pucknawagan First Nation, and so anyway, miigwech, that's all I'll say. I'm going to get the hook here any second anyway. So, Chimigwech.
Good to see you, James. Nice to see you here. I do want to acknowledge our Grand Council, Deputy Grand Council chiefs that are sending their regrets today too. Over in Binjit, the Wabik, Zagin, Deputy Grand Chief Mel Hardy from Northern Superior Region. Of course, past Grand Council Chief himself and the Deputy Grand Chief of the Southwest Region is Joe Muskokoman. He was the first Grand Chief that I worked with. Back in the day. So I want to acknowledge Big Joe in Chippewa, the Thames. I also want to acknowledge, of course, Travis Busno, who is not able to join us today. I want to talk a bit in introducing Glenn, who I had a chance to work with as when he was Gima at Chiging, and certainly when he was deputy and then Grand Chief here at Anishinaabeg Nation. And the one thing that I could say about Guingos is, he is one that delivers his work from the heart. And that's really resonated, not only with the chiefs in Lake Huron region or across the Anishinaabeg, but now right across Ontario, right across the country. And, he does that work from the spirit, from that good place, speaking for the children, speaking for Anishinaabe Kwewok, speaking for our elders, and doing that in a good way. As I mentioned, he is now the Ontario Regional Chief. So from Chiging First Nation, please welcome Glenn Hare, Guingos. Oh.
Honey, bonjour. Get nimnege go kwenda na ko tausing nang ko sinda miigwech en chigegi no gibesai kaiwet ko nang go nimne sabon gegi no kabginne ge quichke we menada ba get pane nimnege ni gibe kino mak aber kagem quichke na kam yat ge nek sabon Nishkeshagi must give a guage. You want your skull in the cane. Then dom down and then Gabit Kinomago, Gabit Kinomo Zitwa. Kaya noch Mandagamana King Jim the Mang. A song of Zen Panangigo. Gimaawin, Gayin noch, Dashpagabu see Jim the Man in a keen. Kanini bejo me, ikiro mako. Man bais nang nani boya. Man the hit connection the kegi no je mad big. Now no me yon boche. Yet nang mount dot gemak 3D3 9 is gadek. Miuge na sap man the gashanago. Kain gishpegabi si me. Kim kotauziang. Nes na. Nishnabe. Kishibiyang, give me a daughter of Senegan Gashibi make. No do what they win, they bench get Kimin gona, Shibigade. Me just want a connection that Niganiam the Mananga. Me a own way. Kinagamogo man than a keen and go and jibnema. A stang Glen. Abdek man the basic me go stuck Yagi Kashiak. Then Jinaki, I would the basic one to test on geek. Now, how ye know? Me red gumnik. Gibabia. Mukwendan and go. But you should gay way. Kai kababi chigesi. mi just chiges gonna gi marat. Anish na was it chi an din endam das. Ka we wana to moshit. Ma kwenash pone ga bekedat. Ka kendan was it chi. Ka gi stun go gi. Mi des ma ba, ki no man des kintam kom dan am abum tek. Min chuwa wam jing nang ba ge mak king na ni bo me skwang wana maing mi go ma ba ne ka ma stat tot we ge ste ge me ge nang go shinde we da na ni bo me ge mak king mi go ne kina ga ba kino ma go ge ni apron ge chi ya me do man da pogen gen gi mi ne pogen sebe kagi stone we gi go ba den endem jar von gi stone me do manda gi stone nim me do en sigi ga abdektion na batin do ma wana do moshit china ki ni manda get ki diave de kom jige mounti ding ne skebis ko se ba gi man o de mat being gi mama be jik gi ma we do no but John Sag du der doch selbst gar nicht. I'll English that soon. Geget nimne mo kwendana kena we gigidat. Mi shiugeni aptre mi gwetchedma. Kegi no pane un botcher on the gendat. Pane kida nshnabe. Mi guttam mas rab ni quain. Qui sin. After de boem gatwe. Ngoje un bot chain mi got me equation me going. Good day everyone. This is a honorable day. June 6th. Many years, all my years in my political years was with our friend. I traveled with him. We became millionaires, like Pat said, in kilometers. Okay, I remember a lot of things. I'm looking out for a lot of things that I was taught. Like when I got up here, I went and walked around the chair. Those are one of the things, the circle. And if I can, Nishnabek and chiefs, and I mean this with the utmost respect, I'd like to, if I can, when I can, share my advice that I was taught. Because when I was in Thunder Bay last week, our assembly would have not started until we had a tent for our firekeeper. It wouldn't have started. We would have made sure that was up. Those are the teachings I want to share as I go, because that is it, and that's sharing. Like this morning, I look for these things. I'm so proud when as I'm following that at our fire this morning, the circle. We were taught when you leave the circle, you go around. John, he crawled out the window. He would used to say to me, go call him, go wherever it may be, go call him. Crawl back in and use the door and shut the window. When I got this Chiefs of Ontario Regional Chief position, I'll step back once. I'll step back a couple of days before that. At our assembly, one of the Grand Chiefs spoke, or his chiefs, and read a letter to all of us that they were going to exit and leave the Chiefs of Ontario. He read it out loud. We all heard it. As I was speaking, and we all have them phones. It vibrated. I was speaking, and I looked at it, and you know where it came from. Yabe, it said. Asamsenden, Enonman. Just listen to what he's saying. Tell them you will go up and smoke the pipe. It changed right there. Our assembly, the tone. I did that pipe ceremony with Gichita in February. So when I got elected, Migumana, Glenn, there's no Eagle staff in that office. There never was. You have to make one. Again, I took it for granted that he would help me. I waited. And then it happened, because he always told us, one of these days I'm not going to be here. So when that happened, it really hit me. Now who's going to help me? I remember his words, different many times. You will know what to do. Well, I did it. With lots of help. I finished the bundle that needs to be there. He gave me the Pogan. I got a shaker. It's all there. Now I need a helper to represent us. So before my 10 minutes is up, I'd like to ask either Chop or Pearl to come up. Again, Mabinishnabe, he was responsible for everything that we're doing here. And I want to give the Chiefs of Ontario flag to you. So they don't fly forever, so when that wears out, give me a shout, I'll make sure I have another one. So again with that, Mandagi Gaknangwa, and I read your book at the assembly last week. That's why I did all my words first in Anishinaabe as long as it took me, because it was Anishinaabe Mda Day. And I went with that June 1st wording. And when I first started, I'm on the ground with you. There's so many stages. And I was right from my first week, I think, my first meeting in politics. My sister's the one that come up and said, Glenn, you're no higher than any of us. Don't speak down to us. So in Treaty 3 and then and today now and last week at your assembly, we were all like this. I want to say miigwech to that. That feels so awesome. Happy trails, wherever we're going. It is us. Miigwech.
I want to acknowledge that protocol that just happened that Gwingos gave to my brother Chop, that flag that's offered, those colors, that cloth. It is cloth, is what I don't think it's real cloth, but it's supposed to be cloth. That flag. And Chop reminded Gwingos that when gifts are given in this way, those gifts have spirit. They come from that spirit world that's so high above us. And when those gifts are given, when these items are given, they come from the spirit. So when we give them in physical form, they come from that place above. So that's that offering that you've seen. That it almost teases the recipient that you're going to get that, and you're anticipating that beautiful anticipation that sometimes we had as kids when we get those gifts, and that flag came to Chop's hands. So that's those are those protocols as Anishinaabe. We should start adopting and taking a look and doing those things in that way. That when these special things are given, that they're given from the Spirit. So we need to, you know, again, think Anishinaabe, act Anishinaabe in doing that. So a great reminder that that took place. We're going to take a break. We're ahead of schedule, which is great. I don't know how that happened with these speakers. But we are going to take actually a 15-minute break. We're going to come back at 10:30, and we are going to have our head Getsit address us to offer us that Anishinaabe creation story, to remind us of where we came from, to remind us of that level where these items, these bundles come from. So that'll be coming up. So those of you who are on our live stream, come back at 10:30, and we'll be back. Miigwech.
No, I was getting out of your way. I think I'll go get the old man.
take their places. Gonna welcome everybody back. Welcome everybody on the live stream. Find a seat. Get yourself comfortable. Before I introduce our head gets it, I'm going to just mention that over the lunch break, and this is for folks on the live stream as well as here in the under the tent, we are going to play a video of Gets It Ba and the teachings that go with these banners that are around this tent. These banners that you see here aren't just decor. These banners are the chief clans in our clan system. Those Dodemug. So those are those chief clans. So if you're interested in that, the chief clan teachings will take place via video at noon. Then after the video, I just want to let Commissioner Barb know. We're going to ask you to come and speak just at the end of the lunch break, if that's okay, Barb. And then same with Jeanette Corbière-Laval, our Commissioner on Debit-Dogsawat, to offer us just brief words, maybe 5-7 minutes. That's what we're aiming for. So that'll be just before 1 o'clock after the video. So we'll make sure Barb and Jeanette get lunch first. All right. I'm going to ask everyone to find a seat. The way we receive these teachings, and again, this is Nishnabe Gishgat, so I'm going to offer the way that was given to me as a very young man learning these ways by so many of our teachers across our nation. When we receive these teachings, and I seen a Sinikwe doing that this morning during the morning ceremony. When we receive these teachings, we find our seat. We sit down. We're ready to give our full attention. Sometimes our eyes can be open, sometimes they can be closed, but we're listening. We're also receiving these teachings. And the way we receive in our societies is with our hands open. You know, we're receiving those. You don't have to do a big thing about it, just put your hands open on your lap. You know, and if you need your coffee or your water, that's fine too. But that's how we receive these in our way. You're showing that you're receiving this knowledge that comes from our relative here. I want to introduce you to our head gets it. He's going to provide us with the creation story. And the creation story begins, like many other things, begins with that first one that we call Gijemenedo, our great kind spirit, the creator, who exists alone in that place. And then what came of that? What came of that first thought of our Creator? Our head gets it is going to offer that. His English name is Richard Asinaway. He's from Wikwem Kong. He's of the Asin Dodem, the Stone clan. And his Dishnabe Noswin is Nimki Onquat, which refers to that cloud, those clouds that we might see a little bit later today, that give us that voice, that strong voice, is where his name comes from. So I'm going to turn it over to Head Gets It, Richard Asinaway.
Okay. You good. Bonjour, de nemang de dik. Nimki on kot gerin degu. Ubenes ganana to moet. Mena os senigatu te mia. Aje limit. Hamne to gin de vent again. Haminon goding, gitimi got sende mino, gi mukubuting ya geni sheva. I wika bo dawe, mat ziners ni kadik. Minong goding, hi mi bedik kok dawe. Minong goding, hi mi abs kuberjig yaat kuberjigan. Ka wama da win, ka benis na muin. Giaba jet tonen nigamonen, ka benis naman. Nigam to go give in the duck and the verse go out. A haders nunga to turn out. Minonish nave, gay me om the way to gay, as you mean to go it. With the snave as the inner nicotic. Minonish nave is a toin. A haders minon gooding. You wedge me go, say among yant kenamago. We aren't sook, ya. Waan sukkaataan ani kaavin mastaamigo kenego goegu. Ahaders nedu agdamagem tushin bunigedet tushin. Kaavin jeden dikket gaven goding dinwe. Geni gavriki nomagwa gojagnashim. Ajan sastuat alin gav. Gavag version dinwe. Kanige awane. Noem tugujim gogeli vungi. Was nog een bedet toestin. Aha. I'd like to say good morning, everyone. Yes, Richard Stenaway was a given name that was given when I was born. And that name that we all receive when we were born, it's to understand where we come from. And if I ask someone, where did you come from? We're going to answer, from my parents. And I don't mean that. I don't mean that part. We came there after. We came from there after. Where do we come from? A jajok, they call. Spirit, that's what they call it in English. All of us come from spirit long before we were born. And it doesn't matter how far back it was. You may have a 10-year-old brother that's older than you. You came from spirit long before that. And by the time we come to this world, we see it. So when we come from that spirit part of it, we already chose who our mother is going to be and our father in spirit. Doesn't matter who it is. It could be a stepmom or a stepdad too. Whoever raised you, it could be your grandmother. We chose them. And here we are. That's how we came to be. But that nosewin that I received, that we all received, Richard is the name I'm known as. That comes from the British, European. And that's how they're supposed to recognize us as who we are, so they can pronounce that our identity as their way. What does my name mean? A definition? I don't know. I still don't know what it means, but there has to be a meaning to that name. The only thing I can think of is, Richard. It sounds like someone that's rich. I don't have much. But that's what it sounds like. But all I know is this. Those names that we were all given from birth, English names, European, British, those names does have a meaning, but we don't know what it is. We may know it, but we won't. But all I know is this, those are good names too. There's nothing wrong with them. And those names are supposed to carry us through life until you find the real you. And when you find the real you, your Nishinave knows when that you were born with. Minito gavinik, what Creator gave you. P, once you receive that name, that's when the Creator gave us, or charges, I guess you can say. We're charged with things, both male and female. What are we charged with? The women their roles. What they're charged with from Nidu is this. Only two things a woman was charged with. Number one is to give life. And number two is to nurture. Those are the only two. And that's what they do. Nurture, right from day one. My mother nurtured me once I was born, right after. Where did they place me? On her chest, to nurture me as a Benoji. Protected me, comforted me, loved me, everything. And as I grew up, she was still nurturing me. Even today. My mom is still around, she's still here. And that nurturing she gives me every time I go home. And I go back to that little boy once again. When I see her, I guess I can say, when I see my mom, once again. I act like a little baby again. And that's who we are as men. We will always be that Benoji. Always. So, that nurturing that a woman provides, women have done that for thousands of years, that nurturing part of their lives. No matter what, they'll go through hard times, but they'll keep nurturing. Doesn't matter how they're treated or how much they're abused, they'll continue nurturing. It doesn't stop. But there are times a woman will forget their role. It's not their fault. It's what was taken away from them. We see that now. Young mothers that are out there that are struggling with what's taken over now in today's lives, which is the drug world, alcohol even, forgetting how to nurture their children even. I went through that. I did that. That was me, growing up as a young man. I made those mistakes too. And I learned from it. But I had to pay a price. I had to pay for that, you know. So us men now that are here, what are we charged with? What we're charged with is, we're very pragmatic. That's who we are. And we're strategic thinkers, problem solvers. That's who we are. That's what Nadu gave us men. But nowhere in there gave us that gift of nurturing. We don't know how. The closest thing we can get to nurturing is we polish our chrome rims on the cars, polish the tools, you know. Look after those things, you know, boat even. Your car, polish it up, you know. But when it comes to nurturing, we don't know how to nurture. We depend on a woman for that. That's where we get that from. Whether it's from our mothers, our grandfathers, aunties, our grandmothers, aunties, sisters even. It goes on and on. That's where we get that nurturing from. And we need that, us men. I still need it. And where I saw that was my mother. Lost my brother in December. Died of sickness. Mogo, they call that. Mogo. Mogo is cancer. Mogo means eating, something eating away. Magwa. That's that bug that keeps eating. That's what he died from. Suffered for quite a while. But as my brother was growing, I seen that nurturing from my mother, how she nurtured my brother. He's younger than me. Always there for him. He pops in the house. Mom, what's that? Can you make me a sandwich? My mom gets up right away. She kept doing it. She still does it today for us. Always has a meal on the stove. Always cooking. That's that nurturing. And at that time when my brother was given a death sentence, he was given a death sentence. By who? Mushkikirin, as we call, I guess, doctor. Gave him the death sentence of so much time. And it was hard on him, growing up with that. And the struggles, seeing it in his eyes. Fear as well. And it got worse on him. In his last 2 weeks maybe of on his deathbed, who was there beside him? Our mother. Nurturing him, holding his hand, touching his forehead, rubbing his forehead to his face. And my brother kind of lost conscious after, but my mom was still there, right to the end, when he took his last breath. That nurturing didn't stop there. She continued even after that time to help him with his journey. Even still, she still nurtures him in spirit. So that nurturing goes on for life. You know, the women that carry that gift of nurturing. Without you as women, we can't do nothing like that. We depend on you. And that's one of the things that us men need to understand. The roles and gifts what a woman carries. I didn't understand that growing up. I wasn't taught that. I didn't know. And here I am. I'm glad. You know, I learned as I grew. But coming here today to join you is to celebrate this Nishnawbe Gijigat. It's exciting. And I was asked to share like a creation story part of it on Sukhan. Now when it comes to creation stories, there's a lot to share. A lot of different people share different ways how they describe the creation, how it all began. So I'd like to welcome you all to take part in listening to what I'm going to talk about. And everybody at home that are listening and watching this, all I ask is this: pay attention. And I did not come here to change your way. That's not my thing. I don't do that. And the story I'm about to tell you is all relates to all those stories that are out there about creation. They're all the same, but different wording maybe, how they describe it, but it's all the same. Okay, and what I'm going to talk about creation, I wrote it down here so I don't forget what I'm going to talk about. But I wasn't there when it was created. I didn't see it, you know. Like we're talking about, I don't know how many millions and billions years ago. That's what elders, grandmothers, people want to share to remind us how it all began. So it all began with spirit. And that's where I'm going to start. There was a time, I guess, way back when, long before anything existed. It was a total, complete darkness. Nothing, no sound, no light, nothing at all. David Jaget, creator, knew something. That something is about to happen. But what happened to Minedo, David Jaget? Saw something, which is the vision. The vision of it all. And that vision was how he did it. Midas gave out Jaget, and he blew. He out Jaget, and called something. That's what we do in our ceremonies. We blow whistles, calling something, asking for something. Minedo, we got Jaget. When you blew, we out Jaget. And something came out of him. And Midas, Ashko Butaj when he blew, me gives cockiness sick, a spark ignited. A small little spark, like just a little speck of spark. Midas Gegogi Nundang. And a sound came with that spark. Wogunedersho. Misigi no edim kik. Those thunders that we hear, that spark we see, Miga, that's the ones. But when he blew, you saw that, what's coming next after that. Give it a gosh no edim kik. Midas Minoa, das all those quotations, sparks. It went over into it started to form itself into what's so-called star galaxy. Nangukading, in the skies. Nivana, millions of them spread out. Midas Minoa, Minedo, Bejigi Sat, Nen Nangun, Besha, brought it closer, two of them. And what was that first star? And it's called the Gishanang, Shkode. Shkode gave me one of the gifts that we received. That's what he gave to the people ahead. We weren't here yet then. But that fire was brought by Benedo. And that Benedo placed that Gishanang in the sky world. Mimino Gi sought the big soon to even the moon. Both of them to watch at a distance. Both of them. Always to be together. Not to separate from one another. But they traveled together. And there was a time when these stars met, which is called, I guess, day star and moon met each other. They met. Still today we see that happening. How is that? It's called the eclipse. When our grandfather sun, our grandmother moon, when they meet. And when they meet, you're going to see in the sky how it looks different. That's when they visit one another and they talk about things. Maybe change what's coming. Whatever else. They talked about that, what's coming, and the next part of this creation. Midas, when they got together like that, they gave each other a gift. And what was that gift? A Wobanu Kwe was born. That's that morning star. That morning star that we saw this morning at our gathering here at sunrise ceremony, that's that woman, Wabanokwe. That's that woman that wakes up all creation. And I sang that song this morning, Wabanonagawen, they call morning song. I sang that. And it talks about that glitter in the sky to let us know something's coming. So her gift was to wake up everyone, to let us know that something is coming. Midashmino, Minedo, even Square Velunke, the creator spun the galaxy again to form its the star world, even the Milky Way, even that we hear about and that we've learned about. And from that time on, when he spun, these Nungu Kanak, when they spun around, they draw particles of sand. And they all help each other to form something, from that sand. And that sand grew larger and larger, that turned into what's called a king, this earth, this world we're living in. With that, it came with minerals with that, what they carried. Different types of minerals, stones, gems, you name it. And in those minerals, there is things there for the future, the people that are coming. Those minerals are for them to use. And these minerals are all types of rock, from sand to stone, gems. That's what it came to be. And when they were created, when that was created, that earth, tear down, with joy, tear down with joy, so happy. She saw the earth forming. The tears trickled down and landed on the earth and turned into the waters, the bodies of waters that we see now. Some of those tears that she dropped were clean, very, very clean. And there's the other side of her eye. The tears that came down was very salty. And that's that salt water. Salt waters we know of today, the oceans. And the fresh waters we have that surround us. Anyway, that's the one. Midashmino after that, Minadogi Bigetnan, Yibinisnan, created all the swimmers. Gigoik, all the ones that swim. Both male and female. And the ones that used to show up a lot, and they're still around. And I think we're going to see them more in the future. What are they? Nibikwe, I guess. Nibinave, they call. Which is the mermaid and the merman, male and female. They look after that water, those waters. They look after all that, the fish, all the ones that swim in the waters. That's their gift. Sometimes they show up in a shoreline. The mermaid will sit there and then comb her hair. Or sometimes they used to show up in the wells, water wells. People live up the wells, they show up there too. But this is still long before man came, all this happened. Then the Creator sent the spark and sound of the magnetic energy, Miyagnim Kik, that I talked about earlier. That force of it all. There's two types of forces. One's the sky thunders, they call, and one's the ground thunders. Ground thunders are Takabinim-kik, they call. Those are the ones that shake the world. Earthquake they call, I guess. Takabinim-kik. Lightning comes up from that one. Over there and then back down again. That's their job. And then Minedu, once he saw that there was energy, both sky world and the ground, earth. Then he started to create his garden. Minedu get the garden, as we call, Creator's Garden. From the first blade of grass, sweet grass, or any grass, plants, berries, fruit, everything, to all types of bushes like chokecherry or willow. That's for something too. That's for future. Then created Tiganaged and Oak, I guess you can call them. They created tree people. All the trees we see. All the tree people out there. We were looking around here. Every tree people. All the evergreens. Hardwoods. All the softwoods. Each tree was instructed to offer their gifts. So, these here where I'm at right now, from when time began, every one of these, the star world, the geese soak, the grandfather, sun, the moons, lightning, everything, even the garden, they were given instruction. Keep makanagas, look, that's how we say that. Makanagan. They were given a specific law to follow, what they have to offer and what they carry. They were given that. And they knew it once they were told. Midash Mino, after the tree people, all the ones that crawl, little bugs, and those ones, some of them will crawl, but some of them will fly too. And the ones that are closest to the Nimkik, the thunder beings, is you'll see them soon. They're going to go like this in the evening. What are they called? Memateshi. They call them Memateshi Suk, which is fireflies. Yeah, they spark up. That's medicine they carry. Very powerful. Again, they were instructed to given that gift. So different types of insects crawl, the one, even the gnebeguk, the one that slither. And then Mishminon Aminedu created all the four-legged. But the four-legged he created had claws. Shkajik, their claws in their feet. If it was the winged one, it was claws at the end of their wings. Claws. They never flew, those ones. They couldn't fly. But that's how they attacked. And they used their claws to pull. When they do their hunt, to take down another animal or something, they use their claw and their feet to hold it down and kill it. That's what he created back then. Winged ones that flew in the sky, even underwater. There are some of them that flew underwater. The winged ones. Some could not fly with clawed wings, like I said. They couldn't. And also, what was created was very, very tall, two-legged beings like us. How tall were they? 20 feet tall, maybe more. Maybe 15 feet, but 20 feet, maybe taller than that. We know at that time the four-legged clawed and the winged ones and the tall beings, Creator saw that those were too big for the world, for the earth. They would have been too strong for a future generation that are to come. Be too strong for them, wouldn't be able to handle them. So what happened? And these ones I'm talking about is Kikadal Nangwe, they call. Kikadal Nangwek. Kikadal Nangwek means dinosaurs. That's the one he created. All those big ones. Kikadal Nangwek. Dinosaurs were created. And then Creator sent a long-tailed star after that when he knew that these animals were too big. The long-tailed star, that Nung, that we talked about earlier, the star world, it was known as the asteroid at the time. Shkode, that was fire in the sky. And sent that to the earth and caused climate change. Turned into fire and floods. Every four and two-legged dinosaurs died from that, including the clawed winged ones, and vanished and turned into fossils millions of years later. That's what we see now. That's what's out there still. Even the biggest fish of all, everything that he created, it was too enormous. Wouldn't be able to handle that in the future ones that are coming. So, Creator instructed the star galaxy to come together and form into astrology, as what we see now. When we look up in the skies, we see all these different star patterns out there. And when we look up in the skies, we're always looking for something. In the nice clear night, stargazing, people always look for that Big Dipper. A Big Dipper. Now, Creator then created smaller versions of the four-legged animals at that time. The hoofed and the claw. Smaller versions. We see them now, and they're lizards and salamanders, even crocodiles, all smaller versions of they're descendants from the dinosaur world, but they're much smaller now. That's where we're at now with that, I guess. Now, winged ones were also created of all types to fly, and the ones that walk only. There's winged ones that fly in the sky world, to use that air that we were given by Benetu. And but the ones that walk only, that could not fly, me one ostrich, I guess, emu, those ones, penguins. Penguins swim, but they can't fly. They walk on land, but they can't fly. That's what Creator created. There's a lot of them. A lot of those ones that he created. Finally, Menedo, Agini Sanan, finally Creator lowered being to earth from the star world known as the Big Dipper, as we see now. Gopagan, they call. Gopagan is the dipper. So if we look at that dipper now, if you count those stars on there, there's 7. 4 to make the bowl and 3 handle. There used to be 8. Where is that 8th star? Ginwe. Us. The Big Dipper had 7 stars, and at that time there were 8. The 8th star is us. This is why we are known as star people. Star people. That's who we are. So that means when that 8th star was lowered, Nisna Be, lowered being. It's not really a Nishnave, and I heard that this morning. It's a Nishnave, how we were all lowered here, when time began. The 7 stars that represent our 7 grandfather teachings on that dipper, and the clans that we hear and see today. We connect with them. We connect with those gifts, those clans, with that. So all these, the creation part of it all, when I went through this creation piece, every one of them was given a duty. Right from the stars, to meet that woman in the mornings. That's when our ceremonies start, as that morning star. That's when we do those ceremonies and start that morning. People ask me, what time is sunrise ceremony? Morning star. That's when. Not after the sun comes up. It's way before that. And to acknowledge that woman, acknowledge her and thank her. And Hagishanang, the day star that's looking down on us right now, giving us life. To guide us through in life. And so everything can grow. So without that sun, we wouldn't be here. We'd be all gone. Nothing would exist. So we need to greet that and Mishumas in the mornings like that. And give it thanks once again. You know what the big Jesus and Grandmother Moon, they come together as man and woman to help each other out. You know, stand by one another. That's why those ones were created, so we don't forget that. When that Grandmother Moon, Grandfather Son meet, they talk about things. I'm sure maybe all of you here remember growing up with your grandparents, like I did. They used to sit us in a floor. My grandpa and grandma would share the past, present, and future. Everybody was quiet, and we didn't stare at them. We listened what they were talking about. That was old Nishnada way of life. That part there, it's almost gone. We need to bring that back once again. And share with our grandchildren even. People start sitting like that once again and keep that tradition going. To tell stories even. You know, when I grew up, I had everything. Gikchit toys, I guess you can say that. Well off. How? On my dad's side, I grew up with my grandpa and my grandma. They showed me a lot, taught me a lot growing up. On my mom's side, I grew up with my grandpa and my grandma too. That was amazing, growing up with that. Lucky grew up with that and how they taught me and what they showed me. I don't have that anymore. They're gone. And that's the way it used to be. Some people didn't get a chance to grow up with their grandparents like I did. And there's reasons for it. So, even though that's almost gone now, we used to visit Grandma and Grandpa. It still exists today, but in a different way. How? Through creation. And I remember a while back, I think it was in Toronto, one of the conferences, something went on one time in the United States, Chinookamont King, that there was an individual, a man or whoever, shot people from a hotel down below. I forget how many years ago, maybe six years ago or something. And people asked me, Richard, what's going on in this world? I said, I'll explain it. At that time, what happened was that old tradition of grandmother and grandfather sharing their stories with us. It's almost gone. We need to bring that back. But it's here in a different way now. How? Our grandmother Moon and our grandfather Sun will meet. And they'll start talking amongst themselves to let us know what's coming, what's going to happen, what's changing. So when they meet like that in the sky, we're always told, don't look at them. Respect them. What do people do? They put on their little goggles, cardboard goggles, and look up. God. Let them visit. And right after they meet, you're going to see things start to happen in this world. Floods, fires, shootings here and there, all kinds of stuff going on. And we need to pay attention to them. Isn't done, as much as you can. Because they're the ones that know. They see, they have Naboka, what they call wisdom. They carry that gift. So that's what they were, how the grandfather's son, grandmother Moon, he makanegaz what they're given, instruction, what to do, what they have to offer to us. You still do it today. Now, even the Nangu Kalak, their duties, their responsibilities, they still do it. Even all the plants that were created. You can have a book, even the ones that crawl, slither, they're there for a reason, and they're going to help us. Doesn't matter what critter it is, doesn't matter what insect. I know the ones that slither, a lot of people are afraid of snakes. A lot of people dream of them wrapping around their leg or nipping at them. But that snake is very, very sacred. And what do they carry? Is that gift of healing. They carry their medicines. And that's what they used to use. And that was the Creator instructed them. You offer that to the people. Offer yourself to them. They still do today. How? In a different way. We use them at ceremonies. We use them in different ways. The other one is a G-Scott, shake tent ceremonies. When they built those rings. Those are the snakes, they represent snakes. To protect that one, he or she that's in there. The one on the bottom. There's another one on top. That's the one to look after things. Only good things come in. That's what they were instructed. That's their job. That's their duty, is to watch. So every one of them was given that instruction. What they have to offer to the future generation. And even all the minerals, all the rocks, what was placed there for us. What's placed there for us? Pogonah sin, pipe stones, for us, for the future to use, people that are coming to start to use and pick up. And Minedo will show us those things in our dream later, after you're born. And then all the grasses, what their job is, what their duties are, the instructions that they all received from Minedo. This is your job. This is what you're going to be looking after. This is what part you're going to be offering yourself to the future, because they're coming. And then all the tree people, evergreens, hardwoods, softwoods, weegoss, you name it, birch bark, this goes on and on. They were instructed to provide for the people. I see that now when I look around. Those tree people that I see here in this very room, I see tree people here and stone people. What are the tree people? Adegan, pipe stems. We can out to cook staffs that are here. Tree people. And all the stone people. All those pipe bowls that are here with us. And these minerals that were given like that, there's many of them. We were given what we're given. There's gems, that's not really ours. That belongs to someone else. What are those gems, I guess, or minerals? Gold. And what can do to someone is that gold can make somebody crazy. Never enough. They want more and more and more. You know, Savik, the diamond, that too. That's what they're after, but that's somebody else's. But we are known as stone people. That's who we are. That's why we go to sweat lodges. We go to the stone people for help, for healing. There's going to be tree people there too, to protect us, watch over us. That's their job. Even all the medicines every tree carries, what they have to offer. Minedo instructed them that, to provide that to us, so we can live the life. Even the winged ones that were created. Aha, Gegi, Kashamava. Go to that Nishnave, offer your life to them. And they're going to honor you in a sacred way. And we see it here now. We see B'nai Suk here on these Miganat Tuguk, all the feathers, all the wings. And look how we're honoring them. Look what we're doing. So each and every one of these things that were created, they were given all instructions. They call. That's how we say it. And for us, when we came into this world, we were given that two instruction. But what is it? And that's where we forget. What is our duty in life? What is our purpose in life? Everything out there knows their purpose. What about ours? And that's what we need to seek. How? Go to those stone people. Go to those tree people. Go in the bush. Go sit down for a while over there. Fast. Because you need to go in, they'll let you know. They'll show you something. That's the way. And if you don't quite understand, God mean to go in the gifts that you were born with, you let them know. And even me, what I received, I not once asked for what I'm doing now. I didn't ask for this. I was shown and I was given. That's how these gifts come to us. every one of us are shown what Minado Debenjaget gave us and showed us. I know a lot of people that come from, like me, back in my day growing up. Even ago, I was damaged up here and in here. How I was raised, alcohol abuse, you name it. And these residential schools, day schools, I went there, damaged again. Something taken away. What did they take away from me? That where I was born with. We're all born with those gifts. I lost one of them one at a time. When I lost that gift of love, I started to hate everything and everyone. When I lost that gift of, well, maybe knowledge, I guess, wisdom, I used to pay attention when I was young. But once I lost that, I became ignorant. Yeah, right, as if I didn't believe anymore. And then that gift of respect from not in the morning, I lost that too, and started disrespecting myself. People, things around me, didn't matter. It's because what was taken away. I lost my gift of Hokkaday when courage when I was young. Started living in fear. And that gift of humility, I lost. I had it at one time, and I lost it. What took over my life? Ego. Everything was about me. Me, me, me. Yeah. Then my honesty led to being dishonest in my life. And my truth led to lie my way around. Easy way. So the original gifts that we all received in life was the original 7. It's those 7 grandfather teachings that we hear about all the time, that we're reminded of, that what we're born with. Those used to be the original 7 a long, long time ago when our ancestors lived their life. But way back then, not one of those elders ever talked about or taught those 7 grandfather teachings to the tribe of people. Not once. Not once they brought them up. Why? It's because they lived it. That's the way they lived, that way of life. And as time went on, we start to lose that. Then we receive another 7 gifts on top of those 7, which are those opposite that I just talked about. In darkness. And that's where a lot of people are stuck even today. I don't believe, and I'll never believe, that there's no such person as a bad person, a bad dad, or a bad mom, irresponsible parent, or a bad child. They don't exist. Why are they like that? Something here and hurt inside. That's all. They've been born with those gifts. We need to help them find them, guide them through, so they can live that life once again. So they lost their role and responsibility, and it's not their fault. Even today in our communities, what we hear now, what's taken over, drug world, lots of it now. We cannot get angry at them, or argue with them, or tell them to stop even. They don't want to hear that. We need to help them because that's a sickness, that's a disease. They need help. We have to try and help them any way we can. That can happen to anyone at any given time in this calendar year. Swin, they call. 2022 we're at, how things have changed. It doesn't matter who you are. You can be the biggest chief of all, the greatest elder of all, wise one, grandmother, or an executive director somewhere, or a president, or wherever. Doesn't matter where. Doesn't matter who you are. You'll never know. Your children can fall into that, or your grandchildren. That can happen. That has happened, and it's happening now. Now it's time to start using our gifts that we're given. So Mnidu, what Mnidu gave us, and start applying them in our lives, and try to help any way we can. Even for me, I don't know much. I'm still learning. I'll never know everything I want to learn in my lifetime. That's impossible. But I remember one time though, I must have been 14, 15 years old. I remember back then I knew everything. I had all the answers. When I think back now, as I get older now, the older I get, the less I know. You know? But that's how we all grow back then. You know? Knowing everything. Huh? You can't, I know. Like that. So, Midashmana, this creation part of the story I told you, you're going to hear it many, many different ways. How it's explained. Even when the four-legged dove down the water, you've heard that. You know, Shike, Canuck, turtles back to all this North America we're living in now. Turtle Island, they call. You'll hear that part too. And it's all the same, what I talked about. All these ones, all these animals that were provided for us to start using and go to them for help. You want to go to the Mikana? I'll help you. You go to that turtle. Where would you find that one? Ajiska. That's where it's at. That's where it speaks. You also find it in the water. There was one time, not too often, this will happen actually in real life, is that people will see that turtle, that biggest turtle of all, on the shorelines, coming up to the shore. And when it does that, if you ever have the chance to see that in your lifetime, it's going to come up with its head up, and just the front legs, part of it showing. And it looks up. And when you look at it in the eyes, it's going to look like someone you know, maybe, when you saw someone had the most beautiful, beautiful eyes. That's the eyes it has. And it'll stand there like this, and it'll look around. It moves its neck side to side, and it blinks ever so slowly. Manda. Like that. That's what it does. And you also find them in the bush when you're walking along. Sometimes they cross the highways too. Again, they carry that gift, that makanagan, how they were given to provide for us and how we use them. We use them for pouches, sema, like that. Gashkabin dagan they call, which is a bundle bag, I guess, in English. Gashkabin dagan. And there's something else they do too. Shike, as we call Canuck. Hunters, when they're lost in the woods. And if they know this, and if they know they're really lost, all they have to do is, they will always find a turtle. And they will always come across it. Doesn't matter what size it is, it could be the smallest one. And all you have to do is pick it up. And you to speak to that. Aha! You can, whatever word you want to use. Kinnock, she can't, another more shin. Help me, I'm lost. I don't know where I'm at. Don't shin. Show me the way. What happens to you while you're holding it? Make sure the head is pointing in front of you. Then you start walking with it in the bush, under the cane, all over the place. Until you find or recognize an area, that's when you put it back on the ground. It'll turn around, it'll go back to where you picked it up, because it was on a journey. And I don't want to say you distracted it. You know, he knows, that turtle knows what happened to you, but he's going to help you. So what does that turtle become? It becomes a compass. Maji Nick, it'll take you where you need to go. That's their gift. Yeah. And there's songs for that one. When that turtle get to being Balmar shit, you know, when he travels over the water and seeks Anishinaabe, when he travels over the water, looks around, looking for Anishinaabe. And once he finds Anishinaabe, then the Menendo, Devi and Jaget, will go with the Nuiji on Mikanakun, and go with the turtle, and go offer healing to that Anishinaabe. That's how that works. So all these different things that were created for us, and every one of them is alive. This earth we're living in, it's a living being. It's alive. Scientists wanted to prove that. Wrong. And they did a study. It took them a long time to figure that out. That this world is actually alive in spirit. You know? And it is true. But how does it work? How did it all work? There's a scientific term they use to find that out. And how everything began was what's called ions. Ions, in the scientific term. What are ions? If you don't know what ions are, Monpik and up, you look in here. Then you'll know what ions are. You'll know it. There's a lot more here. These gifts that we were given, Menedu, what He created for us. All those 4 elements. We saw it this morning, Shkote, what it has to offer. Even the nebe, Nudin, and the air that we breathe. And the land. So here we are now, celebrating Nishnave Ishigat. Nishnave Ishigat, our day to celebrate and honor what we're given, those gifts. And start from here on now to bring out your bundles. There was a time that those bundles were taken away from our people. We have to remember now those days are over. Time to bring them out. Show them who you are and be proud of who you are, but to never, never be ashamed of yourself. Time to rise. Start using them. I know, Anishi na Shagana Shita Bogan. 20 minutes? Oh. 20 minutes given the Anishtana de Bogas. And that's that language, when I asked them, what's the, how did I say that? Shaganar Shida Bogan, is that what I said? Shaganar Shida Bogan is white man's time. Yeah. Nishna, that's false time, they call this false time. Nishnave knows that. Our time is Manda. We don't go with any Tabagi sword. We go with the sun or the moon, seasons even. That's how we time things. And when people get none, what I'm gonna do now? You spin away you out. If there's anybody in here that wants to ask something, I will try to answer. But here's the thing though, I'll let you know. I am very transparent. If I know it, I'll answer it. If I don't, I'll tell you right away. Anybody want to ask? Here you go. Yeah. No one?
That's it. Maybe since this rain has started, since you were talking, I'm not saying it's your fault. But
There's a very special place in our creation story for those rainwaters and the different types of waters. Maybe you can speak and elaborate a bit on those.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Okay, there's different types of those. Remember those tiers I talked about? The water, how it's formed? Both salt water and fresh water. Each one of the rains. Very sacred when that happens, especially when the Nimkik first come around in the springtime. When they bring that to us, that's the time to collect it and use that for healing. No Jamawin they call. But you can also use it throughout the summer months, different ways. But there are different types of those rains. And what are those? Tkibi Sa. I want to name some of them. Tkibi Sa, Nukabi Sa, Mangabi Sa, Jebi Sa, Ganjabi Sa, okay, Nukabi Sa. Zegabi Sa, yeah, there's the one. There's the other one. Zegabi Sa. Zegabi Sa, what you're saying is like when you see that rain, like really coming down in different sparks, and you're almost afraid of it. Zegabi Sa. Nukabi Sa is that calm rain. The calming. Nukabi Sa. Tkibi Sa is usually in the fall. You'll feel that. Fall rains, you feel chilly. When you're out there in the rain, Tkibi Sa, they call. Mangabi Sa is that big heavy raindrops you see. Look, you can see them hit. Mangabi Sa. And BCB Sa. BCB Sa is that fine misty rain. BCB Sa when that misty rain comes down. Migewe. So all these different types of rains, they're there for a reason. And each one of them too, you know what, they actually have songs for those ones. For all these different types of rains and what they do, what their role is, and what their job is. So many of them. It's like lightnings. There's different types of shkode. Different types of lightning colors. And look at them one day and then you'll know what I mean by that. And there's 8 of them. And the most powerful one of lightning that brings that rain, chiwat, they call that chiwat later. That is the pink lightning. The pink lightning, that's the most powerful one of all that can do a lot of damage. It'll bring the fiercest storms of all. Oh, maybe I should share that part of that about Neve. Growing up with my grandpa, sitting with him, the teaching that he gave, well, not teaching, but he talked about it. And he says, he talked about those 4 elements. And he started off with fire. He pointed to the wood stove where my grandma cooked, what they used for heat. Campfires he talked about. He said, we were given to use this and respect it. Goding, he said, one day we're going to pay for that. What do you mean pay for that? You'll know what I mean. I see it now starting to happen. When people want to gather, you got to have a fire permit and pay for it. You know, that's what's happening. And then the other one he talked about was the air that we breathe. He says, you're going to see that change coming. One day you're going to pay for that air. I go, okay, good, no. Really? Go, yeah. How? In the form of oxygen. You'll pay for that. It's already happening. No. Now we're paying for it in a different way. Air contaminated now. We're paying the price. No. And the land, he talked about the land. He says, good thing, cool, maybe not in my lifetime, I'll see, but maybe in your lifetime. He says, this land that belongs to all of us. We all share this. One day you're going to pay for that. I go, yeah, right there, we have land everywhere. One day you're going to pay for that. It's already happening. You know, with the God for that parcel of land now. That's how times have changed. And the other one was water he talked about. And this is what he said. He says, Winnebe, water. Nishnave gave me now. Like Nishnave was given that too, to use. For many different ways. It comes from underground, from the sky world even, that water. And he says, one day, he says, you're going to see water. You're going to buy it. I saw that later. Now a bottle of water is for sale now. And that's what he meant. And this is what he shared about water as well. He says, he said, if there's ever a time when Nishnavik, if that water is ever taken away from them, and my grandpa spoke, he says, they're going to come from over there. I said, who? Nimkik. They're going to come from the east. If that ever happens, and they're going to destroy whoever's taking that away from the Nishnave. They'll be destroyed, damaged. We were given that too from a life force of this world we're living in. We cannot survive without it. So each one of those, we have to start speaking for them, represent them in your own way. Speak for those fires. Speak for the waters. Speak for the air that we breathe. Speak for the land. So, ever since Nishnave began to where we're at now, all our ancestors, now we're honoring the past, present, and future. What is this all about? I don't know much about politics, but I know this. It's all about the land. There's nothing more I can say. It's all about the land. And it's up to us to protect it. Yeah. Speak for it. Represent it. Honor it. You know, that's what we're given. So with that, kchimi wach nikit, mi wach givizin doik, bawamino. Ah.
Round of applause for the head gifted Richard.
I want to leave a little bit of time, and we're going to do that during our lunch hour. We're going to ask Commissioner Barb Nolan to speak about her role as our Commissioner on Anishinaabe and Win. And then we're also going to ask Jeanette Corbier-Laval to speak as she's our Commissioner on Debit Dogsvit, the citizenship. So we're going to do that during our lunch hour. I do want to acknowledge that it looks like there was some spam on the live chat. So that's been reported, and yeah, it's unfortunate that some of our kids may have seen something horrible on the chat. But it looks like it's been taken care of. It's unfortunate that that technology really kind of brings things down. But I apologize that happened to our live people. I also want to acknowledge Donna Borg, who is with the grade 5 and 6 native language students from St. Edward Catholic School in Nipigon, Ontario, in the territory of the Red Rock Lake Helen band. So round of applause and welcome to the students there at St. Edward. Very nice. I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes, adding to the story. When we tell these stories, oftentimes it's important that we add those things. We share a little bit of our knowledge of creation. And one of the things I do want to speak about is related to that way of life that was given to me, that one I called a caretaker spirit. He spoke of that spirit realm, Menedoa Ke. So high above us, that level that's closest to the Creator. And it's those spirit levels, those parts of the universe that are the ones we acknowledge with this Asama. That Asama that was given to all of us as the very first gift given to us by the Spirit at the time of creation. And, of all of these medicines, of all of these items in our bundle, all of this way of life, all of these things that are so important to us, it's that tobacco that is the most essential. It is that shkeke that is the first, that leads everything. That when that tobacco is given, I want to acknowledge tobacco is given this morning to sing that drum song. And I want to thank Chop for leading us that drum song, that Three Fires Confederacy song. He's going to share a little bit with us this afternoon about that song and acknowledging that tobacco that came. But that one we call Menedoa Sama, that first that tobacco when that came here, is given to us specifically so we can continue our relationship to our Creator. It's said when that first one was lowered to this earth, that Anisinabe, as Richard describes it, that very first ancestor of ours was lowered to this earth. It said that one who was in spirit form just couldn't bear to be away from the Creator. Just loved his grandfather so much that just couldn't bear to spend any time away from the Creator. And when that one was lowered in a gentle way, just like we lower our children in a gentle way on the ground when they take their first steps, our grandfather lowered our eldest ancestor to this earth. And almost immediately, that one started to cry. Those tears started to come. And that he loved the Creator so much, he turned around almost right away and asked the Creator to lift him back up to the spirit realm. Lifted it up his arms, and the Creator, it said, felt pity for that one and lifted him back to the spirit world. The Creator took us back, took our grandfather back, our eldest ancestor. But according to our instructions that were given to us, that our Gitsit tells us, we need to follow those instructions. Those are the teachings that were given to us. So our Creator lowered that one more time to the earth. And it went through those different levels of the universe, and placed on this earth again. This time, just like our children, when they start to walk, they'll take a few steps. That first one took the first few steps, but again, just had that emptiness that we feel, when we lose a loved one, that emptiness we feel when we're away from our families. Turned around again and asked the Creator to lift him up again. And the Creator lifted up that one. Took pity on that one. The third time, the Creator put that one down. And this time, they began to move through our territories. that first standing one, we call Miskogobwit, the red standing one, began to move, but again, just loved his creator so much, those tears began to fall again. And this time, that young one jumped up into the spirit realm and into the lap of the creator. Just like our children do when they become older. They'll jump into our arms. And that one did that for that time. It was that final time where the creator said, you know, I need you to do this. That is part of that Menado Nakanagewan, that original law, the original instructions that were given to us. On the Anishinaabe, that word, the role, makade, makinagan. A new word I heard from my teacher yesterday, makinagan. Those instructions, those roles that were given. The Creator reminded that Miskogobwit, that red standing one, that you have to do this. This is what's been given to you. But I'm going to give you something that will help you do that work. And lowered that one from the Creator, from the Creator's realm, came through those 8 levels of the universe we understand as Anishinaabe, and landed lightly on this beautiful green luscious plant that was on the earth. And that beautiful green plant is that one that was given to us, that Asama. That Sama was given to us. And we're told it's given to us in order to maintain that relationship with our Creator, with that spirit world, those Menado, to be able to ask things of that one. So when we do this work with the sweat lodge yesterday, when we approached our head Getsit to give that sweat lodge for us, it's that tobacco that leads that. This morning when that sunrise ceremony took place and that tobacco was offered to help with that ceremony, it's that tobacco that starts that. So it's important that we start using that tobacco. We start using those medicines as they're given to us. And there's nothing more special than tobacco. It's our way to continue our relationship to the Spirit, to Menado, that we can ask things of the Spirit in any time. And I know I've been doing it the last little few days. Anytime I can get ceremony, anytime I can even, sit down and offer that tobacco, I'm asking for things of the Spirit. Asking for healing for my family, asking for healing for our nations. So take the time to use that tobacco and know what that means. And tobacco is for all ages. A lot of Jaganashig will ask me, well, why tobacco? Tobacco can make you sick. It's harmful. It's can make you addicted, can lead to, cancer, emphysema, and all of these things. But we need to know, especially our young people that are there in Nipigon, others that may be thinking of picking up that way of looking at Sama. There is good and proper use of Sama. When you put your spirit into that, even if you smoke that pipe, you smoke that tobacco, if you're putting that spirit and doing that in ceremony, it's being done in a good way. As we're reminded by our Getsid the last day, if we're doing those things in the right way, it is a good way. It is our way as Anishinaabe. So I do encourage you, make good use of that tobacco and, lay that down. That's why that sacred fire is here. At this time, I do want to acknowledge those ones, those Shkabeois, those Ishkode and Nene that are looking after the fire. Give them a round of applause and thanks to those ones that lit our fire this morning and are taking care of that. Okay, we are going to go on our lunch break, and I want to thank Ayanwata Catering from Wikwemkong for this beautiful catering that we have here. We will have a spirit plate prepared, so we'll get that to our head Getsit. But we are going to go on break. We're going to spend 1 hour during that break. So I'm going to encourage you to, be ready for that. On the live stream, I think we are either going to a break or we may have some videos to play. I'm not sure. I'm going to leave that to Lindsay and the production team. But enjoy your lunch. I'm going to ask the commissioners maybe around 12:30 to be ready to speak. So make sure we allow Barb and Jeanette to be first in line for lunch. Lunch is going to be served right here. So the lunch, I think, is going to be in buffet style. Is that right, organizers? Buffet style? Yeah, back at the Elders Hall, and then we're going to come and eat here in the tables. So enjoy your lunch. We'll see everyone back around 12:30, and then we'll get back to our full agenda at 1 p.m. So 12:30 for our commissioners to speak. Miigwech.
Ani snart kedoyan nangwa. Minoyam. Aha. Geni go up chigun minoyan nangwa. Ashna. Nugish gutsa. Nishken wad gut. Aha. Kashwigo. Kitchen gut the good wad gut. Up to the swigum nugish gut nangwa. Now how? Nisa nishichiga. Nunchkego wikwan gabiska. Naha. Beka gababib wikwan gabiska. We bagwa. Gandom dan wikwan. Naha. Mondasam meskuchiak gabiska. Up to go gnachwood. Ne, nishke. Utige gut tem ga to dish pemeng ab dek shigo mamni kya nishet kwet nishke oh snag na chuan wi kwanes skuji amagat skui kwad kya bago beshik da nunchke go shish nag don nandan wi kwanes na ha kya beshik ga anskan manda nishke Zen bas minadash ni wapshka non nen pokdon sanjete gednishke. Go poof shichige mi on semagak nui quad. Rabem kat dun do jibichige sing watcha we bis kama nishke. Na how yaba basic kede we quad. Gegawo ninid no gebiskangeba weekwad. Nishke seshna okmanda. Miguge eschiamgak. Gegawo kede chiamgat manda weekwad. Me kedeak weekwad. Manda tashke misquamagat. Misquamagat. Manda mekedeak. Kedeak. Kadea. Mandashige Misqua. Squam got weekwan manda. Manda dashke, the Beshkugana weekend bepesuid, Mampinikia, me the shed cobadoid. Kudot cobadono dish pemeng. Quailk we night to manda biscana. Quailk. Nishke dashke, manda beshik weekwan. Nishke beka. Nishke snausia. Shishmaji sana when it's namaba. Can you nagamutin in it? Ka. Gegamutin in English nagos. Ya Kimosabi. Megan the Bachishna Caswell. Kimosabi. Ni Nishna Kedwinwe. Kikana nawe. Nishna Bekedwin awanwe. Kimosabi. Ki muzabe za mimanda ishtauxito egi musabit gujugu baya o ki musabe right ki musabi mige no jagna shake jikkedwatwe ki musabe shkuna ge nishtabe keda mabadashke chimaning eat chimaning ge mawa ni bejignawe kchichi man up to nunchke go shegi muicheka tena mi dashko gondak nok kaya jikshe mem dige dashko ege makdang wichi man mi man da gashe nawzet bejik she ni king skij good bejik ski gi beshku skij we dik na batcha mi gesh naw denek ma ba weekwan mi no dashko ni beshig we ni skij end gwen Beje ko tek na bat skishik ta na teko. Na ha manda ta shge ya ba beje kide wi kwa. Gega go gai wi go kide asno shkwek. Gega go nasa shinagot pishke manda meskomagak nishke. Mandam skoi kwan minodishke manda. Gega go manda kide amgat gada shwigo kide asno nishke. Mescowi kwan, mishe manda, kedewi kwan nam dodge kushin kada. Na how, niitish, nangwa anint, wishkwa kinomagasyok. Migo manda, maba ejigizat, min gises. Maba, manda, nishke. Mi we shopskung gego kinomagsit. Kinomagegam gong mi manda baskang goya gijitat. Mi dish mnajigasat. Mi dish odewit kamgadeset. Mi dish mzinegan we min gasat. Ni gonat nok mzinegan beka. We kwechip jigade ge we mzinegan. We kwechip jigade. Minoders sen bas. Una manda. Man piders sen bas ko bjigasa. Miders manda debnang mapa. Na jigasa pigi shitat. Ni gaje kenomagasat. Mige we manda no quick quadnes baskanga. Gening goting gishapshka naba gikenomagasiang. Mi de geni manda no kabis kama. Mi ni odi it kam kade sa mi dashki min guam sinegas manda go na quam gatem sinegas mi shoji bi gade kashke no magsia ote na how di dashunga shitchiga backup kan mi no ang guchenisha backup. Nishke. Ngamjignan manda nui quad. The machi bde. Kamam damanda we bis kamashanda. Sam wok chino did. Upchignak chino did. Nishke. Gamam damanda shanda jibis kamamba. The machi asin mandan gooding big chino ding. Kamam da. Naha beka nagabdek gabis kad. Manda gawik jeton. Gnamago game manda tamachi asen. Abdek. Get in. We biska mama geshanda abdek egutat kubchigate. Kai mandage gamamda. Kamanda mando de chig big chibiska mamba. Mandage Kishpin wetto chichima ning bugum bizia. Midashni jigbam pichi gbik jigbamba. Me wega win manda danishes no gewi. Mino mandu vejik we quade. The machi asin ye manda mik chinoding. Chinoding, Ni swigo danishin biskama. Nandan non shkigo kajgan nishke. Mi sude jimmat bia. Veshwanakwe. Mopi chigbik. Up chugutanishin. No, banwi. Na how ganduam dan yabage awyamba nishke. Kad mi no gnamashigo ni madbia ote. Midashchin bamba. Dan bao the cheek big up chugutanishin. Manda shrigo senba. Manda danishin. I manda damachi asis no. Mikchenote. Na how pamasaminoa. Bama go up menem. Bama. Na how. abo sho. Anish na kedawaya, nished, kmin the mum. Up chigodam nendagot. Na how, nangosa quid watch patone, mum P.S. Webak, ya. Now, sage gad manda shanta teb gat mum pish quang, minotas tigwaka gat time kina. Daugshre anen wesiak. Ya kushwe wap megasa. Maba mos. Mos kushwe bananani bwe. Bish bab nakwet. Nibna shwe bish temgat. Kena wong gotcha. Midas maba ote besagi akong ote megwem tigwake. Ustode megwem tigwake. Mi maba ote mos. Bananani bwe. Mnakwet we bish. Shinawze. Miego en pause to mapa mos. Jimen mak kondak yak wesiak. Jimen mek kondak wesiak. What about mage? Kagu wedgemen pigi shita. Wenish na gat bachmak. Tam equinishing, equinsing, de bachmak. Aha. When it is cups in the bump. Naha. Mi mapan tab gat bachmak. Mapa mos kushe bishat, bim nakwet wim bish. Aha. Mos yak mabagego she da bishaga shwigo pane. Mapa mkwa. Narwundungo ge maba ni igas kna bagwe. Abdegego wim nakwet. De beskogna gegi no abdek bish nibna kwed zam gasna bagwaya mi de skoge maba nasa makwa not one donge gasna bagwe up to shwigo angwamse mampini king bayat maba megwem tikwake makwa mi mabeshna kasa makwa. Na dashmi nonga the bajma maba a mek up maba bish zakton maba sa a mek up chigo zakton mampidat migego sheni gabako gandashton mita she wadat maba mos gabako gning miwe eshtamazat nib na maba tigon. De chichigak man, mi de shotische drabanat, we go we jetot, wadat. Mi maba en na kiche mos naksha. Ja, a mek. Mi maba a mek. Ab tishkosak ton being. Mandage swanak. Mi gattago ni paskis dot being. Non chge goche we pesat. Mi maba en nakit, maba sa a mek. Nage go we can in maba mek. Maba shashkon. Maba washashk. Mi maba ishne kasat washashk. Ab chge maba sakton being metyat. Kan shwigo shinago denege maba manda so anak. Pishwige maba a mek. Nishke. Maba mek apchugo mbaganwe. Kashino monem we mbaganwe edmek. Mbaganwe. Miwe ish now the nikwe so anak. Mbaganwe. Maba sa a mek. Maba tashke shashkom kango ge maba shinago dinne manda soanak. Mi maba gam kang ni udeni mandagashke madzing inch bamgak Gvimad swinina is gimach tamagak. Mi maba gashabu et tot mandani e matsuin witemrak. Mabasa shashkun. Ning the batch megasa go maba, ba mapi the shrignanda batch ma maba, gashichigepa. Kina go yagana magi kendana tikwe. Maba shashkun gashichiget. Gim kang ke. Nami mi maba shashkun. Wajashk is ne kasat. Not one dong anin kidok shashkun. Not one dong anin kidok wajashk. With the god. Mi maba is nauset. Shashkun wap jige bishkendad. Being me yat maba shashkun. Maba gego beshe gat shie shui nonch maba. Mshike. Ushme go gat shie maba mshike. Pi shui gek anen wesiak. Zak tun ge maba being bayat. Ning maba da being minwa king. Mi maba na a. Shike. Is ne kasat. Mshike. Ap chugna ge saktun baba gisat. Being the be the go gochem be stegwe. Mi ge maba besh o the endat. But tin dun ge maba. The batch winner. Ani ge manda bokun. Ap chugum squad ne we bokun. Manda. Squad ne we bokun. Mi dash ge the batch win ge tene. Na goting guy maba. Kia sin we. Manda meshko nik bakun. Ap chugu gi no kane we. The bishko na manda gninch. Mampinam ning gnagak ninch. Ish chiak. Ni manda gna tang na manda gnagak ninch. Mi maba gashe na usit mampiko. Guy manda bakun gi asin. Tem gachko ge the batch moaswe. The batch gatek. Ani nge maba shike. Gashe debnang wissa. Ba mi sagana bachwe. Ni the shwigo quid batch matonem. Basic maba. O jagesche jaok. Kigoink. Je sagigning. Kigoink shwe jaok. Maba de schnied batch ma. Maba gigon. Gagongi ken sin gashin kasat maba gigon. Kawamda na de shwigo. Gabin shabam gat nick we maba de noswin. Mantaguna is na kanagasat nunga. Ning ye maba ki baba gesa odin bing. Maba sagigon. Ki baba gesa oda. Kinagong gocha. Nam bing oda. Ki baba gesa maba. Up chita shgup kade. Oh, kain jawisness si. Up chishko maba kade. Maba sagigon. Mi da shudne kya gine nokshret nam bingu na maba meya. Ki nokshre oda. We jagi goin da shki wapman. Ni benagi gon sangi wapman. Kai da shnen we mwasi. Maba gi gon ap jibishgen mannen. Mon jigat shinen jid. Gi gon sad. Mi maba beshgen mat. Mi da shki gwech matnen we jagi goin. Hey, the answer. Guchinegi gonsak, ki ken mark, yagwen, the answer nen. Mitashke ki gonsak in quet twat nandan. Oh, kedok so stude. Ning o de nam bing temagat. Beshik gadwan be. Be o de nam bing o gadwan. Kaneg o de the shode. Pinjoing o de ga nakjwe. The Nandan. Mi otiki gonsak yad. The Nan Sanandan. Nandan gi going. Oh, na how keda dashmaba. Mi wetch the nanne. Mi sudni kyagi nesha. Yine nakjwe maba. Geget sagwa. Kiwam dan. Agatwan. Nam bing o de manda temagat. Nam bing o de. Mandagadwan temagat. Nam being when out at tem got manda. Pukod na aga. Pukod na. Oops. Pukod na manda. Nishke. Komda na pukod na. Pukod na manda. Manda kchigadwan. Pukod na magatche. Oh, nendam sa mabagi ko. Miunik kya mabagi ni nakushet. Mita shkuti ki wamdam manda. Tenik. Nandan gite bo manote. Temgat nek. Nambing. Nambing with temgat. Mi mabote ki ni nakushet. Mi yote maba ki ni bindu de. Ki bin ni Ki nakushe o de bin ing. Mabagi go. Oh, chugna ni bno de gi go sak. Ibeok. Up chugna ga chiok. Ki aok. Ki aok. Kai gi besio. Ki aok o de ki go sak. Samna pukat nend mukonda. Miss maba. Nendam maba. Ki go. Mi o de gi bin kushreto de. Apchuko ga stone. We been kushreto de maba. Aha. Up dekshya, but we resag do de. Ye do de bin do de. Up dekshmino, we besag do de. Abeka, gasheton gmanda. Goksketon beka. Goksketon. Mi mabo de bin ge ni Man pinne king maba. Kibin ge joe maba janda. O speka. Ega shkud batashen. Ik chuisne suiwa. Maba ode. Sanna buso ki musak denda. Pinjing shude maba ya. Pinjing ode. Auna da omas. Kibin kushre o de mabagi o. Kchwawi snedash. Stam na poso ki gusa gega hichek. Snamishki depsenit. Apchuko depseni. Mitash we saga dukushret. We saga dukushre mabashanta. Aha, and when na. Take a get in. We could just tone. We could just tone mabashre. We saga chikushret. Oh, get it. Aha, men schonaidik. Es ribsi gwen. En de gwen chik skittot. Vi saga do de go shre mapa. Aha. Aha, nuske go shribsit. Gnu she. Mita she mapa. Gandinang de noswin. Sab mapa ko ki ni igit kuje. It kuje komapa. Jena mapa ga shenauset. Manda kogi shenauset. Mita shrega toaning gibin do de bando isnet. Zaga do tash. Mi mapa gimme. Ishi bikshka. Mi ge mapa de noswin gaben jaba magatnik. Mapa sa. Na how? Kawech menim dash. Wenesh tam gad bachmak. Naha. Wenesh tam gad bachmak. Bin kenak kish bin kedmek. Kam bin kenam. Nin Barbara ngi kendad kaket. Oyangi deptoa moskeda. Mi maban tam gad bachmak. Ute ba matagat ko bish bim nakwet. Mabage not one dong sagye. Maba me. Naksha, maba makwa. Zagye go ge maba makwa. Not one dong banda nakwet gewi bish. Minwa maba. Maba sa mek. Up to maba sak to note that. We wa mote to stone. Mi maba en nakit. Up to sak ton bish maba a mek. Naha, when is nami no got the bachmak. When is your mek, we can't. Shashko. Mabashashko. Gay maba bishgenda note mayat being up just don. When ishkiabe got the botchmuck? When ishkiabe? Ma bam chicken. Bishgendan gay maba chigbik. Minogo the being gay baba gets at maba. Up just don. Now how when is the skiabe got the bottom? Nam being temagak. Maba na manda. Chige tega doan guna maba. Kena mama bam tikki out ye walk west sedach. Me the show the panegi yat udem being. Up just gonna go ze. Good nail sitash. Kish no monim dash is now sit. Good nail sit. Mishke. Good nail set. Mi maba is now sit to the nam being. When is the show the nego that? Gi go. Maba. I nego desha, I bindige ote, I bindige kjoe sogna, I bindige kjoe she maba, ki bata shin the shri besag ji tangshe, mi te shkaje ji bik shkat. Mi maba the nosen aben jabam gatnik. Gnoje, ishke, it roje, gnoje. Mi so ebnik at the bashmat ton in the gok. Bama mi no, mi quetch, gabs in the bank, the batch moy. Ani snaken noya, nished, geni good nished. We nisenungo. Oh, me go empty go skinda, me go empty go up chip shigenda what. Nished, guy we is again, bzzz, gawia, nished sa, Ich bin sie gemeig, bati nuat gaish and dann mat bissi. Na how, ni sa quid bash matone, minik shnishet chege. Non chego ni biskan, mage we kwan, mage, we is go ga. Na how, mabanta. Ogay maba. Maba. Oh, gai giket masi maba awe. Mage kchigashak, bijou, manjidik. Nishke togensen gendanen. Minoni, Josh. Maba gebeshik nishke. Oh! Ooh, gna mam quoi? Ma quoi? Gna ma, manjidik. Mabadash, when it's nagi maba. Ooh, washkesh. Washkesh is, nishkesh, nagsit, washkesh is. Mabadash. Kukush. Oh, taha, and when nagish and the kukush. Oh, the man we go, Bukuchi kukush is ne kasat. The man we go get a paya kukush. Maba the shwigwa. Maba, wabos. Wabos gish and the dam meg when tikwa. Minogo maba. Oh, I get my see maba, mage wab get no cheese, gwen. Gachi okay, wab get no cheese. Na how maba dash kai ken masi awet. Oh, we are eating at bishkat. We gwende. Na how need the shminwa ganskan maba baskang. We kwanes. Na how beka. Ooh, skinsko kachkanan. To become an agdon. Me we was a sabzia. Abeka. Oh, nishke man do we kwan. Oh, on McQuency is na kadek manda ni enamdek. Beka ngando amdan. Mampiung kuchengi shibiyan. Numas naganek. Beka. Mingi shibiyan. Wabachia. Wabachia manda. Manda nuikwan. Gaim kadeas no. Wabachia. Manda swigo mekadak. Manda kadea manda weekwan. Kade weekwan awa. Manda dashke wabachia. Wabachia manda. Manda shke kadea. Kadea. Now, nishke maba. Oh, chichi maninge gonda give me yakka. Maba the speshik. I ego skishik ta seed. Aha. Mabadashke gimusabe. Jagna shakkedo kimusabe. Kimusabi kedok. Nishnabe kedwin dashwe. Dum da dum da dum da dum da dum dum. Oh, manchi de genue gwe gimsanate se komaba kimusabe. Imaba kedeane we weekwan. Kedeane kedechia. Minotashwe ni gbingwe episode mage gbingwe chigan manchidik gbingwe chigan nabach is na kadekwe na how ne stagyabe nishke manda weekwa ne stagna chon manda weekwan squamagat snam nom de aha nishke de shke manda mi manda vaska gade kuya shapshkan kino magusit. Mi dash ni biskun gasa tue mi nodash ni msinigas ni skikna gade manda te webji te ni guna nikya manda nok msinigas tebnang mi manda na piskan na sapge piskangwe wikwa mi so wege the batch matunne ngok patino kwigo gab wesia get batch makwaba na how mi gwech kap sin doyek beka no count stun manda wikwa. Oops. Nian stun veka. Abchigena chunga biskat. Mandasa. Nishke. We went to episode. Na chon abchigem nom de nishke. Na how bama minwa bama. Mama mi no go up minim. Aha.
Bob Goulet, happy to be here from a very kind of cool, rainy Nipissing First Nation. And this is the headquarters of the Anishinaabeg Nation. And I did allude to that a little bit earlier in the broadcast, where we spoke about how the origins of the Union of Ontario Indians actually was based in Toronto at one point. For those of you who don't know, the Anishinaabeg Nation is one of the oldest political organizations in Canada, established in 1949, incorporated in 1949 as the Union of Ontario Indians. And, they had a number of different offices over the years, long before my time, but the last time being in Queen Street. And actually, we have one employee here that is still with us with the Anishinaabeg Nation that actually worked at the Queen Street location, Priscilla Goulet. worked there briefly. And this is our home community. Priscilla is a member here in Nipissing and is continuing to work and serve the Anishinaabeg Nation on staff. Oh, Victorian Park in Danforth, before it was going on to Queen Street. So reminded by Widase that's the original place. And one of the conversations we had just lining up for lunch earlier was about Fred Plainbaugh. We talked a little bit about Fred Plain, served as president. He also served as Ontario Regional Chief and longtime leader in his home community in Amjanong. So I just want to acknowledge the Plain family. We've got a couple of speakers, actually 3 speakers, to help us through the lunch hour to talk to us a little bit about their vision, not necessarily about the work and the ongoing activities, but more about the vision and where we've come from, where we are now, and where we're going in relation to a lot of the work. And I do want to call upon our first speaker to speak a little bit about Eshkanijik, the youth of the Anishinaabeg Nation. Natalie Restool of the Wajash clan, Muskrat clan from Dokis First Nation, served on the Anishinaabeg Youth Council and was one of the strongest members, has sat there as that co-chair for quite a long time. Natalie is going to share a little bit with us, and she's recently come back to the Anishinaabeg Nation in a professional capacity, so she might introduce the work that she's doing there. But for folks that are here having lunch and the folks who are on the live stream, please welcome Natalie Restool.
Ani Bojo, Natalie Indishnakas, Oki Kendan Donjaba, Megizi Dodem. I just want to acknowledge all the staffs here and the bundles in front of me. I want to pay respect to all of our elders spending their day with us here, and all the leadership and all the background work that made this day possible. I just want to say Chimigwech to you. I'm really grateful to be a part of this gathering today. Spending time with the Wandabins family, seeing them here, and all my Anishinaabeg Nation family that I've built since 2014, 2015. To kind of start talking about my journey as the youth rep and just my journey participating here with the Union and Anishinaabeg Nation. I started by coming to a gathering as a youth and just being present and listening to stories and listening to our elders speak. And there, at that time, I remember not knowing my place or even why I was even there. And I know I could speak to a lot of youth because I know I've been there. I know that's how we may feel sometimes, not knowing where our place is. So at that time, that's how I felt. And on the beginning of my journey of learning, I want to make recognition to Gordon Ba. No, he was my first friend that I met. And that first person that, I started building that relationship with the Union. And for being that young woman, that young girl, not knowing who I was or that place, in that circle, he made me feel like I was supposed to be here. And, the work that I continue to do, I do think about him every day. And this eagle feather I'm holding, that first time I met him, he gave this to me. And I keep it with me every day in my travels, and I think about him every day. And I have 2 children, my son Nova, and I have a daughter, Lennon. And Gordon had met my babies, and he saw a lot in them just as much as he saw in me too. And I used to bring my son Nova to all the chief meetings with me. He had no choice. And Gordon would always look at my son and say, you know, all this work is for you. This is for you. So hearing that was a reminder for me too, being a better role model every single day, not only for myself and my children, my son, my daughter, but for all those youth in our communities who felt like I did, not knowing their place, thinking they don't have a voice. So there's little reminders that surround me every single day that remind me of that spark, that light that's within me, within all of us. And I've met many youth in our communities within our region. And what's really powerful is that youth voice and that youth vision. And we all share that similar vision. You know, and sometimes there's a moment of silence from our leadership, at times not knowing how to move forward or what to do next on this journey to make change. And Gordon always reminded me and taught me that you don't need to have a fancy headdress or a title to be a leader. All of our youth are leaders. So whenever I see a youth quiet or shy, I always take that moment in time to give them that space to use their voice, to share their gifts. And that's what makes our nation what it is. Just like all of these clans all have gifts, and we bring them into this circle and we work together. I'm proud to say I just started a new position here at Anishinaabeg Nation. I'm the Youth Wellbeing Services Coordinator for the Lake Huron region. So I'm pretty excited for this next journey to come and to continue the work that I'm passionate about. And I'm sure we're all passionate about, to make sure we keep going in a good way. And I know when we honor the past, the present, and the future, we've come a long way, but we still have a long road to go. And I'm happy to be able to look up to all these leaders now, because I know one day maybe I'll be chief. And that's something that Gordon would always say to me, you know, there's a woman bonnet that you're carrying and looking forward to it. And he'll always hint at me. I'm like, oh, get out of here. Don't, not even. But he'd always hint at me, you're going to be a chief one day. I'm like, oh my goodness. And that's something that I'll always admire about him too, is that, you know, this work, it's not always meant to be and taken too seriously. And whenever I would listen to Gordon Boss speak, he would always have a serious tone and a serious look, and I'd be all serious and listening, and it'd be a big joke after. I'm sure we've all experienced that. So this work that we do is, yeah, it's good to take it seriously, but not too serious. Have fun. Build that family. Make jokes. And carry that love and kindness. Because that will give us strength to keep moving forward in that good way. So moving forward in the future, just a message to the youth. Don't be afraid to listen to that spirit within you. Let it guide you. You know that feeling, we always have that feeling or that that inner spirit telling us, go do it, go sing, go to ceremony, do something that makes you feel good. Listen to that. Because that's what I did, and that's what I was taught to do from the moment I started here. And I can say with that it's only brought me good things, brought me to good people. So, Chimigwech for listening and for your time. And I really look forward to listening to the rest of the speakers and spending my day with you. Miigwech.
Miigwech Natalie of the Miigwech Ndodem, my Miigwech sister. I misclanned her. Is that how you say that? Misclanned? She's of Wajashk, of that family as well. Want to acknowledge and welcome Barb Nolan to the speaker stand here. Barb is a renowned Anishinaabe teacher and speaker. Despite having attended residential school herself, the attempt to colonialize our people. She's kept that alive. She's kept that and made that a passion of what she does. She is the founder and creator of Anishinaabe Da, an app. You can download that app if you want to learn a little bit more about Anishinaabe. But Barb is from Wikwemkong originally, but now at Kidagon ZB, Garden River First Nation. And she's our commissioner on Anishinaabe. So please welcome Barb Nolan. Are you okay back here? Or you want to just stand up in front and talk? Are you good?
Oh, I think I'm okay.
What about 7 minutes, Barb?
They've not going to dip warm jagadik. Abojo kenawaya. Abojo nenoy magnetok. Wabagan kwendigo. Makwando dem. Kigan sibing de da. Doga ningi ben jaba wikwem kongo de temgak. Apchugungi segmego. Gizegmeko. Na Glen Hair. Gizegmek piga wedgmet. Mandawi nagmego ya. Mandawi shagamoya language commissioner again. Tangi zeges. Apchugungi zeges. Ni shugun. Gidapanan. Ne ap winkwetok. I go hip na how you could see. You cannot end up. Me dus niet was me talk. Niet aan sak. Gigwetch mak. En then moat. Oh, kedoks tapanan dego. Kitchena kitan manda noe wendego. Na how de naktish. Me dus na podegi shigigna. Me dus ki wint ma kwawe. Aha. Gatapnan. Manda kchinaknege winne temgak. Manda mampi Anishinaabe anige manda kadek. Anishinaabe nation. Chinaknege winda na. Manda kinege go washim shad moat. Kinege go en kiat geno. Mi deshet temgak shibiga demgat. Wanang shia. Shibiga demgat shre kena nandan shkon ganan deben dakin ma Anishinaabe nation is nakadek. Deben dawzijik sumdana shishangswe shkon ganan tenon. We not mogo gundak kena. Ich bin gwedwa tabdek we go we gwedwa we not mogo. Nabachtish Bungi, Gajagnashim, Saguna. Apchakun Jingendan, Vijagnashimia. And Sujisiageni, the Wigjeton Winishnabemia. Kadashkuna Kenaguyan Sastazi. Kain Sastazi na Amanda Nishnabe Winishnikadek. Kikenda na Wigo Abdeki Nochinakit Moapa. So I say greetings to you all, my relations. Greetings to the family of the late Getsitba Gordba. I met him a few times whenever I heard of Nishnabek Nation meeting in the Sioux there. So I'd go over there and look around and see who's around. And if he was speaking, I would go and listen to him. Great knowledgeable man. The clan system teachings is what I was very interested in. Apchekegin ta Nishnabem, a very good Nishnabem speaker. 2 years or year and a half ago, I guess, when I received a call from Glenn Hare. Miogegi Badzit. He's the one that asked me, he says, you're going to be nominated to be the, or appointed to be the language commissioner. I said, what? I was very, very scared, like I don't, language commissioner, what did they do, you know? And I said, okay, I'll call you back in 2 days. 2 days. Give me 2 days and I'll give you a yes or a no. So I thought about it and thought about it. I talked to my daughter and my kids, the ones who are home. I asked them, what do you think I should do? Should I take that appointment? And they said, go ahead, Ma. You do lots of work with language. All these years you've been working. You try and bring that language back. And it's true. I've been working right through the COVID online. I discovered Zoom. So I Zoom here and Zoom there, and I'm all over the place. But I'm at home. And at home I have downstairs that I call my Zoom room. So I have my computer there. I bought an iMac. And so it's big. And so I could see. And that's where I do my Zoom work. Anyway, I took 2 days before I responded to Glenn's request. Then I had to ask, well, do I have some kind of a job description? Which there wasn't, but they knew what they wanted me to do, was to assist the 39 First Nations in it, whichever way I could. And if they contact me, to assist them with bringing those points to them or making it work, what is in the Chinaaqunieguewin document. And there's a portion in there that talks about language and culture. And I firmly believe that's what we have to bring back. Like I know we have all these wonderful things like our staffs. Okay, we have that part of our culture very much alive. But the language is in dire need to become alive. We have to create speakers. And that's what I'm, like the message I always try and get across. We have to create speakers. I know in Wiki they started a language nest. The adult speakers come there, the mothers bring their kids there, and they talk and visit, and they talk to the kids. As long as the kids hear that language is going to go in here, huh? It's going to go in here for them little kids, them little 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds. However, maybe even the babies. they'll hear that language around them. They'll begin to understand. And then after a while, when they're about 2 or 3, they will begin to speak it. But they have to do it all the time, every day. Adults can also acquire the language. And then again, adults have to spend a lot of time with the language. They have to find speakers they can hang around with, attach themselves to them. Be around the speakers. Just eavesdrop at some meeting, and if there's language being spoke over there, go and sit over there near them, as long as you hear it. Because your ears will become accustomed to whatever dialect that's being spoken. I'd like to share with you up north, Superior North. They contacted me and wanted me to go and teach the speakers that they can find around there. And I told that guy, Peter, Shabogishik, I think his name, or something like that. I said, Peter, get me 10 to 15 speakers. And I'll go up there and I will show them, I'll teach them about second language acquisition. I will show them how to pass on their language without translating, without resorting to grammar. You have all the tools you need. You've got your hands, you've got your face, you've got your body to show them what you're talking about. You can draw. So I had a class, but it was on Zoom for 4 days, but just 2 hours a day. And I talked about second language acquisition. What is that all about? What's your first language? What's your second language? You have to understand that. And then what to do. When you have to show people, maybe somebody's face had swole. So you have to show people. So you're getting that message across to the people that you're passing your language on to. So Peter got me, I don't know, I think he put it on Facebook. And then he had applicants or people wanting to register to be participants in this course. And some of them weren't fluent. I told him, get me 10 to 15 fluent speakers. But we had next to fluent speakers join. There's a couple that dropped out because it was way above their head. They didn't understand because I taught fully in the language. But I wrote in English. I wrote notes on the board there, and I wrote in English there. So they kind of knew what I was talking about. Now next week, I got to drive up there, and they have Language Day scheduled at 2 places. I think one is this week, one was last week, I think, and then the one I'm going to is in Nipigon. And the teachers are going to be there, the ones that were in my class, and they're going to do a lesson, 20 minutes. And they have to speak all in the language. They have to use the skills that I showed them to use. They have to use real things because the kids will be coming from the schools. And so I told the students, teach about anything. Teach about the weather. Make cards. Show them the weather pictures. Teach them about whatever. Maybe you want to pets, okay, dogs and cats, different colors. You can incorporate colors. As long as it's about 20 minutes. Sure, the 20 minutes is going to go by fast. I picked up this way of teaching when I was over in Bay Mills Community College. One of my graduates sitting there. And all I did was storytelling. And they got lots of stories out of me. I mean, I used to watch Netflix, movies. I talk about my own past, talk about my sister, although I didn't say that was my sister. I just talk about this lady or my brother, this man, okay, and I talk about anybody, and I wouldn't tell the student that who it was and maybe what happened to them. And anyway, one of the students said, oh yeah, and some of the stories were sad. I mean, I had one student actually cry how sad my story was. But that's the thing. We feel in our language. We feel. The other day I was singing a song, O Jobelezon. Jobelezon gamishum sina quando agangina kabaton. Anyway, the song goes where he falls off, like he crawls up this ladder and he falls. And what's happened to him? Gibukdieshin. Okay, so show that. Gibukdieshin. You know, and so that song, you're feeling that song of what happened to Jobelezon. And so our language is you feel our language. So put your efforts. I know as adults, everybody has jobs, you got responsibilities, eh? You can't put in 10 hours a day, 8 hours a day acquiring language from somebody, you know, unless you got paid. And that's the thing. We should have some jonia somewhere. Okay, if somebody Daryl says, okay, Barb, I want to acquire my language. And so he'll be applying to whatever this pot of money. I don't know where it's coming from, but I think I'm going to win $1 million or something. You know, so he'll get paid full dollars as if it's a job. So it's like a job. So he gets paid, and he has to spend some time, say, with Barbara Nolan, maybe. You know, but somebody that's fluent. And that fluent person has to spend time with him, show him everything, take him wherever she goes, whatever she's doing. Eh? Today we're going to Daryl. We're going to wash clothes today or whatever. And no, the speakers also have to get trained. They cannot talk English to him. You can't talk English to your student. David. Don't translate either. Just leave it. If they don't understand you, just leave it. So all those types of things we have to do. And the message that I'm leaving you with, what am I going to do about my language? Am I going to maybe learn a couple of words? That's okay too, if you want to learn a couple of words. You want to master. You want to master a few sentences. And that's okay, if that's what you can afford to do. I know there's individuals that are gung-ho. They want to become a speaker. Betsy. She wants to become a speaker. And I think she might be halfway there. I'm not sure. So, all of you out there in Zoom land, what are you going to do? Find somebody that's offering courses on Zoom. Isidore Toulouse and Pat Mandaman, they have courses on Zoom. You got to log in an hour here and an hour there, but any time is good. You know, even if it's 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Do your part. Bringing that language back. Language and culture go hand in hand. And if we don't have any language, there's just going to be culture. This here. Language and culture. It'll only make us a stronger nation. Language and culture. If we keep that strong together, it'll make us a strong nation. Aha, miigwech.
we're a bit wet here, so I might ask Nishnabek staff to come in with a shovel and help us out, or else our bundle is going to get wet. So asking staff to help us out with that. Want to introduce our commissioner on citizenship, Debin Dogsawat in my what's yours? Debin Dogsajik is the term for that citizenship. Those who belong. That's the term we've been using in identifying that. Jeanette Corbier-Laval is of Wikwem Kong on Menado Minising. She is a longtime advocate of the rights of those who belong. You know, and it's because she, in her own story, lost her status, lost that as a result of those enfranchisement provisions of the Indian Act. She was the first to challenge the government to say that this is not right, that something must be done. She was the pioneer. She was the one who led that way. Since then, Jeanette has been the president of Ontario Native Women's Association, been the president of the Native Women's Association of Canada, has done it all. And now she's here with us. Got a microphone in front there for you. So everyone, and including folks on the live stream, please welcome Jeanette Corbier-Laval. Or is it? Yeah. It's on.
Ani? Aha. Giwad nang indigenous cats, mino. We come on see the territory, me with the Anjaba. Nishnabek Kwanda, mino, Kadek Kaking to that. Up to Nishim Mino, Jitsem Gak Mampi, we mountain it. Mem de Gego Mam da Gijagat gets it, you know, come Quen Mana gets it Gijagat Mandashin Kaden Mampi. Yain. Charge got a schmaven Bob Gidabad Dan, Geni Gabajwebzia, Kashunandam and Kashing Gadabat the Zinue. But I was just saying, my Anishinaabe name is Giwetnang, which is North Star, and from, well, Bob already told you, from Wikwem Kong. But what I was thinking of saying to you all is that the importance, and maybe this is where I would like to spend the time right now, the importance of knowing who we are. That's why we're here. Right? Who are we? That's what's important. So my challenge to the court to regain that sense of identity, you know, to belong back to the community I was part of, it took 50 years. And can you imagine persisting that long, but many of our people are still out there and they don't have that sense of belonging yet. Just because those barriers are still within the legislation. But the beauty of us here is that within the Anishinaabe Nation, we have that beautiful opportunity, that great opportunity to fix that. We will be ahead, at the head of our own Anishinaabe Nation. We will determine who our people are. We will be able to decide, and for our future generations, they won't have to go through that loss, that sense of, oh, no, you don't belong here. They won't have to go through that. If we take this opportunity today we're here on this special day. We can set up our own governance, our own systems. And this is what our Getzet talked about. And he always talked about that. But in order to do that, we have to know about all this here. This is who we are. This is our culture. We talk about culture. Yes, we want our culture. We want our language. But we have to be part of it, to have that sense within ourselves. Yes, this is who I am. Mi mampi de ben dogzea. Mi mandag eni gitzimak kabak kendamoat. This is what our elders knew. Minogi nishnabe mok. And Barb talked about that, really telling us the importance of language. And if we have our language, it all rolls in together so that we will be that strong nation. And as we know, nations, a strong nation, and we are the Anishinaabeg nation. Nation has land, manda temagak, okay? Mi mampi, eshkak mitkoy, mino manda culture, eshnikadek, migo manda kina temagak mampi, mino yaok mampi, wakino magache, mabagay, Richard Gidwadan gabak kinumage engage chigengaba. Ich bin weekend among wewe and we manzing. If we want to know the path, that sense of who we are, Nishnabem, no, I should want to walk the path. Anyways, Nishnabem Madzawen. It's here. All we have to do is ask. And this is part of that whole Edbendagzijiknaknigewen, the right to belong, that sense of belonging, and that's our governance. And that's what we're doing right now within the Anishinaabeg Nation. And it is so important, especially for all those young ones that are coming up. And right now, as I understand it, we have thousands of our people out there still who want to return, who want to know their people, who want to know that and experience that sense of belonging. We dbendagzeat, they do want to belong, and we can do that. And that's why right now, if we start recognizing each other, we will be able to achieve that. As the Commissioner on Citizenship, that's the Shagnash way of saying it. And as I said, in our language, we say, Edbendagzijik naknigewen, that's our law. All we're saying is we know who we are. We can look at our people, our families, our community. We know the ancestors. We have all that. We could also do some genealogy, trace back, to your ancestors, to your grandmothers, your grandfathers, your aunties. They'll tell you those stories. It's all there. And so in the Anishinaabeg Nation, if you can trace either side, back to your ancestry, back to your grandparents or whoever, as long as you can identify with one parent on either side, you will have that right to belong to our nation. And that could be the beginning, the start of that sense of pride. Yeah, when our teachers, they keep saying, be proud of who you are. Wear it, talk in Nishnabemwen, and greet each other, help each other. It may take a little bit of bravery, some of our other teachings, but that's what we're supposed to do every day anyway. So it's this opportunity, I guess. And if we all left here and spread the word, get the word out that If you know your family, you identify that, come to our office here, speak to someone. Our First Nation communities can draft their own codes, for deciding who their members are. It's something we can do. The possibilities are there. And right now, I believe Canada, the government, doesn't want to see us get strong. But I heard this morning that we can feel that strength. It's coming. And we experience it through our ceremonies when we come together with the ceremonies and the sweats and the gatherings. Minosha Nishnabé meaning the language that is also support. So it's all wrapped up and it's all available and it's all here. So I think I'll just close on that basis and say, Ashna kagjito na we Nishnabé meaning Mabadash Barbara. Ginundwaga kidat. Jobless oak mishum sena. Chimtigongi kwanda we. Kwanda gangi nakamaton. Jobless oak mishum sena. Gi bok dieshed. Come on, sing it. Gi bok dieshed. Jobless oak mishum sena. Chimtigongi kwanda wet. Miwe. Get me one.
Round of applause and thanks to Jeanette. Joe Blazon or Joe Bazion? Just kidding. I want to introduce my brother here, Chop Wandabents, who is going to share with us something very important that was given to us by Gitsit Ba. And that is that song. He actually sang it earlier today. I didn't acknowledge it at the time because I know we were going to be singing this song this afternoon. I just offered a sama to Chop in our way as singers. This is how we ask for. This is how we ask for things as singers, to learn those songs. And so I'm going to turn it over to Chop. You got your own microphone. And Sunset here, Councillor Sunset, you spoke really well this morning. Sunset is first term council at Shigwinda. So nice to be sitting with my fellow singers here. But I'll turn it over to Chop to speak to this song and look forward to hearing it. Oh.
Bonjour. You know, when I was growing up, one of the things was, and Pat just pointed it out up there, those microphones that I see. That's how big the drumsticks were when I was growing up. Great big things. So this song, it was shared to me by my dad. Not only him, but actually a few other, the Gakkai down on the island. A lot of people sing this song differently depending on the dialect where you come from, because, well, obviously there's a lot of different dialect. Just to acknowledge what our teacher back there on her phone is, Barb. I'm not going to translate it. That's going to be the challenge. That's up to you guys. So you guys, I'll give you the words, but you guys have to learn how to translate it. So there's two different versions in between this song. I know one version. My brother here, Sunset, knows another version of it, and we're going to sing both ways. So the first part of it is just like a little ruffle. So what that is that's when they start gathering and guiding their way through the bush or through the entrance way. This was the original way of doing our grand entries. We'd acknowledge these staffs that would gather, and after they're done the ruffling, you'll hear the words in it, and then it starts into a straight beat after that. So that's when you start actually dancing in. The first part of it goes through the lyrics, I guess you can call it, 4 times. So through each one, it's just acknowledging the doorways as well. this is a very, very old song. I'm not even sure where the song actually originated from, or how our Gekkaink on the island actually got it and received it. I'm assuming through our dreams, because that's some of the original intent on how we got our teachings is through those dreams. And it's done with a shaker. I was just gifted this morning, so I'm gonna test it out.
Oh
Miigwech Anishinaabeg Nation, Miigwech Anishinaabe, Anishinaabe Kwe. That song belongs to all of you sitting here. And learn it if you would like. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Jacques Wanavitz, for sharing that song. Give him a round of applause and thank you. You know, when we sit around this drum, when we sit at powwow, when we sit in our traditional gatherings, oh, we're going to sing another style. Okay.
So this next one is another version of how it actually goes from my brother.
One of the things that the old man told me about that song was you sing it 3 times for the 3 Anishinaabe, the 3 fires, the Odawa, the Potawatomi, and the Ojibwe people. So we're going to do the 3 for the first part, and then the straight song in the end for the procession.
Hey!
Miigwech, Anishinaabe.
So the other things that he also told me is that when we do that grand entry, they usually start at that sacred fire, the veterans, and they will always, by the time they get to that entrance to that dance arena, that's when we should be at that transition to that second song. And that second song can go as long as that everybody's in that dance circle. Ooh. You got you.
So I guess just to follow up on that, if you've ever been to our powwow, Shagaenda, you'll see this done there. We don't have flags come into our powwow, not out of disrespect. We have eagle staffs only that come in as a representation of our nation, because that's what we originally had. We never had flags. Our Mi'kmaq are very, very important to our nations, and those are the things that my dad would always speak about. And I know it's really difficult to speak about some of the things that he shared with us. But just remember that he's always with you. Just remember the teachings that he gave to you specifically, because he never did anything, I guess, out of the ordinary. He always told me that if it was meant to happen, it was meant to happen. Whoever showed up were meant to be there. All you people that are online, listening, watching, everything happens for a reason. Everybody watching online that is here with us today is meant to be here. Don't take away from anybody that wants to learn these things. And again, what Barb said, learn your language, because those are only the stepping stones of what you're about to really learn. Miigwech.
Miigwech Chop, Miigwech Sunset.
Miigwech Ruben, nice singing with you around this drum. Give them a round of applause. I am on the live stream right now, and it looks like we have 123 people joining us from across Anishinaabe territory. Welcome, everybody. Nice to see you. I've got a bit of a delay, but I could see myself speaking right now, and see Chop there, see us giving handshakes. Nice to see. So we are going to move into our next item, and I do believe Alan Corbier is with us. Ojik Corbier from Manitoulin Island. Always running down to the fire? I want to acknowledge Dave Shauna, who's doing a bit of work to keep us dry here at the speaker stand. It's thanks very much, Dave. I do want to invite folks to Shigwenda Powwow, and that's happening the first weekend in July. Is that right? Is it right, Pearl? And that's going to be July 9th and 10th in Shigwenda. Is that right? No, it's not right? Oh, 2nd and 3rd. Oh, that's the first weekend. So the 2nd and 3rd is Shigwenda. So join folks there, join Pearl and family there. And it is a very special grand entry that takes place there, from the fire, hearing the teachings. And before that, the grand entry starts, all of those veterans that carry those eagle staffs talk about their staffs. They do that in circle. And then that song begins. And as Sunset speaks to us, that grand entry proceeds into the circle. I do want to invite you the following weekend, the 50th anniversary powwow of the Kettle and Stony Point First Nation powwow, taking place July 9th and 10th. Our head judge is right here, Patty Shaunu. So if you want to give, if you're intending to dance and you want to give Patty a gift, she'll be happy to know who you are. Also that same weekend, July 9th and 10th, the Alderville First Nation powwow over there on the Rice Lake. Your MC is none other than yours truly. I'll be your MC there, so I'm looking forward to that happening. So nice to see some of our powwows happening again in our communities. So wonderful coming up. Alan Corbier is going to join us. He went and stopped down at the Sacred Fire. He's going to be speaking to us about these wampum belts. And my knowledge of wampum belt, actually, it is something that Nishnawbek did make use of. A lot of people in this day and age, they see the wampum belts and say, oh, that's something that... Oh, is Alan here? Oh, hey, Alan's in disguise. I don't have to kill as much time as I thought. A lot of people see these wampum belts, as you know, Alan, and they think, oh, that's Haudenosaunee. That belongs to the Iroquois. That's not something we did. And that's not true. That's something that was a part of how we acknowledged our treaties, how we acknowledged our treaties with other confederacies, with other nations. So Alan's going to talk to us about that. But there's another thing I want to share when it comes to these wampum belts, and that there's one other nation that made use of these wampum belts, and that is the Crown in Right of Great Britain. Commissioned this wampum belt that you see down here that we know as the 1764 wampum belt. That acknowledged our ways of doing things. That the Crown at one time, did partake in these belts as well. So that's part of that story that's so important. I want to acknowledge this man. He's a teacher. He's a accomplished academic writer and has worked in our communities for a long, long time. He's from Chiging First Nation. He's known as Ochig in his language, Anishinaabe Noswin. And he's also been the past CEO or ED of Ojibwe Cultural Foundation. And he's our most known and respected scholar and historian when it comes to these belts. So for folks at home and for folks here in Nipissing, please welcome Alan Corbier.
I'll stay over here. Nanabojo Nishnawbe Duk need so jik. Nish knows when none be meo donan. Giabe Bejik knows when. Bejik Kenziba. Bejik Kenziba. Giwawi Nick Gaba Bamba Tot. Gaba Bamba Tot and Dishnakanago. Meanwhile, Beshik Nichke, Giek, Gaba Bamba Toot, Pane Popokite, Gikita. So in our dialect, we'd say Gaba Bamba Toot. That means the one who ran around. But my friend says your name is Gaba Bamba Toot, meaning you're always farting. So I'm glad. Optical Migwechan Damdasha give. We could you in go on, we be the Batama Nango Nanda Migis Pikanan. Migis Pikanan Jinkateno. Migis, this one is called a Migis. Bob, can you ska unway that shkode washk? So, yes, please. So, Gi ke jao de shkode kaning. I took time to go over there. But I didn't take these down. They're heavy to carry these belts, to smudge them. And one of the things that I learned, I guess, is to try and talk about them in a good way, to let somebody else talk through you and through them. So, not saying I'm anything special or anything, but what I wanted to do today, I was thinking, Anchminwa dashin gigin danwe ga jibigadek. Jean-Baptiste Siganak gigidowin. Gigin dan Jean-Baptiste Siganak gigidowin. So I reread this Jean-Baptiste Siganak's account of this belt. And then sometimes I will make notes and I thought I'll do I thought I was going to be on Zoom, so I was going to do these PowerPoints. And then I turned around and I said, Kak Shaween. Anga jichige gonna cause in bejik don. This old man used to say he got one mouth and he got 2 ears. And he said, try not to gego ujibige ke panekara o akenziba. This one old man used to say, don't write it down all the time. But all this that I learned came from writing. The majority of it, I should say. Okay. Bob can't light a fire.
Oh, that's better. That's better. Language.
So if we were in the Survivor, me and Bob would be out. And Daryl would save us.
Thanks, Daryl.
Mabadash Migis Minwa Migis Jinkazok Migis. This one is a quahog. That one, the purple one, that's called quahog. That's where you get the purple beads. But if we cut this in half, this one's called a whelk shell in English, but in Ojibwe it's still called migis. So if we cut this in half, we can't though, that's my wife's. That we would get these white, there's a column in there. And in that column, there used to be a proboscis. And that thing would come out, and that's what it uses to eat. So these are actually real purple wampum. That's what this one is. So I want to end this white one. And Bob mentioned the Haudenosaunee people. Us Anishinaabe people, we call them Nodawek. And the Nodawek came up here. They came up here to fight. And they they always want to fight. Even today. Pat Medabi can tell you all about that. But the other thing that they do, that they shared with us, they call it a condolence ceremony. And they would say, I take this string of wampum, they would say, and I clean all the tears that you cried since the last time we met. And he said, I dry your tears for all the losses you've had in the last year, the last time we've met. I use this wampum to dry those tears. And so we look at this wampum and we think, how can a wampum dry somebody's tears? And then they said, I take this other string of wampum and I clean your ears. So you put them in your right in, you pull them out the other. So that we had ear waxing way before there was ear waxing. And then they would say, I take this and I move your heart into its right place. And I take the dust from your ears so that you hear my message. That's what they would say. And I dry your tears so that you can see what we're talking about. And then I take this as well, this string, and I take your heart and I set it aright so that there's no bad feelings. That's what they would say. So the other thing that they would say, there's a lot more to their ceremony that they would do. And this was done in and amongst us, not just Haudenosaunee people, but Mohegan people, Lenape people, Minoa Passamaquoddy people, and Anishinaabe people. All are Kenagiutai Chigamine. Chigamine means a great lake. Bejik Chigame. Chigamine means all the great lakes. Gyutai, all around the Great Lakes, that's what they used, even the Sioux people. The other ones that we were at war with a lot, the Sioux people and the Nodaweg. One thing that they also would do is they'd use that feather, and they would talk about that they're going to use that feather to dry. They use the feather the same way that they use those wampum string. They say, we're going to dry your tears with that feather. We're going to clean your ears with that feather. And we're going to take that feather and we're going to set your heart straight. And then the other thing they would say, that your journey to here would have been long. And you would have walked along all these thorns and brambles, and they would have scratched you all up. All your legs would be bloody. And he said, they'll take that wampum string or that feather or the softest doe skin, and they would wipe that blood, and they would wipe those wounds, and they would care for those wounds, and they would take a salve, and they said, we'll make you all comfortable before we begin, before we start to talk. That's what they would say. We're going to do that. And then there's lots, again. Well, we need our firekeeper here. Yeah. So we have all these belts, and one of the things I was going to do was, if somebody's not here, we'll put them, hang them up. And then they used to hang these up. But they would have a pole, a cross pole. Oops. So they'd hang them all up. And that's the kind of thing. Now we have a library, or I guess now we got a playlist. But back then, we used these as our archive. And we used these, and we'd bring them out. And we would talk about them. So then this old miigwech. Our older belts were, of course, our older belts didn't have the alphabet and they didn't have numbers. But now that's what the Jaganash gave us. They started to put letters on them and numbers. So that's how we know too that they abided by our system. And they combined them, the two of them. So I want to bring these up. And the one thing I want to also talk about that they would do, I read this. This Mohawk chief came up. And when that Mohawk chief came up on the shore, he came up crying. And he was crying and he asked for peace. And he came up to the shore and he's holding all these strings, all these belts of wampum up like this. And he came up to Anishinaabe people to ask them for peace. And he read each and every one of those. But when he came up to the shore, on the shore, his canoe actually had a cross beam. So that the cross beam on that canoe, all you saw were these belts hanging on that, from that belt, eh? So when you come across, everyone knew, they saw him, they knew he was an ambassador, that he wasn't to be killed and eaten like what their old ancestors used to do. So that's the thing. They'd come up like this, and they would say that they're for peace. And then they would read them, and they set them down on the. And so they knew, don't attack them. He's come in peace. And then they'd read them. They would read these belts, why each one had a specific message. So the other thing that I wanted to talk about, so I mentioned that one's called Migas, and of course we know here our friend Bob, that he's a Midday Wenene, and they wear that when they make their declaration, they wear that Migas, they call it, but it's a cowrie shell. But that one that I handed around, we call that one Migas as well. But if you eat a clam, you have clam chowder, that clam is called S. And then there's people in Christian Island and Chiging, knows when this name is still held. They say Essence now, but it's SS. That means a little clam. But it's not the same. A clam is fresh water, and this Migas is salt water. So that's why, what's the difference, eh? But it's two different words for those two different underwater organisms. And Chajajago Giangi Gida Wakunda Nishnabe Widige Magan Minwa Nijan Swan Jigabik Gida Wakin Jada Wakunda Gooding Gia Ginondwa Anoea Bidas Mosenit. So a long time ago they say that there was these people living on the shore. And it was a man and his wife and their children. And one day they heard somebody coming, and they saw them coming from a far away. The Bob Menag say, oh, me exit. They saw this stranger coming towards them. Up to go Kenose. This person was very tall. He said, tall as a tree. And he kept walking to them. Up to go walk. They got really scared how big this person was. They could see him from across Lake Nipissing. And he come walking across. And he's just huge, tall. And then as he got closer, the man didn't know what to do, to take his kids away and hide. So they did try. They went and hid. Kizowok. And then they heard this big stomping sound too. But it also had a bit of a ring. It was ringing. And so they thought that must be who that's coming here, making that sound. And they could feel that earth kind of shake too. So they were really scared. Gita Pape. So they looked out from where they were. Gimozabe. Maba Barb Nolan Penekida. That Gimozabe. So he looked out they looked out in secret, and they saw him again. That one, he came closer. And as he got closer, he got smaller. he was getting smaller and smaller. So then they thought, I don't have to be afraid of this guy. But he give me don't give mon dan keiko. Give mon dan. He's carrying something on his back and there's this thing sticking out. So by the time he got real close to them, he's just a regular man. He comes to them. And so they're still kind of scared because they were like, well, how come he was huge from afar, but now he's regular size? And then he says to him, the stranger, that stranger says, Ha, nichke, benad motion, ganad na, mishkike, chimshkike. He says to him, come and help me. We'll go get medicine. We're going to go get some big medicine. That's what he said to him. And that guy says, oh, guy go nin. No, not me. He says, I can't help you. Guy go nin, not me. That guy says, no, you're the one that I was told that could help me. So they said, you're really fast. You're supposed to be a fast runner. Ah, Ganamago says, maybe I am. I don't really think of it that way though, he says. He says, well, on tomorrow, Ganamajame, we will leave tomorrow, he says. That man. So, Mabadasha, we get Magan, Gijibakwan, the woman cleans, she cooks for them. They eat. Mabadasha, Gizagaswaya, the walk gondak. They end up having a smoke together. They smoke a pipe. Then they eat. And then they decide they're going to go. And then that lady actually made some moccasins as well. She says, Wasa dash, ganejame. We're going to go very far. Ganama madasogon dash. 10 days away. So the next day they started walking. They walked as far as they could. And that man, the Anishinaabe man, he brought his bundle with him. And in his bundle, he had different feathers, different kind of feathers. That's all he had. So they walked. They wore out that first set of moccasins. Then they kept walking again, grabbed another set of moccasins. Then on that last day, around 8th or 9th day, I should say, they came to a big lake, a great lake. They had walked towards the east, and they came to a great lake, but it was actually the ocean. And they saw there, off in the distance, it looked like a mirage too. Mabadash Nishnabe. Meanwhile, the Anishinaabe and the stranger, they both looked. And the Anishinaabe says, oh, Wasadash, the Babandan Wajju. Wajju means a mountain. He says, off in the distance I can see that mountain. He says, Mino de Wanajaying. Is that where we're going? Says, Gai Auzano Wajju. That's not a mountain, though. Waba Mishe Waba Makwa. Awe. That's the great white bear. He says, and that's the one we're going to steal that medicine from. He says he wears it like this around his neck. Shkemat dash. Go deck. And there's a bag that hangs there. And in that bag, Kinege go mishkike. All kinds, nochke go bindik. All kinds of medicine in that bag. He says, we want to get that. So they make a hurry up, quick canoe, and they go across. And still that man, the stranger, whenever he sets down his bag, you just hear a big boom. And that Anishinaabe thinks, who's this guy anyway? What is this? and that thing looks a bit red that he's carrying. So they go over there, and that bear, Naba, and he has his head right to the lake, to the shore, and his paws are in the lake. And then that stranger says to the Anishinaabe, you see, when he sleeps right at noon, your job is to go over there and quietly as you can, without waking him up, take that bag off him. And when you take that bag, then just haul ass back to Nipissing, to the UOI headquarters. And when you get there, he says, jump in the boat, and we're going to go right back across, and we're going to try and leave this guy. So that Anishinaabe says, okay. So he takes his bag, and he has those feathers in there. Eh? So this guy, Anishinaabe, goes there, and he goes up to that bear, and that bear's the size of a mountain when he gets there. But when he gets there, it's the same thing. That bear shrinks a bit, but he doesn't become the size of a regular bear. He's able to go there though when that bear's sleeping, and he quietly takes that off. But you know, when you're a kid and you're trying to steal your dad's car keys or the bingo change in your mom's purse, then they go. Then that Anishinaabe stopped when he thought he woke up the bear. Anyway, then that he was able to get that bag, and this was around it. This was the strap. And then he started running, and he has his own bag, and he's got this bag, so he put two of them over, wearing them cross each other, like this. He had another bag this way. So he starts running. He's got two bags. And then he hears that bear get up. And he just starts thinking, oh, I got to go faster. So he reaches in his one. Mi wepi gim kadekea. Bipi givzesgi bejamek. He throws that feather up. He says, when I fasted as a young boy, he says that American Kestrel came and blessed me. He threw that feather up. Gatin dash apchago giji kapto maba Anishinaabe. And he went really fast, because that's what they also called a pigeon hawk. And he took right off, fast as he could. And then that bear, but as that bear, he looked back, he saw that bear grew, got big again. He started going after him, started chasing him. And then that power of that feather ran out, so he grabbed another one. Threw that up, and then that's that hawk, and he flew again, fast again. Kept running. He saw his buddy over there, the stranger in the boat. He saw that stranger in the boat, and he had Gyabe Bejik Be Migwan, and there was just one more feather in there. He says, "Mi whippy." He threw that feather up as that golden eagle, and then he just went really fast. But then that power ran out too. That bear still chasing him, but he jumped in the boat. He made it to the boat. Then the boat started paddling that canoe. Then that bear thought otherwise, and he just started drinking up all that water. And as they started paddling and paddling, that current they started getting pulled back. And as they paddled and paddled, they couldn't get anywhere. And they were getting really close, really close. Finally, that stranger says to the Anishinaabe, okay, he says, when we get really close, that bear is going to come. He says, when we get really close to that bear, he says, you pull your paddle down and we'll swing around. He says, but you stay, that Anishinaabe was in the back, you stay and you don't let him see me. He says, okay. He says, until I tell you to turn, then we'll turn. So sure enough, they were getting sucked back towards that that big bear, and he's sucking all the water out of that lake, and they're just being drawn. Finally, what he pulled out, he opened up his bag that he was carrying, and he pulled out Bugamagan Jinkade, that's war club, Misquabic Eshtigadik. It's made of copper. He's got a big copper war club. And then that's when they're getting closer and closer. He says, "Oh!" So he puts that down, and they swung right around. And that stranger grabbed his war club, hit that bear right on the head, knocked him out, hit him again, but then all the water come rushing. And then they got pushed right across the lake, and that big bear was knocked out. They went all the way across the lake. Then they got to the other shore. Then they ran back home. And then when they got back to where his wife and kids were, that's what they did. They minwadash pwagan gizagaswawak gizagaswedowak gunda. They smoked, and then that woman cooked again, and they ate. And then that man opened that bag, and they had all those medicines, and they put they put down a blanket, and they put all those medicines out. And then that one, he says, "Okay, this half is yours, this half is mine." And he took that belt. This was what they were after. And he gave him half that belt, and he took half, and he says, "This half is mine, this half is yours." And he says, "Mi gisapikkan one." This is what is called a wampum belt. That's what that fella said to the Miegazit Gi Nan Nishnaben. That's what he said to the Nishnabe. Then he said, "Keen dash Odawa Gadishnakanago." And then he says, "Nin dash Nadawe and Dao." He says, "Me, I'm a Nadawe, you are Odawa." And that's when they first together they went and got that wampum belt. And so like what Bob was mentioning, that people always think of this as being a Haudenosaunee only, but in our story, it was the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe that went and got this from the Great White Bear. And the Great White Bear wore it. So the Englishmen were the ones that called this a wampum belt, but the French, they called it colère, and a colère is a collar. So this is how they knew that they would wear it. So when we call it a belt, it's not the right word. And then the Anishinaabe call it a pikkan, and that's pikkanan are the reins or a harness, and your tump line. And so that's what this would be. How they used to call that pikkan. You take something out of the bush, you put it on a tump line, or you put it here, and you carry something, a heavy load out of the bush, and that's what it is. And so what they call that, why they call it that, I think, nobody told me this, I just made this up like I always do, is that the burden strap, this is a burden, it's the message. The words that are carried on this belt, that's the burden to be carried. That's why it's called that pikkanan. That's what's heavy about it. So I just wanted to talk a bit about that one first, to say how I ended up coming to learn a bit more about these wampum. Because when I started out, like Bob said, people were saying to me, we didn't have wampum. Anishinaabe never had wampum. That's a Mohawk thing. Why are you trying to be like a Mohawk? But if you look at it at the east end, it's the Delaware and Passamaquoddy and Mohegan people that were the ones that actually harvested the Quayaug shells and the Whelk shells, and then the Haudenosaunee started to trade for that, and then they're the ones who made it into its more elaborate forms. So some of you have seen this one. They call it a dish with one spoon. And right now, what we talk about, people will say that all our land is shared, and that everyone has the right to hunt and fish off the land, and that's what this means, they say. And that, to me, that's largely true. In Bachan Bejik Tuscarora, Rick Hill Jinkaza, I visited this one fellow named Rick Hill, and what he talks about is that the rules or the laws of this wampum is that you don't dirty it, you don't break it, and you make sure there's enough for everyone. You don't empty it. That's what they say of this dish with one spoon. But what the Six Nations, at that time, 5 nations, when they founded their confederacy, that's what they said, that their peacemaker took this dish, and he said that all those 5 nations were to have their land in common. And then they said that these white ones in here represent a beaver tail. And then for us, this was written down, this fellow was named Peter Jones. He wrote it down too. And he said that the Haudenosaunee gave a belt in the shape of a dish, and this was given at the east end of Lake Ontario. And they said that what the dish means is that everyone was to be able to have their game in common, but that in the middle of that dish were beaver tail. And they said beaver tail was the choicest piece of the meat to have. So what I think that means for us, especially north of Lake Ontario and Lake Erie, that the Haudenosaunee recognize that we have the first cut, the first choice of the meat or the tail. We get first cut at the tail. So that beaver tail apparently used to be a delicacy. And when you think about this a bit more, that beaver tail, to me also, when we got to think more about it symbolically. What does that beaver tail mean? And then, of course, if ever you've been out in the bush and you've been on the water, then you hear that. They know you're around, and they're warning other people, there are other beavers, that somebody's around. And if you fast, and then they give you that sign too, they're telling you that they're going to help you, whenever danger's around. Or then the other thing is, of course, this is what they use to propel themselves. This is what they use to swim. So there's more. I'm trying to learn more. Like when I grew up, my dad was a farmer, and then he was a carpenter, and then he was a lumberman, a bushman. But he wasn't a trapper. So I wanted to talk to trappers to see what the beaver tail means to them, and how they use that, if they had any special ceremony that goes with it. Because like when you hear people talk about the moose bell, when they harvest the moose, then they have to do something, hang that bell up. I don't know if they used to do that with this beaver tail. So I think there's more to it. Why it's a beaver tail? Like why isn't it the hind quarter of a moose or the hind quarter of a deer, or in this dish? It's an actual beaver tail. So we have to think about that more. What is that? Why is it that? What does that mean? So this, we would say, now you hear people call it Godot Naganana. And of course you know that noggin means a dish. But then if I say this is your dish to Glenn, I say Godot Noggin. This is your dish, Godot Noggin. But if it's my dish and I say Ndo Noggin, it's mine. But if it's our dish and I'm talking to all of you, that's when I say Godot Noggin and na. But if there's a Jaganash out there, then I say Godot Noggin and na, but not yours. It's ours, but not yours. So that's the part that we have to really start to think about as well, how we refer to this, our dish, and then they say with one spoon. So that's what this symbol means.
what I had read from Peter Jones again, and he talked about this, and what people called this belt before was Yellowhead's belt. But I didn't like calling it Yellowhead's belt, although he was a great chief at the Narrows, Minjikaning. But what happens is people, if it's named after their ancestor, they end up thinking it's theirs. That now that was my grandfather Yellowhead, that means that belt is mine. No, it isn't yours. It was the whole nation, that's who it was given. He was the caretaker. So what Peter Jones had written was that there was a wampum belt and the Haudenosaunee had given it to us, asking us for peace. Because so in the 1600s, the Anishinaabeg and the Haudenosaunee, they really fought and they killed each other. And then at first the Haudenosaunee had the upper hand and they chased us a bit, some of us. Apparently they chased, where's Bob? They chased the Nipissing all the way up to Long Lake. But they didn't chase the Odawa and Ojibwe from Manitoulin. We just stayed there and held it. We didn't move, but the Nipissing went way, way far away, ran way, way ahead. Anyway, actually they said they chased a lot of us towards Mississippi. And then we regrouped, we regrouped and then we fought and we pushed them back. But they had guns first. That's what they said, they had guns first. So then we pushed them back, and then you have these different places. There's a place on the south shore of Lake Superior called Point Iroquois now, but it's Nadawe-Oganing. Nadawe-Oganing, that means Iroquois bones. And then at Mount McBean in Sagamuk, that's called Nadawe-Ojing. And Nadawe-Ojing means the mountain of the Iroquois. And there's a bigger story that goes with that. But basically that the Haudenosaunee were killed at this place called Kwaikajawang, and that's a little Detroit. And then they killed so many of them, the bones sank, but there's all these underground tunnels. And those bones that sank, they went under that tunnel, and they went all the way on the top of that Mount McBean, which is now what we call Nadawe-Ojing. But there's a little lake up top that mountain. And all around, Kanan Tenon. All these bones were all around that lake. And that's why they called that place Nadawe-Ojing. Anyway, years later, in the 1800s, there was a sawmill there. And all the pieces of sawdust and the scrap wood also ended up at that lake, even though that was down there, that sawmill. It wasn't on top of the mountain, it was at the bottom of that lake. Then you go across, there's another place called Ashidopkissining, and that's Willisville, Ontario, in between Espanola and Birch Island, by Whitefish Falls. And it means it lies connected there. And there was another place where the Anishinaabeg and the Haudenosaunee had fought, and where the Anishinaabeg had a victory. And then you go further down again, of course, you go to Nadawasaga, what they call Nadawasaga or Wasaga Beach. Nadawezaga, some say Nadawezaga, where the Nadawe appeared. Others say Nadawe-Zagada. And Zagada is river mouth, and then Zalging is the same thing. So we pushed them all the way south, they say. Me with P, Gimigadok, Gimat Migadawat, Nishnabek Minoa Haudenosaunee. They say that when they were fighting, it wasn't just a physical battle. We weren't just duking it out hand to hand, man to man, mano to mano. It was actually a spiritual war as well. And they said that this was from the Perry Island people, Perry Island Nishnabeg, Wasak Sing Deshe Nishnabe, the Gita Bajama, that they said that the Nadawe thunder was matching the Anishinaabe thunder. And these thunderbirds were fighting, and they were at the mouth of the Credit River, Lake Ontario. So they're fighting, the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee are fighting a Gitkamikdash. Gitkamikdash Migadawat. They're fighting on top of the land. And then in the sky, that's that thunderbirds that are fighting. The Haudenosaunee thunderbird and the Anishinaabe thunderbird. And then that's when the Anishinaabe, they called that one that lives under Lake Superior, they called him Gindamaanoa, that one to come and help. And so he came swimming along. He went along Georgian Bay. Then he swam under those tunnels. Then he came out at the mouth of the Credit River, and he jumped right up, and he grabbed that Haudenosaunee thunder, and he brought him down, and he was able to kill that thunderbird. And then that's when the Anishinaabeg won that war. So then that's when the Haudenosaunee gave us a belt like this. So I want to explain my reasoning to you. These two are the same. This one I had made first, and then this is the one I made years after, thinking more about it. Same story, same talk on the wampum belts. So the story is that Peter Jones recorded that Yellowhead had these belts in his possession. And when he had these belts in his possession, he said that the Haudenosaunee had given it to them, and they renewed it. And when they renewed that belt, they said that the belt had the road of peace going through the whole place. And that's why there's a white road of peace going through this belt. And that it doesn't end, it goes all the way through. It would be continuous. That's what that means. Then they said at the first place, they said our ancestors, Gimishum Sabinanik, Giskaanan, Shkude Khan, that our ancestors met at Sault Ste. Marie at Baoting, Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe, and when they met there, they decided to make peace. And when they made peace, they ignited a council fire there, and that council fire would burn forever as long as the earth lasted. Then they said our ancestors together went south and east, and they went to Manitoulin Island, Nidominising, Kike Nokshkawak, Gimishum Sabinanik. Our ancestors, our grandfathers then stopped at Manitoulin Island, and at Manitoulin, they too again ignited a council fire there. And at that council fire, they said it would burn forever. But the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe ancestors, they said they placed there a white fish. Gai ausi tikmek, not the species whitefish, but gigon weapskizit, a white fish. And they said that white fish represented bin de win, purity of heart, white-heartedness, goodness to each other. They said that's what that represented. And then they went further south, and they went to an island across Penetanguishene Bay, and over there our ancestors, Gimishum Sabinanik, Nadawek, Minwa, Nishnabek, together they ignited a council fire on that island at Penetanguishene Bay, and they said it would be ignited and it would last forever, as long as the world lasted. And it was there, they said, that they placed that beaver, a mick gi sigaza ode minishaning. At that little island, they placed that beaver, and they said that beaver represented wisdom, Kawin, that all the actions of our ancestors were done in wisdom. That's what that represented. Then they went further east to the Narrows, Minjikaning, and they said at Minjikaning, our Gimishum Sabinanik, again, they lighted another council fire. And at that council fire there, they placed that white reindeer. And that's what they call Wabadik, white reindeer. But some thought it was a Washkesh, but that's different. Washkesh is a different deer. That's a white-tailed deer. But this was the reindeer. And it was at the Narrows Minjikaning that this was kept. But what they said then, they kept there, they said they also placed a dish. And they placed a dish at the Narrows, and that they said that it was going to be the duty of the caribou to keep this talk. And that's how they would say it. They would refer to the wampum belt as the talk. This, they said, the caribou were to keep the talk, and that caribou represented superiority. And they said they placed a dish there with many spoons around the Narrows. And they said all these And he said one of the spoons that was placed there was for the Haudenosaunee. But remember, it says one spoon was left for the Haudenosaunee. There were other spoons there for different Anishinaabeg. And then the last place they went, that was at the mouth of the Credit River. And he said that's where, again, there's a tall pine tree there. Ginwakazit Jigwak. There's a tall pine tree there that our ancestors placed on top of there, Megazeh, that bald-headed eagle. And he said that that bald-headed eagle represented far-sightedness, but also quick flight. And then they said there they also placed a dish at the mouth of the Credit River. And if that eagle ever saw any danger or enemies approaching or sickness, that eagle was to fly and tell that white reindeer at the Narrows, fly and tell that beaver at that island Penetang, fly and tell that white fish at the Manitoulin, and then fly up and tell the people at Bao Ting. So I reread what Peter Jones had written, and he said there's a white line that goes through that wampum belt. So we got that right. Then he said there's representations of wigwams every once in a while. So I was looking at this. I had my friend there, Ken Miracle, make this. And Ken Miracle is a faith keeper with the Longhouse, and he's a wampum maker. When I asked him to make this, he said, we represent nations with diamonds. And that's what, when you see a diamond on a wampum belt, it means a nation. And then another Mohawk told me that when you put that equilateral cross in there, it means it's a fire. So this was a council fire, and council fire. But thinking of this, when Peter Jones said there's a wigwams every now and then, I thought this would look more like a wigwam, and it's a hexagon. And another hexagon, and another hexagon, and then here, so here this one was Sault Ste. Marie, Manitoulin, the island Penetang, and then the Narrows. And so we put that dish. So I had him put that dish there, and that's the one at the Narrows, and then that's the dish at the Credit. So you see it's different here. So I wanted to show them that how it's different and how I made it. I shouldn't say I made it. I told Brian Charles, my buddy Anishinaabe from Georgina Island, how to make that. And then he, here's the one the Haudenosaunee made. So that's how I thought the story could be represented, and it serves as a mnemonic device. When you see the symbols, then they are to evoke something for you that you would associate with the talk. That's how our ancestors did it. So you see that belt that I'm passing around just has one line, one white road of peace. And they would say that when it's purple, it means war. And when it's white, it means peace. So when you make a white road of peace, that's that one that goes all the way down. But if it's just one road, it means that you can easily veer off the road of peace, and then you'd be in trouble. But if you had three, you had more, the road is wider. So you could go further here and there without actually getting in trouble. So the piece was broader. So that's why this one here is that. This is supposedly called the Ojibwe Friendship Belt, and supposedly was given by Joseph Brant to the Anishinaabeg. And here you see, instead of diamonds or hexagons, it's a rectangle. And that rectangle is a mat. And that's how we talked about our country. Our country, they would say, back in the old days when we would travel, that when we travel, we would carry our mat. So that if we got stuck somewhere, we just put our mat down and we'd sit on it or we'd sleep on it. And it's like if you're camping now, you take your sleeping bag, but back then it was a mat. So whenever you read these diplomatic speeches, they would say our country, but they'd actually say our mat. So the mat referred to our home, to our bed, to our country, to our territory. So what that belt that I'm passing around there is the Haudenosaunee mat and the Anishinaabe mat. And there's a wide road of peace between the two. That between those two territories, our peace is so firm and so wide settled, you'll have a safe passage between those two. So a rectangle represents your mat. And what I wanted to also mention is that when I said that I had reread Jean-Baptiste Siganak's Ngigin Dan Anchminwa Ngigin Dan Jean-Baptiste Gigadowin. In 1851, they were talking about that they were going to stop giving the presents that was for this 24 Nations belt. The British government said they were going to stop giving the presents, so they went to Jean-Baptiste Siganak, who used to keep these belts and to recite them. Anyway, what he said was, long ago, your ancestors said, and it was Sir William Johnson, he said, I give you this mat. It is a mat of peace. And he's referring to the belt. So the belt also was referred to as a mat. And he says that the British had said at that time, I don't want your whole mat. I just want the eastern corner of it, meaning the eastern seaboard. So that was how they talked about the territory, that the whole territory was their mat, your home, your bedroll, your country, but that the British just wanted a corner of it to rest on. This belt is supposedly, the original is in the Pitt Rivers Museum in Oxford, England, and they said that it was collected from the Huron-Wendat. And the Huron-Wendat were our allies after the Haudenosaunee killed them and dispersed them. But what the French did, they wanted to extend their territories, so they, along the Detroit River, they wanted to make a settlement there. So they said, here, this top Lego piece looks like a Lego, and that looks like Lego here. That's two French castles. And they said on either side are French forts, but they said all along the Detroit River, this white part, this is all the country, and it's white because it's all held in peace. But this square, they said this one represents the Huron-Wendat village, and in this square represents the Odawa village, and in this square the Ojibwe village, and this one the Potawatomi village. So that's 4 villages. So a square represents a village, but a rectangle represents a mat and the country. But the other thing that they said is why this is all white is that when that person can hunt in that Potawatomi's territory, and that Potawatomi can hunt in that Odawa territory, that Odawa can hunt in that Ojibwe territory. So they held all this land in common, just like that dish with one spoon belt. This is another belt that's at the Pitt Rivers Museum in England, and the fellow who collected it from a place called the Anderden Reserve or Brownstown, and that Anderden Reserve is south of Detroit, and there was a Wendat Reserve there. Anyway, the keeper of the belt said that this just represents 3 nations. But then the guy who collected it says, I think it means that when the Huron-Wendat, when there were 4 of them, the 3 of them invited them to come join the 4th. But what I think it is, and of course here I'm making stuff up again, is when the Huron-Wendat is the 4th one, but I think this is a belt, they call these a road belt. And when that white road of peace goes through, that means the people have a free pass through a country. And so I think the Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi gave this to the Huron-Wendat, said you have free passage through our country, you're our ally. And so that's what the road goes through this means. And so I think this is what this is Ojibwe Odawa Bode Adami, and that the Huron-Wendat have a free passage through. So one thing that I wanted to research some more is that place called Brownstown. And in the late 1700s, Brownstown was known as the Council Fire of the Western Nation. And the Western nations included the Huron-Wendat, Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi, the Fox, Sauk, Miami, the Wees, even the Sioux. So it had all these different nations there. And that belt with the diamonds on it, it is said that there was a belt that the British had given us after 1760. And they made a belt, and they said it was about a foot width, and they had a diamond on it. And that diamond, the first diamond represented the British nation. Then the second diamond was when the Shawnee joined it. And the Shawnee, when they joined it, that diamond, then the next one was the Lenape people. They joined it. And then the Mohegan people. And each one that came, they put a diamond in that belt. And they said the belt itself, after a while, because it had the Mohegan, the Lenape, the Shawnee, the Ojibwe, the Odawa, the Potawatomi, Miami, Illinois, the Wees. And it had all these diamonds in there, about 16 diamonds. And that's how long this belt was. And it actually represented that Western Confederacy. But we don't know where the original is anymore. So all these belts here, some of them have been researched, and some of them are in, like these ones are just, there's just drawings of them left. But that's what a diamond meant, was the nation. But it also meant the council fire. So sometimes when you read these belts, you got to know the symbols, what the symbols mean on there. So if you noticed, up till now, what I've been doing is I've been talking like this, pointing them like this. And I've been pointing like this, eh? Then what the British did, the British introduced numbers and they introduced letters. So now we read them left to right, like how they write in a book. So they changed our orientation from this to this on our belts. So I was recently, 2017, I was in the court case. I was in the court case. And the Crown, the province and Canada didn't want to recognize this as evidence. And even though they're the ones that made it, and they're the ones that gave it to us. And the one thing that, again, what the Siganok said was that he says, it's a great little speech. I find that it's really packed with meaning. He says, it was long ago when the British first arrived here, Bidigoshnowat Jaganashak Bagamshki. And he said, when they arrived, they were being killed. And they asked us for peace, he said. And then it was at Niagara where Sir William Johnson summoned all the Anishinaabe to come around. And they all came to Niagara, Niagara being the appointed place to meet. And he said that when he put this belt down, that Sir William Johnson said, these are my words, and this is your mat. It's a mat of peace. And then he said, on this mat, he says, I don't want the whole thing. I just want the eastern corner. And he said that, Siganog said that when Sir William Johnson told our ancestors about the British, he said, long ago, Sir William Johnson said, long ago, my ancestor, he says, was looking around before he found reason and sense. He looked around and he said, all the world was black. It was dark. There was darkness all around. There was no sun. And he said he looked around and he says, my ancestor heard a voice. And that voice said to him, look this way. And he said he turned around and he looked, and it was the east. He didn't know it was the east at that time. He just was told, look this way. And when he looked, he said he saw the color of blood. It was red. He said it was all red where he looked. And the voice said to him, you see this, it's rising red. He says, I want you to remember this. So you wear red. You make a coat of red and you wear it so that you will remember always what I've told you. He says, and then as that went up higher, it rose red and it became yellow. And it shone all over the place. And wherever it shined its light, they said, flowers appeared. And then that's when that voice said to him, this will be the future and the prospect of the British nation. It'll be as brilliant as that sun, and its prospects will be as plentiful as all those flowers that they see. So that's what the Siganog said his ancestor was told by Sir William Johnson. And as they went around, he said to him again, don't bother to look to the south, to the west, or to the north. Always look to the east for your life. So that's what the Siganog said. So when we went to court, their expert witnesses said in court, do we really believe that Sir William Johnson told your ancestors that God spoke to them? That God said, look to the east and look to see that sun rising red, and that you are going to be adopted by the sun as a representation of that. Do we really believe that he was spoken to that way? So they don't believe that anymore either, of their own narrative, their own story of how they started to wear red. And so that's what the Siganog had said in that. The other thing that Siganog said, he says, "Apene dash ndojin jitwa ni janis." That's what they were told. I will always hold my hand out to help my child. That's what he said. So, again, and then the other thing that Siganog said, he says, we were told that the British said to us, you will see me take my seat, and whenever I take my seat, I will never be empty-handed. And later on he says, when I extended my hand to you, it was silver. I promised you all this that would shine. So that was what was part and parcel of this promise. But what I wanted to show to you again is, again, you see that we hold it this way now. We say 1764, and we put the numbers on there. And we never used to use the figures of men. We didn't really do that. We just use geometric shapes. We use a rectangle, a square, a line, a hexagon, and a diamond, mainly. But we still were able to keep what we say, gigadawin, the talk. We keep the talk on here. And it was by knowing what that symbol was. But not only that, it was that we talked to each other and we told each other what it meant. And then each of us here remembered what parts of it were. So that's what they said they used to do, is if they would go to a meeting, the chief had his orator. So, Ogema Minwadash Natawet, This is a word they used to use for an orator, neta wet or neta gigada, the good speaker. That was the orator. And then the one who actually kept it was Mijinawe. And the Mijinawe was the one who kept this and assisted with the pipe as well. And then we had, of course, a Gigadowanene, that's a speaker too. So these were the ones that were kept this. And then although I'm, where did our chief go there? Our Grand Chief. Well, when Wadase was Grand Chief here, we would call them Gigadowanene and John Bokaj. Gigadowanene, Ogema Gigada. Ogema Gigada. And that was a temporary position where when there was a Grand Council, they elected a chief to speak on behalf of the chiefs. And that was who was called Ogema Gigada, chief speaker. And so then these were the ones that would talk. But here, if you notice, inside that hexagon is the shape that looks like that dish with one spoon. So you look at this here, put those over, and you see inside that hexagon, it looks like the dish is in there. And so I mentioned this to my buddy Rick Hill, and I said, it looks like that the dish is inside there. And I said, you could actually probably, I said, when I first started reading this of course is after Pontiac's War. And I said, I used to read this belt left to right, and I knew that this end was incomplete. You see, that diamond isn't complete. And I said, okay, that means that it knows that something was on beforehand. It acknowledges there was a past. But then you look at the other end, that chain link isn't complete again. And it means it's going to go on into the future. That it has no beginning and no end. It's acknowledging that there's no future. But then Ken Miracle told me that his elders told him, put these two together. And then you got two diamonds that are filled. So then it finishes off that. And then when you finish that off, the two diamonds, remember what I was saying, that a diamond represents a nation. So here, when the Crown in the court case didn't acknowledge this as a document, I look at this document as almost a perfect combination of two symbolic traditions. And here, the symbolic tradition, of course, with the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee, is they use the diamonds, the hexagons, and those dishes, and the lines. Whereas the British, they introduced the men, and they introduced the numbers. So the two men, of course, one is the Jaganash and one is the Anishinaabe. And then here, the one diamond is the Anishinaabe and the one diamond is the Jaganash. So that's what this represents. So they deny this document, that it is a document, and they deny that it is a gigadowin, a talk. So they don't want to acknowledge this, and they keep saying that isn't really one. Put him to work so he doesn't talk to me. Get the microphone out of his hand. So if they don't like that one, they don't like this one even more. And this is the one that we call now 24 nations. But here they said, Minwa dash gego kiwa windan ki ik Jaganash egoyin. You who is called the Jaganash, you said one more thing to us. And you said, I give you this ship. Napkwan geminen. I give you this ship. Kai wika naushkeneseno. It will never be empty, they said to us. That's what they said. And he said, Gishbin Queen Wabin Demek, Jichi Babigabedok. He says, if anything is lacking in there, just tug on that rope, and I'll know something is missing. And he says, Nga Go bows G morning. I'll get in that boat. Banda wabin dange go Queen wabin demek. And I'll look around in that boat for what's missing. Go bows stone dash. And then I'll load it in that boat. And then all 24 of you get together. Weekabidok Gajimanawa. Weekabidok Gajimanawa. Then all of you get together and you pull that boat, and you pull that boat back to North America or the rock at Quebec. That's what that other part is. So this is the ship that they gave us, and that ship was full of everything that we'd ever want. And that rock at Quebec or is all of North America, and these are the 24 nations that were the allies of the British. So what I want to conclude with is that when we look at these two belts together, and then that third one, can you pick up that other one, Bob? Yeah. So when you have all these together, here, Daryl. So when you have all these together, this one is the first one, and then this one is the one added on, and it makes it stronger. It makes this one stronger. And then this one is also supposed to be part of it. And you see here they used our symbols, but all this talk here is now what we want to have to bring them back to the table. And when we talk about reconciliation, then this is when we say we're pulling on this boat and it's supposed to be full, and bring this all back. But what was in that boat as well, people talk about this here as our sovereignty or nation-to-nation relationship. But I say this, what was in here, in this boat, was ammunition, ball, shot, gunpowder, guns, fish lines, nets, net thread, cod lines, mackerel lines, fish hooks, sewing thread. That means our Aboriginal right to hunt and fish. They recognized all of that. And they were giving us these presents from 1764 to 1854 each year. And that's why this belt and that belt are even more important than just nation-to-nation relationship, because it actually represents everything that they kept giving us is what their acknowledgement of who we are and what we do and what our place is on this Mampi Shike Minising Ejnekadek, what's called that. So I think I'll leave it there. Mi gwachgi bizin de mekkene enchiek Mampi namadbeyek. Yeah. I was going to sell you some ShamWow next when I'm with.
Miigwech Alan, thank you so much for your belts here. Any questions for Alan? I got a quick question for you. How come only one of those characters in this covenant chain belt has a heart, and the one has a hole in his heart?
I don't know. I don't know if it was a drawing. If that, when they did the drawing, see how what he's talking about here is this one looks more like the Valentine and this one looks like the diamond. I don't know if that's supposed to be the Jaganash and the Anishinaabe. And I've wondered that too, but I've never been able to find the right answer there. And whether what we copied it from was a rubbing that was done when Jean-Baptiste Siganak was the keeper of this, a priest by the name of Reverend Hallen. He did a rubbing, and then he did a drawing, and then he counted every bead and every row. So that's why we know this is like an exact replica. But what I'm not sure of is if when he did the drawing, if it was supposed to be that one missing and this one not missing. So it might be. I like
to say that only one has a heart.
Yeah.
The other thing I'm going to ask Alan is in the Eternal Council Fire belt, how come? What's the significance of the moon of wampum there?
So I didn't get to mention that, but they said that here they affixed a moon of wampum on there, and then they said there was a representation of the sun in there, and they said that it's to represent all the actions of our ancestors was done under the sun, under the watchful eyes of the sun, which is of course the creator. And even these belts that I talked about, when they recite that speech, they say that Sir William Johnson had said to us at that time, "Nashke ni Johnsiduk, Kishem do nanon dak ninagok." The creator hears how I am talking to you. Then another part they say, "Nashke kusha ni Johnsiduk." Says Kishem do non dan ndikit. He hears what I'm saying. So that's what this represents. That it's the under the watchful eyes of the Creator, and that's what the sun, of course, represents. So that on there is supposed to be. That's what's drawn. Thanks, Bob. I forgot about that.
Oh, miigwech. Big round of applause, please, for Alan Corbier. Miigwech. So, miigwech, Alan, and thank you for allowing us to hold those belts. That's a part of our history, and now that you've shared that with us, it is a part of our connection to our life as Anishinaabeg. We've got a number of speakers that I'd like to bring forward, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to end our afternoon with our head gets it to talk a little bit about that movement forward and where we're going to go with Anishinaabe Gishgat and this vision for this nation. But I really want to introduce these speakers. They're very important to us. They are really a continuation of the family of our Confederacy leaders. We as a Anishinaabe nation, we refer to ourselves as a nation. Our Getset Ba has made that very clear to us. But we are also part of a broader confederacy. We're the heart of a great confederacy that shared these belts, that had those relationships. And we have representatives of two families here, and one family wasn't able to make it here. I do want to acknowledge my Mede brother, Steve Pego. He is of the Saginaw Chippewa. He is there over in the community. He wasn't able to make it, but he's of the family of Boniac, of Obondi Ayug. It's he who stops the canoe. Is that name of that Poniac family? He was the last of the Anishinaabe leaders to really, in a very strong way, to stand up, to say that this isn't right, that these policies, this way of life isn't right. And he forced Great Britain, forced them back. And that's what led to that royal proclamation in 1763. The acknowledgments in that history that this is Anishinaabe land, that the lands in North America are Indian lands, was a result of Chief Poniac, by Gima Poniac. So I want to acknowledge Steve Pego. If you're watching, Steve and family from Saginaw Chip, I want to say miigwech for you for your work in bringing that forward. Our first speaker to talk a little bit about their involvement and their family's involvement is a representative of the Shawnee or the Shawnoo family. They are considered their own people as well, but they are a part of our confederacy. They're a key, not just an ally of the Three Fires and Anishinaabe, but a leader. A very strong leader when it comes to those relationships and that work. Patricia Shawnoo is of Ojo Dena, which is Kettle and Stony Point First Nation. She is a strong leader in her community, a knowledge holder, and very much a great spokesperson and teacher when it comes to that of her ancestor Tecumseh. He's of the Tecumseh family of the Shawnee, of the Shawnoo family and clan. So please welcome Patricia Shawnoo. The shorter one is over there. Of course, they don't know how to work this mic. Check. Yeah. No, I'll bring it to you. I've been fighting with that mic all day.
sounds better.
I said I'll go where the short people go. Bojo, Nindoe Maganadok, Kashkate Gnu, Nidish Nakaj, Michigan Ododam, Shani Ojibwe, Barawadami Nindao, Kikonong, Wikonong, Ajudana, Nadonjaba, Nijo, Medeo, Niswa, Ishkodekon, Anishnabeg, Odishkodekon, Aju, Gamin, Medewigonin. My Shaganashi name is Patricia Shanu. I'm a direct descendant of that Ogima, of that Ogichida leader, the one they call Tecumseh. We know that he carried 3 names. Jawalag was his first name. Tecumseh was his second name. And when he was raised to leadership, he was raised under the name of Tecumseh. We know that in our family, at our kitchen table, there were many discussions of his leadership, but it was done in a lot of different ways. The same as most of our families, we had to look along that moccasin ancestral line and find out what our Mishomises and Nokomises left along the trail. And it's always been in our family. It was always the grandfather, the uncle. It was always those male knowledge of what they did and what they did for the people. And I just want to say this before, because I know I only got 7 minutes, and I cut my introduction short, so I'll make my 7 minutes. But I just want to say this because throughout our story as Anishinaabe, our grandmother's voice, our grandmother's story is almost absent. So I know that part of my work as a direct descendant and as that family member, I am to bring forth that voice because they work together. And just as our colonizers have worked so hard to assimilate our people, our young people, they have so many distractions out there. We have lots of work to do. Sometimes it gets overwhelming at just thinking about what they did to us. So I speak from a place in our family and amongst that ancestral line of the past, because there's so much in our past that has not been honored. And for a long time, we heard of broken promises, of the treaties that weren't being honored. I come from a kitchen table that I heard aunties and my kokums that would talk about they weren't supposed to enter into any treaties. And sometimes it's hard to speak from this place because we're in an era that we hold them responsible for making those agreements. When I can recall some of the discussions, and a lot of you in this leadership knew my uncle, Norm Jaunuba. He was the last male in that generation that carried the Tecumseh bundle. And he too suffered from intergenerational trauma. And some of you may have seen that. Some of you might have witnessed him sitting in the council meeting, sometime hearing things that brought him to tears because he just couldn't. He didn't have all of that strength that he needed because those things weren't repaired. And, you know, he didn't have any sons of his own. He had adopted children, which we took as our family. So he was the last one that was handed down the responsibilities to take care of that Tecumseh bundle for not only for our family and our community, but for the nations. So when he looked around to see who was listening, who was going to be that next one to pick these things up, it was me and my sister, my eldest sister. But she passed from cancer a while back. So when we went out on a tour, we were supposed to be out, going out and inviting other nations to a gathering that was being held. And it was on that gathering I was up in Bad River, where this Eagle staff was put together. And my uncle came to me in a dream, and he told me he was getting ready to go. So I traveled back to our community, and I learned that he went to the hospital about 3 days before that, and where I had to come off that tour and be with him and stay with him until he passed. But before he left instructions. Before he left, he made his peace, and he made his final feast dish in his prayers for his family and for his life work. And then I was the one chosen by the Spirit, chosen by our ancestors, that carries that within me, within my heart. And my uncle passed that to me. So I respectfully picked that up. I have done everything what he's asked. I've rebuilt the homestead, the Xiaonu homestead. And I made an offer, and then I placed it out there. Say it's time for me to pick up that bundle and move forward. So it never amazes me when a request comes to do something. I listen. There's lots of work that's being done over the last few years, and I'm going to leave some of this for my Uncle Daryl just to speak about. But there's a movement that's happening, and a campaign, as you want to call it, that needs to take place. And I would like to think that this will be one of the places that it can start. But as I stand here today, I'm thinking about my community. I'm thinking about all those ones that are gathering today to get ready to do ceremonies, to work for that good Anishinaabe way of life. I'm thinking about them. But I'm thinking about the path, that ancestral line. Now, my family started out east, and the second stopping place, they went south, and their name changed. They became Xiaonu, and they traveled all the way around, crossing over in that third stopping place. Some went all the way down into the Oklahoma, and then 440 crossed over and came through Bakejuan, all in that area from Windsor all the way up. So there's lots of parts of our story that, you know, we want to share with you. And the campaign that I'm talking about is not only as our hereditary families from those leaders that are coming together to do this work, but also to step forth among the leadership that is representing all those First Nations. And I'm not going to say too much, but I'd like you to take into consideration what is coming and what we need to do for Anishinaabe people. The relationship that we have with our Creator to protect our lands, to protect our water, to help our men restore their identity, to restore the grandmother's voice. We have no time to be a part of the discrimination that has happened against our Anishinaabe Kwe. Gordon Ba, I remember the last time I stood with him was when we were on the water walk. And I remember what he said. He said, you can't do this without Ogichidal Kwe. You cannot do this without Ogichidal Kwe. So there's lots that I've thought about when he said that, and I'll continue to put that in action in a good way. So I'd like to leave with you today, out of my 7 minutes, that I really appreciate on behalf of my family and community, to be able to come to the celebration today, to be a part of that. And I look forward to our future work together. Whatever that looks like, I know it has to mean unity, because that's what our relative stood for. He worked at uniting the tribes. He would not participate in treaties because he couldn't come together and say, yes, I agree on that, because all the nations were not standing there. All the nations that he went to visit, all the ones he was bringing together, they were all not standing there, so he could not sign a treaty. In our family, it shared with us the original treaty that he touched. He put a knife through it. Pretty drastic, but I'm proud of that. But we're in a time where that we have to pick up what we have, and we have to hold them accountable, and we have to continue to fight. Fight for those next seven generations. Whether you represent the past, whether you're part of this present, we have to ensure that the next 7 generations is going to have clean drinking water. They're going to know their roles and responsibilities as Anishinaabe Nini, as Anishinaabe Kwe. And I'm proud to say that I'm sitting amongst the greatest, some of the greatest leaders, some of the greatest ones that come together to uphold who we are as Anishinaabe. I say, one of the quotes, I've always liked this one. A single twig will break, but a bundle of twigs is strong. Chimigwech.
Miigwech, Patricia, thank you so much. Very strong words from a strong Ogichita Kwe. And I think, that's something that we need to celebrate as well. That those Ogichita and Ogichita Kwe that at some point need to stand up as well. We have to stand up. We have to do our work, and we can do that in peacetime. But we also need those that will lead us. Not in war, but being strong to stand up, as our head gets it. Will talk to us about later. So I want to acknowledge that. I want to talk about this woman that's here with us, and in particular her father, Shingwak Ba, Dan Pine, Dan Ba. I was a very young man when Daryl Busno was a young man. Got a chance to learn from Dan Ba, and the continuation of not only that knowledge but that vision that brought us to this point here. That we wouldn't be celebrating this Nishnawbe Gishgak if it weren't for Dan Pine, if it weren't for our teachers in that way. So I'm going to call and ask Doreen if you'd say some words, or is Daryl going to speak? This man needs no introduction. He is past chief of Garden River, board member here at the Anishinaabeg Nation, and he just done so many things in leadership, in providing that good advice and good way of knowing, and is always a good friend and supporter to so many of us. I love calling him a friend. He's a good man. So please welcome Daryl Busno and Doreen Lesage.
Yeah, I do. Doreen Pine Lesage, there's Nakaz, Kanzi Bidon Jabaj, Chakandodam. I'm the great granddaughter of Chief Shingwak. And my pa, Dan Pine, everybody called him Pa, was the youngest grandson of Chief Shingwak. So I just want to say that I'm very happy to be here, Chinendam, Tibijanin. And Daryl, my nephew Daryl, has been a friend and a part of our family for many, many years. I guess a lot of you know Dick Pine, I guess, for many years. And also my dad's nephew, Fred Pine, who was in 2 world wars. So Daryl is just going to say a few words that we jotted down there, and just to let you know that I'm very happy and proud to be here and have Daryl with us. And I also have my daughter and my granddaughter, so there's 3 generations here of Chief Shingwak.
Wayne Bajon on the way Maganaduk, Nita Magabo Indigo, Daryl Busno, Dijnakas, Nemedo Dem, Kitagan Zibi Dunjaba, Ojibwe Nishnawbe Indao. Let me start off first by thanking the Wandamins family for lending us Gordon for many, many years and leaving many teachings along the trail for us to pick up and use in our ways of knowing and ways of doing. Let me acknowledge all of these sacred items that are here with us, supporting us here today as well. These sacred endowments that are important to us. Our host community, Nipissing First Nation. My wife is from here, so it's a special place for me as well. And for the Grand Chief and the Deputy Grand Chiefs of the organization as well. And my good friend Iyabe Gandher, our Ontario Regional Chief, always moving, no moss goes under his feet. So it's good to know. And it's a special honor for me to be here for today. Don't know how we actually got on the agenda, but I know they're planning for Anishinaabe Gijigat, and so it's a beautiful day to celebrate this day and to think about all of our people in our communities. In particular, those who are going without, those who have less, those who are suffering, those who are struggling with various addictions, because they're part of our circle as well, and we need to be sure that we're strong enough to help them too.
my aunt here, who's also my next door neighbor, asked that I give a little bit about her great grandfather. He was first known as Shingwak Kos, and then he changed his name he shortened it. Shingwak Kos was Little Pine, and then he changed to Shingwak, which is the pine. And later on, his second name was Sakajaswe, so it's that sun that comes over the hill, the mountain. He was born in 1773, and he died in 1854. He was a warrior, orator, medicine man, and leader of his people. He spent much of his youth fasting. John Askin said, that's your grandfather, said 9 times for 10 days at a time, and he received a tremendous amount of power and knowledge as a result of going out and fasting. He was a member of the Medewan Society, the Wabano Society, and GSCAN, and he was a shaking tent practitioner. A renowned warrior who fought the Dakota Sioux out west in his youth. Fought alongside the British in defense of Canada as a Anishinaabe leader during the War of 1812-14. Signed treaties in the United States and Canada after the war, showing his widely influential he was. He led resistance against the illegal seizure and exploitation of Anishinaabe lands and resources in Upper Canada during the post-war of 1812. And he snowshoed from Kitaghan-Zibi to York, which is Toronto today, in the winter of 1833-34, in order to meet with Lieutenant Governor Lord Colborne, Shingwak's right to protect all the rights to our resources and our rights to hunt and fish, recognized by Colborne, as promised regarding education, where he made this petition. He led a force which controlled illegal miners in Mica Bay on the north shore of Lake Superior in November 1849, leading to colonial authorities of Anishinaabe. And that was instigated the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850, where he bored a cannon and he loaded it up in a canoe and he wrung it off where there were illegal mining activities going. He signed the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850 on September the 9th. The last one, holdout signing, as he thought Anishinaabe should have better demands. They were offering us $4. Shingwak wanted more, and more control over lands and resources at the time. He was part of the Three Fires Confederacy of the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi. A confederacy that goes back to a long time in the history. The Ojibways were the knowledge keepers and warriors. The Ojibwe were the largest group, and the Potawatomi lived in the southern tip of Lake Michigan, the Odawa near Mackinac and the eastern shore of Lake Michigan. And this is many things where Shingwak was part of. But part of our special time to be here today is to give acknowledgement to all of the work that's been done. In 1992, the first modern day gathering of the Three Fires Confederacy happened in Garden River. It happened in Garden River. That was the first modern time that people came together. And they came as far away as Manitoba. We had a huge contingent from Seguin. Over 300 people came and joined us for this gathering. And since that time, there's been a lot of work that has been done. In 2007, we had another gathering in Garden River where the Three Fires came together again. And I got to say that was probably the most spiritual time that I ever participated in. Because, like this day wagon that's sitting in front of us here today, and that Confederate song that was rendered, we heard that in Garden River as well. And when the delegation came from all over and danced in with all of these Eagle staffs, I swear to the Creator that everybody was 2 inches off the ground. People were floating coming into this session. And it was such an empowering moment, especially for young people, because it was very inclusive. Very inclusive. And part of the work that we continue to do through Chief Shingwak's vision, is to hold up the Confederacy. And it's part of the work that was left behind as well from Eddie Benton Benet, who led us through a lot of these efforts as well. And you combine that with the work that was done by Gordon Baugh and Eddie Benton Benet Baugh, this is the path that we need to follow. And this is a message that I also heard last week when they had the Grand Council in Thunder Bay. We need to do things differently. We need to do things differently. And the way we do things differently is from those teachings that Alan Corbier shared with us today. All that beautiful history that he shared with us and gave us. It needs to be cultural based. And these stories need to be told by us. This is our story. And it's our history and it's our future. And we need to tell that story. And it's about the restoration, reclaiming, and protecting what our language commissioner, Barb Nolan, talks about. That sacred language that was given to us by the Creator. It's all part of the rebuilding of the Three Fires Confederacy. And we need to feel it from the heartbeat of the drum. We need to feel it from the heartbeat of the drum. So that big drum, the little water boy drum, and all of those other sacred endowments need to be part of the work that we need to do. We know that also that it is pending that next year there's going to be another gathering. And this goes back to the dream of our brother Gordon Baugh, to have this clan gathering that is relevant to the Three Fires Confederacy. And it still needs to be confirmed, but it is our understanding that that is to take place in Garden River, pending, that decision being made. And I don't think we can speak on behalf of the community, but for sure we can commit the chief to say that yes, this is something that we'd certainly be looking forward to do. And I think that this is really going to strengthen the work that is being done here and is being done across Anishinaabe territory of what we need to do to restore our true sense of government. A friend of ours, Patricia and ours, and many others, and Doreen, Jerry Fontaine, former chief of Seguin, who's now Dr. Jerry Fontaine, wrote a book, Our Hearts Are as a One Fire. And within this book, he talks about the Three Fires Confederacy. He talks about Shingwak, he talks about Tecumseh, and he talks about Pontiac. And he talks about it from the lens of not something that he researched in a colonial book, but he actually went to each family and talked to all of the descendants of all of these three great leaders. And this is a book I'd recommend if people are interested. I think you can get it on Amazon, or the other way, just Google it. I guess you'll find it somewhere. I guess I don't know where, but I just truly recommend this.
Hopefully you all get it because my name's in there.
So again, we want to thank Bob for facilitating today, and I think that's our purpose, Pat, is to come here and to share a little bit of what we're doing, acknowledging Steve Pego as well. It's part of this effort, and it falls in line with the work that has been done here within the Grand Council, is the restoration of this original form of government that we have.
If you could ask them to order the book through a bookstore,
Order it through a bookstore because they're trying to make it number one bestseller. Amazon. But it is such a beautiful thing, a beautiful life that the Creator has given to us, each and every one of us, right? We have this wonderful spirit in us.
And it's always a pleasure to visit our communities because we are welcome with open hearts. And we know that we're given the best. We're given the best seats here when you come to Nipissing. We got the best food and the best friendships, right? And we need to continue to build upon that. Our children deserve the best, right? And out of all of what they deserve the most is love. And we need to tell them that. We need to tell our children that we love them. Because those are words that some of us never heard. We never heard that, I love you. So we need to tell that. That needs to be the core message, I think, that comes from the gathering, right? Bringing together the clans and rebuilding the Confederacy. So on behalf of my aunt, her daughter, her granddaughter, and our other family members from Garden River, who are also descendants of Chief Shingwak as well. Lynn Pine over here is a granddaughter of Chief Shingwak. And our language speaker, Barb Nolan. I want to thank you for having us here and for sharing all of your wonderful blessings with each and every one of us. And we look forward to the opportunity, should it present itself, to have the clan gathering in Garden River. I'd be happy to do that. No, miigwech.
Daryl, I love you. And I do. He's my brother. So we're going to take a break, but I'm going to ask folks that are joining us in the on the live stream, if you are one of those 12 First Nations that are celebrating Nishnawbe Giishguk today, we want to see your photos. We want to share your photos. We want to see them on Facebook. Send them. We're going to ask you to email them to news@anishinaabeg.ca. news@anishinaabeg.ca. And even if you see this after the fact, and you're going through and you're watching it, please do send those even after the fact. We'd love to be able to see that, and it'll be published on the Anishinaabeg News as well. So let's take a 10-minute break. We are a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to ask everyone to come back at 3:45, so quarter to the hour. So enjoy your break, and then we'll see you back with our Head Gets It coming up. Miigwech. Others have chose to go to a warmer location. There's some are in the hub, some are in the Elders Hall. But we do have over 100 that are still on the live stream, so we're going to keep it. We're going to keep broadcasting from this location. So bundle up, try to stay warm. We are going to commit to wrapping things up before 4:30. So things will get going here, and then we'll be wrapping up before 4:30. Before Nimki Onkwat comes back, one of the things that I was asked to speak of is with regard to Nishnawbe Gishgat, this beautiful day, this wonderful day that we're celebrating. Nishnawbe Gishgat was the vision of Gitsit Ba. And one of the parts of that vision was that this would be a day associated with the Nishnawbe Nation Grand Council. That when those chiefs came together to do their business as they usually do, that this would be an opportunity for a more family kind of gathering. That would happen the day before Grand Council. That will include some of those activities, some learning, some ceremony, some fun, some games, those good things that make us Anishinaabe. Learning those things. And so that's what is envisioned, that's what was given to us, and that's what the Anishinaabe Nation is going to try to do for next year. It didn't work out this year in terms of connecting with Grand Council. It's pretty close, there's a few days off, but next year they're going to try to make that part of the Grand Council activities. So it would be Anishinaabe Gishgat followed by those 3 days of Chiefs Gathering. So that's what we can look forward to next year. Also looking forward to that clan gathering that Daryl spoke of. That continuation of that work of restoring our Three Fires Confederacy. So really looking forward to that. To wrap up our discussion, to talk a little bit about the vision of the Anishinaabe Nation. Perhaps the future of Anishinaabe Gishgak. But also the future of how we need to take those steps to do this work, to assert ourselves, to drive down this work that has to happen, to do that in a strong way. So to offer that, I'm going to bring on Nimki Onkwat to offer us those words. So our Grand Council Elder, Richard Asinaway.
Mimino Nimki Onkotwa, Magagizme Goiganishinave. Mino Neganata Margot Niveneston. Sin, Atotemit. We got 7 minutes. I'm in Goding. We do Quang when the Gogishguk. Was Robert Twang Jellymeang. With up on the Moyang on the same mamma. A Bogjevenanget. Aha, mich mi non goding music over, ja. I was a big one. We get in the mouth. When the Anishinaabe couldn't go down in his hot. You know, go back on it. You eat all the water mowing. Aha, with the Magian to Sindish, having in the way. Don't so start on. I didn't get Punigedettushin. Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone back home as well. Miigwech. Very beautiful day. Heard a lot of good things, a lot of good stories, a lot of sharing, lots of knowledge. And that's the way we are as Anishinaabe. And today, I'm going to share you what I was asked, and it's the vision of the nation, of our Anishinaabe nation. But I'll start off with this. I don't know how far back I'm talking about, many years ago. Hundreds of years ago, maybe thousands of years ago. Our ancestors that lived a life at one time that walked on their moccasins. They lived in such a way. And back then, everything they did it all right. Everything they did it all right. As time went on, that started to change. We started to lose that way, slowly. We understand why now, is what was brought to us and what was taken away from each and every one of us. And we all struggled with that. Still today, there's a lot of people still struggling with that. And now it's time for all of us to rise as Anishinaabe and start using your gifts that you have, that you've carried, and what you were shown. A Minado that showed you that. And for myself here, how did Anishinaabe do that a long, long time ago? How did they do that? How did they do it all right? What they did was, what they used was their mind. The power of the mind. Nendamoin, what we were given. Everyone was born with that. But back then, they used their mind in such a way. And that mind that they were born with, they used their mind, 98% of their mind, positive. They knew what to do in any given situation. Right from birth to death. They knew what to do. Or if somebody was sick, they didn't sit there and ponder, wondering what to do. They knew right away. By using that positive mind, that 98% of their brain to do that. But there's that 2% in their mind that was negative. They didn't really go there. But the only time they went there was when they saw someone coming. So-called Jaganash or settler or whoever, maybe an enemy. That's when they tapped into that negative. The Yangovzo, they were careful too. They knew what to expect and they knew what to do. Mige Gijadok, those were the Gijadok. They knew what to do. Again, that as that time went on, that all changed. And what's happening for quite some time now, I don't know how many years I'm talking about, from way back though, is that the people that were born, including me in my world, when I was brought here, when I came to be, I was born with the same mind as our ancestors. Exact same. And what happens to us, what happened to me, when I grew up, what was done, what happened? I started to use my mind. 98% of my mind negative. Everything was negative. But that 2% positive was there. I didn't really go there. Didn't want to believe in myself. That I could do it or to make change. I hung on to that negative part in life. But I just didn't know what to do with that. So all of us, across our nation, across Turtle Island, we've all been through something, and still are. We've seen a lot with our own eyes. We've heard a lot with our own ears. We've tasted a lot with our own mouth. We touched a lot of things with our own hands. And we smelled a lot of things from different parts, wherever we went. And it was hard for every one of us. So back then, Again, how did they do it? Well, us Nishnabek, we're not really, we really don't know how to, we know because we went to school to learn from the book. I learned that way too when I grew up in school. I just didn't quite grasp it or understand it, what they're talking about. With anything, whatever subject it was. I grew up in a language. I never spoke English as a young boy until they put me in school. That's where I learned that English language. But that English language that I've learned, I've never swore so much in my life. But that language that we were given, that we're born with, there is no words for swearing. Nothing. That's the spirit of our language, how powerful that is. And we need to tap into that language once again and keep learning. It don't matter if you speak one word or two words or one sentence. That's good enough. Keep learning. And the way to learn it is not so much from the book or some kind of a material. The best way to learn that is to be around language speakers. Listen to them. Follow them what they're saying. That's the way I learned our language from my grandparents, my parents as well. They always spoke it. And I started to understand it. But that English language kind of messed me up. And like math, for example, they used to call it arithmetic back then. 1 plus 1, 2 plus 2. You know, I couldn't put it together. And I sat there and thought about that. I'm going, wait a minute here. I already know math in our language. That's the way they taught me. And what they used to do was, I used to help out with the fishermen, or even cutting firewood. And the fishermen would say, aha, these bins of fish. What they said was, divide it in 5. So I knew how to divide in our language. Or they would say, times 2 more. I've learned that. You know, that's how we learned arithmetic back then, is through our language and the way we were taught and the way we were told. So that language, when I first started speaking, that Anishinaabe Moen, that spirit language of it all, it was amazing. Listening to my grandparents too, neighbors even. But when they first put me in that school, that's where it began for me. And what happened there, and for a lot of people, is they twisted our tongues. Twisted tongue. That's why we cannot really pronounce those old words. There's still people that speak it. Those old Nishnave Kidwenan. Now we broke it up, you know. So we'll try to learn that old language if we can. And there are people that speak it. We need to go to them and listen. Listen to that language. They will share it with us. So, again, how do we do all this? And how do they do it? They had a vision, our ancestors, what to do. And that's the way we learn. To do something. The vision. You'll also be shown too in your sleep. And the book they call. And if you want to really seek it, go to the bush and sit there for a while. That land will speak to you. Those animals will come to you and speak to you as well. All those living beings. that exist will help you and guide you through. That's where you get that. And for me, that's what I've done. I fasted at our ceremonies. I fasted at rain dance. And I fasted in the bush. And just this last month I went out. Why did I go? Something happened last fall. Mawani Khan, Gordon. He called me now and then, text me in Anishinaabe language only. That's the way we spoke to each other in text. And one day he asked me something back in October. Because I give now the monk, can you come and help me? Oh, aha, Wabanesh. And he was silent on the phone. I says, I feel something that you want to ask me something. Then I heard his voice start to tremble. Then I heard him cry. That's when he says, "Could I give it out the monk? Can you come and help me?" Aha, Wabanesh. What? Okay, Mark, the leaders are going to come and gather here in my community at my house. Aha, I'll be there. And so I went down in October, met the family. I've known the family for quite a while. They're my relatives. My grandma was a Wendemans. She was from there. So I arrived there, but I still don't know why I'm there. I even asked him. I says, so why are these Gimok here? I don't know, he says to me. Well, I need to know. I don't want to walk in here blind. I said, well, he said, we'll do a pipe ceremony, and we did it. I said, but I want to hear them. I know they have a talking stick they use when they speak, but I use my wings so I can hear them. And they shared what they shared, where they're at, with governance, the nation building they talked about, even the struggles that they have, and what they want to do. TRC, that was brought up, and also the epidemic of COVID. So once they all shared, I listened. Then I started to speak about different parts of that, trying to help them. And it was a good day. But I remember him telling me that day, he says, Richard, I'm going to warn you something. I said, Wabanesh. He says, not all of them. He says, some Gimok, some staff. I was in the they're not listening. What do you mean? He says, you will see it. And I've seen it before. And he says, they're like this with their cell phone when someone's talking, or when I speak, he says, or they nudge each other. Oh! I says, I know how to fix that. He says, you do? Ah. I says, watch. Then I shared. And the topic was on pandemic. And I talked about COVID, the sickness that came through in this world. That was foreseen by our ancestors, our elders. They knew. And it put fear in a lot of people. A lot of people. Still today. So that pandemic, that's still here, that's still lingering. People don't know what to do. And they were going through this emotion called Sidayan Damoin. Sidayan Damoin in our language means grief, grieving. A lot of people grieving during this time. A lot of people lost their loved one during that time of hard times. We weren't allowed to do ceremonies. We weren't allowed to do traditional burial ceremonies. Nothing like that. Just because COVID sickness was here, there's things that never stopped. What is it? The children were born every day still during this pandemic. Cancer was still moving during this pandemic. That never stopped. But we all stopped. All of us. I said, now this is the time. There's a reason why this is all happening. And it's the time of change that we're approaching. And I talked about every 13 years this morning at the sunrise ceremony. Change. How we follow the moons, the 13 moons. How it governs us. And how we're not going to go by that. By the force of nature. And that pandemic, that still lingers. And I go, well, yes, pandemic is here. This is the time to move forward now towards healing. There's going to be a lot of healing after this. Lots of healing. People are going to need healing. Because when it all began, I said it 2 years ago, because they asked me where this is all going. I said, you may not believe me, but where this is heading is, there's going to be a lot of mental health. And it's happening. Now it's a time for healing for all of us, for everyone, for across the nation, across Turtle Island. Time to rise, time to heal. Time for all of us to go to those 4 elements that we're given. To go to that Shkodekkaning, that fire. Sit with it. It will speak to you. It will give you healing. Go to the lands. If something's wrong, we go to our mothers. And if we don't have a mom, we can still go to our mother. Who's that? Shkokamikwe, Mother Earth. We go to her. She will nurture us. She always has and always will. If you look at the hills and mountains somewhere, those mountains that are high, what are those? There are Mother Earth's breasts. Go there. She will nurture you. You will find healing. You will find love and compassion and kindness. What a mother has to offer. That's where we need to go. Spend time out there. Enjoy what we're given, these elements. Bish, water that we keep hearing about. What's happening to it. We got to speak for that water spirit. Represent them. Some way, somehow. By using your gift. And also to start going to the stone people, like I said earlier. Go to the sweat lodge ceremonies. They'll show you something. They'll take that sickness from you. They'll cleanse you out. And you go to those tree people, all those trees out there. And when that tree stands, it stands like this, with its arms out. It knows you're coming. It knows already long before you see it. And when you approach it, it looks down at you. Then you stop. Then all that tree says to us, or says is this. When it looks down. Aha. Well, when I say, wait a minute, what are you asking of me? I come to you for help. I come to you for your medicines. Darkus, I'm sick. Aha, come in. And that's when you offer your offering, and you ask for that. That's their job. That's their duty, is to provide all that for us. And everything that's B'dakate out there, everything that's in the Creator's garden out there, all them skikke. It's for everything. COVID, for cancer, everything. Same with all the four-legged animals that were put here for us to provide that healing. And I heard that young man speak about the Vigasabi Ganan he talked about. Vigasabi Ganan is those wampum belts. And there was something he asked is about the beaver tail. That was one of the items that women used to carry, that tail. And they used that to comb their children's hair. To comb that, Sedain de Moed, what they're struggling with. That's when they used to do that. We still use that today. Where do we use that? When it comes to a grieving ceremony, it's called. That's when we use that beaver tail. I have one at home. And that beaver tail, yes, it's very true. Long before you approach the beaver pond, it knows you're coming. That's a gift it has. But every part on that beaver is used. Our ancestors used that for medicine, for guidance. And that tail is one of them. And we use that Panakwegizis, they call. That's when we do that ceremony. Panakwegizis is a falling leaves moon in the fall. And why we do that then is when somebody lost a loved one, they're grieving. Siddhartha loss of a loved one, they have a hard time moving forward. So in the fall, that's why Anishinaabe always gather and have a feast for these loved ones that have gone on, to honor them and thank them, and to celebrate with them. Then after that, they use what's called Panakwege ceremony, they call. Panakwegizis is falling leaves moon, when the leaves are falling. Panakwege ceremony is the combing of the hair ceremony. In the fall, we see lots of beautiful colors at that time. So many vibrant colors. You'll see that at gatherings, funeral homes, wakes. What do people bring? Wawaskune. They'll bring flowers of different colors. This represents the fall. Fall is a time of finished. That's what that represents, done. The trees are done. Their job. So when our Gijadak, children, families, people, when their life comes to an end, they fall. That's when that's done. Minoshgo, attached to that beaver tail, there's a tailbone there. It's about that round, and it's got a little handle on there. There's a certain ceremony that's to be done for that one. And if you don't know what to do, you go to that beaver and it'll show you. And you use that beaver tailbone and you look in there and you'll see it. Go on to go. That beaver will show you that, what you need to do. That's what we're given. He gave us everything we need. Everything. Everything we see here. Now it's time to use them more. Not to be afraid, not to be ashamed even. We have to start. So when I went fasting, I took that feather Gordon gave me at that gathering to take on, take over his role. Like I was surprised by that. I didn't expect it. I didn't want to say no to him, but I accepted. Aha! And not long after he marched off. He went home. Going home. I was there. And helped any way I can. And then after I got home, I thought about that. That eagle feather that he gave me, as you saw me wore this morning at the sunrise ceremony. Thought about it in winter months. And then, give it the stick, he came to me in my sleep. And he says to me, aha, ceremony ko siya. I just didn't know what it was. So I felt that I was called by the Manitouk over there. I had to go fast. It was just me. Some people ask me, who's putting you out? Me. Wasn't there an elder putting you out? Call me. That was the old way how it used to be done. Jingwak, he did that when he was Ugama. Anything he wanted to find out, he went over there and seeked it and brought back the message. He did that off and on. That's how he did it. And that's how we were given to do. When we seek that guidance, that wisdom, Nabokka, that's very important. So when I was out there, give it this a go. I had visits. Midashki went to Moed Nido, that Nido came and he says, aha, Asa, Kitchenadamage, you did a lot for people. And I've been traveling down south at these Aboriginal health centers, different communities, trying to help people that are struggling, that are sick. For 21 years, I've been going down there every month. And other communities fit them in between there somewhere when I had the schedule. There are times I couldn't go to the ceremonies because I was tied up. I couldn't even go to the rain dance or sun dance to go help out. Nothing. Powwows, maybe 2 or 3 in a year. Top 3 powwows in a year. That's it. So when they do gigita, when they do Debenchiget, spoke to me and says, "Aha, I was not to me which gi opposite doing got me now for using what I gave you, what I showed you. Not the more when you help Nishnavik from all over, especially during this hard time of COVID. I worked from home, trying to help people from home. It's hard. It was different over phone or Zoom. And I did it. I guided them through, explained to them what to do to pull through by using our medicines. And Mr. Minito said, aha, kuchimigwach. Kikchinaki, you did a lot. He says, now it's time for you to rest. Kukke look after you. Wow. So what did I do after my fast? When I came out of that, I thought about it. And I called the health centers that go down South Sohak. I talked to the president of the board, executive director, and the cultural lead. And I told them about my fast. I said, this is what I'm doing. I says, I'm not going to ask. I says, I'm going to take time away. Oh, 1 year. Oh. You know, Richard, he said, do what you have to. You've been with us for 21 years. You helped us build this. Sohak. from one health center. Now they have satellites of health centers now. And I did ceremonies with them on their journey to get there. Work with their staff, shareholders, clients. They said, we understand. I said, I haven't really took time for myself. I've been busy. But if I did go home and visit my family, it wasn't enough time at times. Go right away. And they said, Richard, we understand. I says, but here's the thing. I know you have this in your mind. I says, no, I'm not sick. I'm healthy. I think I am. There's nothing wrong with me. But there's one thing I neglected. What was that? I didn't really have time to go seek they call dentists. Even before COVID, didn't have time to go. Then when COVID came in, I couldn't even go either. So now that part there I want to look after. My teeth and get that done. And I don't want to get sick. So the other one is this. When I said Sedaidamoin, grieving, there's something the nation has to do from here on. The Slavic nation is you have to fast in different ways. And the first thing you're going to start, I know there was leaders that were supposed to fast in May. There's some reason it didn't turn out that way. That's meant to happen. But I did. I went to a different location. So, starting today, the National Aviation is going to start fasting. Fasting for what? You're going to be fasting for me. I'm taking time, 1 year. It doesn't mean I'm leaving you. I'll still be there. This morning, at our sunrise ceremony, I showed you something what to do from here on. And what did I show you? Is this. Time to start. Start doing the things that you already know and you were shown. Gordon taught you ceremonies, sunrise ceremonies. You don't have to have a pipe to do that. All you need is sema. Start doing those on your own. Even in the gatherings you go, use those local elders wherever you go. Call them. They'll help you. But I will be there to help. And like things like there's an Eagle staff gathering in September. I'll be there. I'll be there to help. I've helped with the Sarnia when they had Sarnia Eagle staff gathering. I was their head elder for it. And I will do that. And I have to do this to take that 1 year for myself. Like I said, I don't want to get sick. And I need to look after me. And that's some things we neglect. Sometimes we neglect to do. We go, and start forgetting about ourselves. We need to do that once in a while. And I guess like looking down what I wrote here. Long before the arrival of settlers, I guess, Anishinaabe, people lived as distinctive societies. Each had their own territorial boundaries that we know. Teachings on how to live in harmony with the land they inhabited. Language, customs and belief systems. Educational systems. Governance and common identity. They had their own trade networks and trading routes. They had also developed their own alliances and treaties with each other. These alliances and treaties were formalized through the use of poagan, pipe ceremonies. And these understandings were documented and translated through the use of a migasavigan, the wampum belt. Start using them. When you meet, share those pipes with other chiefs. Help each other out. And our ceremonies should be the center of our nation. Whether it's rain dance or sun dance, any ceremony should be the center of it all. That's where we need to go. Powwow. Came into Goma, the Shkash of Makande going how we were governed by a Minneto. That Nishnave way of life. Jito when they call. Atzain is spiritual life. Jitoin is the way of life. How we were given. And we're known as we're keepers of these gifts that we've all received. Everything we see around us. Gimindu was the women. That's how we say that in the language. Keepers of the gifts. So there's 4 parts that's you're gonna start using. Gamindu go in what you're given. Is an endomoen. Your mind. Use it 98% positive. Mina agree your body, to use your body to show. But how do you show it? When you meet with settlers out there, gatherings, government, quick one, you wear your hat. But now it's time to take those 3-piece suits off. You dress up full. Whatever you have, you can get someone to make. That's how our ancestors used to dress. They wore their bonnets, but they wore the rest all the way to their moccasins when they met settlers. And what happens to them when they see you? They're intimidated by that. But if you just see you wear those bonnets and the suit, no, they can control you. Start piskunya. And how you dress up is like the way we dance, regalias. We put them in a pile, in order. And how they go. The very first thing you put on is what you put on first. And they all go in order. And the last thing you put on, you go in order. And when you take them off, you go reverse. Take them off, reverse. Because it'll be the same pile that you have there, that you use. Anyway. And when you do that, you're actually communicating with that spirit of that animal that you're wearing. A gawk, you may be wearing a gawk too, porcupine quill work on what you're wearing. Beadwork, beads. It's gonna start communicating with you. You right to your moccasin. And the big one is a day. Your heart. You'll find it there. Where that pshko de they call, or zung de, that strong heart that we all have. And to start doing an abi winikewin, that's how we say it. What's an hobby in week is ceremonies. We start doing more ceremonies and even attending them, bringing these sacred items in there. That's where we speak and share and then come to an understanding and agreement. And if you want to bring Abachichikanan, they call. Abachichikanan is, I don't know, maybe technology, tools. You bring them there. And that's what's going to help you. Minosh Mijim, of course, we like to eat, you know. We always have food in our gatherings. Very important. Minosh Shkik, the medicines. Those are the ones we all need. And I know it's hard for all of us to get ego. And I'm trying to help as much as I can to share what little I know. What I've come across in my travels is this. I've come across a lot of people that are sick in many different ways. Whether it's cancer, anger, jealousy, whatever that might be. I come across a lot of it. But the biggest one of all, the biggest sickness of all that I've come across is when you turn against your own people. That's the biggest sickness of all. We have to start building our spirits up. And how do we do that? By using one of those elements. And that's that shkote. Let's start building that fire, that campfire, even. And bring these people into that fire. And share. And feed the other one's fire too. That fire within. Even that fire that's there that you will see. To sit around that with love and kindness. And the more we sit around that fire, we're going to become stronger. So what I showed you this morning, that's where the strength is. When I did this. Mukaman, that knife that's been tampered in fire over and over and over again. Tampering that steel when they make that. The more you tamper it, the stronger it becomes. That's what we need to do with our fire. But what do we feed our fire? Again. Let's start stoking each other's fire and get that fire going and help one another. I know today's been quite the day and cold too, damp. I think medium's going to be brought to eat. I would like to share more, but not enough time. But I know you're feeling this. You're probably thinking, what? He's leaving us? I'm not leaving. You have to do this. There's something I need to do too. And if I don't, I won't be any good to anybody. Yeah. We gotta start doing these things. But I'll be there. I'll be at Shake Powwow, help out, things like that. But I won't be able to have your Zoom meetings or gatherings here and there. You just can do that. You can do your own openings, your own prayer, how you're shown. Time to start believing in yourselves. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Jimmy, what's your good name? Login. What I do and what I'm given I didn't choose to do that. I was chosen by Benito, showing me these things, giving me these things. I didn't look for it. It came to me. And it still comes. And I will use it to help even more. Mi watcha minim dash givajaik, mi watcha mach gemak. The Slovak nation, everyone that's here, even at home, listening. Throughout today's speakers, Megan Altaguk, standing here, listening to us. Katie over here, down below. I brought my Miss in. And I didn't disconnect the pipe this morning. It's still connected. It's listening. So that pipe that we're given, that you carry, it will carry you. And the way to do it is you smoke them. And after you acknowledge what it is you're asking or whatever, when you're done, they'll do the rest for you. They do all the rest, but not to worry. You won't go wrong. Mi watches get in them. Oh, me no. Oh. Oh.
Just before we bring up Deputy Grand Chief Mino Matzo, I do want to acknowledge Alan Corbier for bringing these belts for us, the Migisug for us. So, Chimigwech, Alan, give Alan a round of applause. And Alan reminds us that in the words of Tecumseh, Tecumseh said, "Run your hands along this belt to show you are in agreement." That's why Alan sent that around for all of us to feel and touch for ourselves, that we are in agreement. And Asagnak said that the Nishnabek were told that this is a mat of peace, that these belts, this mat is a mat of peace. Touch it as I do to show your agreement. So there is reason why that wampum went around, so we really appreciate that. I'm going to ask Deputy Grand Chief James Marsden to come up and offer us remarks. And then I'm going to ask the Eagle staff carriers, Jim Bob, Patricia, and Glenn to retrieve their colors. But we'll allow our Deputy Grand Chief to have the final words.
Miigwech, Bob. Let's hear it for our MC. Woo, woo. And let's hear it for the Anishinaabeg Nation today. A special day. I just remembered this morning I forgot to introduce myself, but I'll do that after. But on behalf of Grand Chief Reg, the Leadership Council Executive, our deputies Mel Hardy, Trevor Busnell, and Joe Muskokman and Duke Palche. Just like to say Chimigwech to all our team and volunteers here today that helped put this special event on. The drum this morning and the firekeepers from this morning during the sunrise ceremony. Chimigwech to you all. To all our councils in attendance today, the Quay Council, Elders Council, and our special guests here today that come in, and also our former Grand Chiefs, Pat Madavi, John Bukaj, and for Glenn Hare too, our regional our regional chief. And Mike, for speaking a few words on behalf of Vernon Root. So miigwech to everybody here. And then all our commissioners, Jeanette and Barb. And sorry if I forgot anybody else. But what we had our Anishinaabe Council last week up in Thunder Bay. And I told a little story. So I'm going to say the little story again before we close up. But it was my last visit on Manitoulin. I went up by myself and had a visit with Pearl, Carey, and Gordon Baugh. And I was surprised at that visit as Gordon, he gifted me with my name. And it was a surprise. But he said, Jim Bob, you always use that name when you introduce yourself. So, Tijinjnikaz Minamazo. So, miigwech.
I'm going to ask Chop and Sunset if you could come and help with our song as we dance these staffs out. And I'll ask the staff holders to come and retrieve their colors. Gwingos, Patricia Shanu, and Jim Bob. But I do want to, before, maybe Ruben, are you going to sing with us? Okay. So Ruben, make your way. I do want to give the microphone over to Ruben just to quickly introduce himself. Ruben is an 8th generation leader of his peoples. And I want to give him the microphone just to introduce himself because he was singing with us today. So, Ruben.
My name is Ruben Naichi Koho Jr. My dad's a senior. My dad came from Mescalero, New Mexico. Homo Goyaklas people. Goyakla, we know him as Geronimo. But there's a lot of great chiefs, women and men chief, both on that side of my family. My mom, Southern Cheyenne, became Southern Cheyenne Arapaho when they were moved on the Trail of Tears to Clinton, Oklahoma, from Montana, Lame Deer, them kind of areas. We were moved years ago, but we're still here. So I want to give recognition to my parents. I come from Eagle Clan, Turtle Clan, Bear Clan, White Buffalo, and Waterbird people, the Native American church people, a lot of societies, different societies from Oklahoma, New Mexico. I was raised a great bit in Flint, Michigan. That's how I came to be with the Great Lakes people, and that's where I met my wife, Patricia. So I'm working on my Anishinaabe Moen as well as all the other languages I've learned through the years, but I still tell our stories and teach our old ways as much as I can, as much as I know. And every time I do, I promised my elders and teachers I would teach them the same way they've taught me. I'm real passionate about it. I promised them that I would never let them down when it comes to sharing our stories and our ways, and I promise I never will. And I give great homage to my mother and my grandmother. They were one of the honest, best teachers, along with my grandpa in my life, and they saved my life and kept me out of a lot of trouble and kept me on that good road. So I give homage to all of our elders and our women and all of our balance and the Creator above all. So I just want to say, Chimigwech, Nyao-ish.
Miigwech Ruben, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to our drum here, and for our final song, I want to wish everyone in the live stream, thank you very much, Chimiigwech Kina, for being a part of this inaugural Anishinaabe Gishgat today. So wonderful to hear from everybody. Thank you for joining us. We had over 100 people with us all day, up to 160 earlier today. So wonderful. So I'll turn it over to Chop and Sunset to offer us this song, Miigwech.
everything is beadwork to me. Everywhere I look, everything I do, it's all beadwork. So that's why as soon as I see beadwork. Oh, Miguel, this is my seventh grandfather, one stripe from the Cheyenne